Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
There's no should or should not when it comes to having feelings. They're part of who we are, and their origins are beyond our control. When we can believe that, we may find it easier to make constructive choices about what to do with those feelings. Fred Rogers, The World According to Mr. Rogers, Important Things to Remember. Introduction. What's your goal? Most people read self-help books or come to see shrinks because they can't solve their problems after trying very, very hard to do it themselves. This is true whether they feel depressed, anxious, ill-treated, burdened with self-destructive behaviors, hurt by an unhappy relationship, too fat, too thin, you name it. They come expecting advice or treatment that will reduce symptoms, ease painful feelings, strengthen self-control, or mend broken relationships. Basically, they want a cure. These expectations are stoked by the public faces of therapy, particularly those telegenic, first-name basis self-help gurus like Drs. Phil, Drew, Laura, Nick, etc. Fuck Feelings offers a more realistic approach from a medically trained practicing psychiatrist who over a 40-year clinical career has treated hundreds of patients with intractable mental illness, bad habits, and troubled relationships. Dr. Last Name. That was the alias used by your authors, Dr. Michael Bennett, the aforementioned Harvard-educated psychiatrist, and his daughter Sarah Bennett, a writer who spent years writing sketch comedy at the Upright Citizens Brigade Theater in New York, as we developed our collaborative technique at our website, fxckfeelings.com. Observing the difference between what people expect from therapy and what they are actually likely to achieve, I, Dr. Bennett, came to believe that people use the very act of coming for help and their overbelief in a cure for their problems to deny the fact that there is much about life, others, and their own personalities that is beyond anyone's power to change. They would rather see themselves as failures or as partially developed seekers who cannot properly begin their lives until they have found an answer that has so far eluded them. Clinging to the belief that they can be cured, they want to know what they or any prior therapists did to block them from achieving their treatment goals. Unfortunately, many therapists eager to help patients realize these wishes support their false hopes. I am not one of them. Fuck Feelings explains that in most cases you have not failed and do not need to try harder or wait longer for improvement to begin. Instead, you need to accept that life is hard and your frustrated efforts are a valuable guide to identifying what you can't change. After urging you to accept whatever it is you can't change about your personality, behavior, spouse, kid, feelings, boss, country, pet, etc., the Fuck Feelings approach shows you how to become much more effective at managing life's impossible problems instead of vainly and persistently trying to change them. If you're willing to accept what you can't change, we have many positive suggestions for improving the way you manage the shit on your plate, beginning with not wasting time repeating what hasn't been working. Your issue may be the love or hate you wish you could stop, the urge to drink or drug that you wish would go away, the blues you wish you could cure, or the spouse, kid, or parent you wish you could change. By the time you seek help, however, it's usually obvious that something about your wish isn't feasible, but that hasn't stopped you from confusing that wish with a permanent, dedicated, high-priority goal. You can't go forward or be helped by treatment until you accept its impossibility, suck it up, and turn your bullshit wish into a goal that can actually be achieved. Accept whatever is obviously impossible about your goals. Accept that the depression is often chronic and incurable, so you can stop blaming yourself for not controlling it. Stop treatments that don't seem to be helping. Embrace whatever positive steps help you to live with and manage your illness or issue. Accept that there are some losses that never stop hurting, so you can stop delving into them, get used to living with a heavy heart, and try to build a better life. Accept that you have some urges for stimulating but unhealthy substances, sex partners, or self-expression that no amount of self-understanding will change. Stop asking why you've got weaknesses and start preventing them from turning you into a jerk. After challenging advice seekers, patients, and our listeners to accept what you can't change, we show how you're much less responsible for your misery than you thought. We teach good, often well-established methods for making the best of things, methods that you weren't using because you were too busy with wishful thinking instead of problem-solving. Obviously, we don't guarantee happiness, quite the contrary. But instead, we offer you methods for building strength and pride in your ability to deal with the inevitable misery of a tough life. It's not that we're against happiness, just against holding yourself responsible for making it happen when it can't. In our world, feelings don't rule. Many things can't be changed, and acceptance of limits, not limitless self-improvement, is the key to moving forward and dealing effectively with any and all crap that life can throw your way. So no, we can't tell you how to repair a long-broken relationship with a difficult parent, reform a bad boyfriend, or get respect from your boss. But that's only because nobody can. The only book that can actually teach you how to change how others think is a lobotomy manual. Instead, we can show you how to look past the disappointment, resentment, and/or neediness that result from those issues, so they can be managed realistically. With the right limits, you can have a peaceful relationship with a difficult parent, and with the right standards, you can avoid bad boyfriends altogether. And with realistic expectations, you can get your work done in spite of a bad boss, or better yet, find a better one. Instead of false promises or happy endings, we provide concrete steps for getting past unavoidable bad feelings so you can do your best with what you actually control. This book is also filled with fun asides, like this one, so that I, Sarah, can amuse myself. Bad wish. Be my best me. Good goal. Learn to accept that me isn't the best, and that that'll do. Bad wish. Learn to love myself. Good goal. Love the effort I put into putting up with myself. Bad wish. Never drink again, ever. Good goal. Never stop working hard to resist delicious alcohol. Given life's cruelty and unfairness, Fuck Feelings believes profanity is a source of comfort, clarity, and strength. It helps to express anger without blame, to be tough in the face of pain, and to share determination without sentimentality. On the other hand, we don't tolerate the reverent use of truly obscene F-words, like fair and feelings. Each chapter addresses the usual wishes people have when they hope to solve a common problem, like loneliness, bad self-image, or conflict, and explains what part of these wishes are impossible to achieve. Using several composite case examples, we show you how to define the limits of what's possible, create realistic goals, and devise business-like procedures for achieving those goals. We remind you, repeatedly, because you need to hear it, to respect yourself for how you deal with bad luck, not for the overall quality of your luck. We also include information on how to find off-the-page therapy that might work for you. So, while other self-help books guarantee the path to happiness, Fuck Feelings guarantees that said path is non-existent. Furthermore, convincing yourself that there is such a path will actually lead you to feel like a true failure instead of an unlucky hero. What Fuck Feelings can promise you is that there is no situation in life that can't be endured if you can keep your sense of humor, bend your wishes to fit reality, restrain your feelings, manage bad behavior, and do what you think is right. To those who want one of the many famous over-optimistic Dr. First Names to tell them the secret of being happy, we say, fuck happy. Fuck self-improvement, self-esteem, fairness, helpfulness, and everything in between. If you can get over that, you can get real and get to a realistic solution. And yes, you can get it from this book, and from a real doctor, last name and all. Chapter 1. Fuck Self-Improvement. Buying a self-help book is usually the second-to-last step to surrendering to a crisis of self, the last step being therapy, and the first step being a gym membership, or at least a Zumba DVD or a pamphlet for the Learning Annex. Dedication to improving yourself is admirable, and if you're Oprah, unbelievably lucrative. But what separates this book from your average work of Deepak Chopra is that we can tell you up front that being prepared to make whatever sacrifices necessary to improve yourself doesn't mean you can do it. You can't somehow get taller once you've stopped growing. There are limits to your physical strength and intellectual ability, no matter how rigorously you train. And odds are you have done too many drugs to ever be president. Eventually, striving to improve yourself brings diminishing returns and prevents you from accepting yourself and living with what you've got. That's one reason self-improvement efforts have to take into account your limits and competing priorities. Otherwise, it's less self-improvement, more self-sabotage. The same principle applies to controlling bad habits and other weaknesses. The reason 12-step programs urge people to accept the uncontrollable nature of addictions is not because they're never controllable, but because, given human weakness, they're never fully controllable. There's always something that can, at least temporarily, overwhelm human control and cause us to do things we'll regret. And believing otherwise only makes us more foolishly vulnerable to that possibility and more self-critical when it occurs. Life sucks. Our control sucks. But it's not personal. There are limits to what you can do to change yourself, and recognizing these limits is essential to managing bad behaviors, bad pieces of your personality, even bad taste in shoes. Indeed, the more you study dysfunctional behaviors, the more convinced you become that most of us have weird brains, and those who appear not to just haven't exposed their own brains to the kinds of stress, relatives, or Japanese animation that will reveal their mental dysfunction. The prevalence of unique, genetically associated dysfunctions is certainly consistent with Darwin's theory that individual differences, even dysfunctional ones, improve genetic diversity for the species and enhance its chances of surviving unforeseen future threats. If genetic diversity is a good thing for the species, however, it's often a disaster for the individual, who gets to carry all kinds of odd instincts and impulses in his DNA that cause trouble and are hard to bear. Neuroscience seems to show that many emotional and behavioral problems we thought were caused by bad parents or trauma are also caused by wiring that isn't reversible. This explains why self-improvement is hard and sometimes impossible, even when we're strong-willed and well-guided. In other words, we're often fucked. On the other hand, while there's much pain in incurable dysfunction, the joys of self-improvement are overrated. Strength and confidence may give you a wonderful feeling and a license to walk around in a cape and tights. But big fucking deal. Real confidence comes from knowing you've used what limited strength you have to do what's important. If your strength isn't great and as a result you have to strain harder, you deserve even more credit, assuming you've got the values to do something worthwhile. If you accept that self-improvement has its limits, then you can begin to discover the nature of these limits, which you need to know if you're going to manage them well. So the goal of pushing your potential isn't just to improve your performance, but to improve it as much as you reasonably can, given your resources, while discovering what your limits are. That way, you'll know how much help you need and how much to compromise when you can't do everything yourself. Addiction isn't the only self-destructive behavior that seems like it should be controllable but isn't. Eating disorders, hair-picking, hoarding, and procrastination are similar in that they seem like bad habits that should improve with steady effort and strong willpower, but are actually very hard to change. It's no one's fault, not even your mother's. The only conclusion to draw is that many people have less control over their basic behavior than they deserve, and that it's often hard to know how much responsibility they should bear for their actions. Of course, just because you can't always make yourself stronger or even correct your weaknesses, you still have to try. If your goal is to be a good, decent person who carries out his responsibilities, you're never off the hook. The fact that you're flawed and have limits to how much you can improve or even control yourself means that you just have to work harder to get as close as you can to where you want to go. You should never hold yourself accountable for results you don't control, but always for the strength of trying. Many requests for help spring from an expectation for self-improvement and a denial of the fact that it hasn't yet happened in spite of many failed previous efforts to get help. This chapter, and really life, is about how to realistically assess your ability to get better, cope with the pain of accepting what you already know, and turn your knowledge of your limits into a useful plan of action. No matter what shape your life is in, what step of the ladder you're on, or what drives you to buy this book. Taking back the reins of your life after a stampede. Since humans control very little besides their DVR cues and their opinions about Miley Cyrus, it's not surprising that we often feel like our lives are slipping into chaos. Sometimes it's because you're actually losing control. Sometimes because someone close to you is spinning out. And sometimes because whatever you don't control feels far more important and overwhelming than what you do. In any case, the goals you wish for when you're feeling out of control, as listed and described in the following 3 examples, are rarely realistic and will often make your helplessness worse. The trouble is, of course, out of control usually means just that, and no amount of sweating, seeking, and therapizing is going to change the fact that life reserves the right to throw more shit at you than you can possibly handle. Accepting the way life sometimes becomes, or at least feels, uncontrollable, however, need never stop you from managing damage or speeding up recovery. Feeling helpless doesn't mean that everything is going to turn out badly, or that you're doing a poor job with your life. If you can ignore the terrible meltdown feeling and take credit for how you're handling the problem rather than getting carried away or feeling too responsible, you'll have much to be proud of and many more options to consider. Here's what you can't really control but feel you should. Income, or lack thereof. Relationship status, or lack thereof. How other people feel about you, without magic or the power of hypnosis. Your offspring, after they've exited your body. Your ability to refuse the gravitational pull of a party-sized bag of pretzel M&Ms, any and all booze, your phone after all that eating and or drinking when your deadbeat ex is still a text away. Among the wishes people express are to regain control they thought they once had, to figure out how to get close family members to control themselves, to stop feeling helpless all the time. Here are 3 examples. I've always been hard-working and good at doing sales, and I married someone whose love I thought I could count on, so I really don't understand why my life seems to be coming apart. After getting laid off from my old job when the company was sold, I had to take a lower-paying job with a new boss who hates me. Meanwhile, my wife decided her feelings for me were gone, and that she couldn't stay married to someone she doesn't love, even though I thought we had built a really nice life together. Now every day feels like a death march, and I can't stop crying. I'm the biggest loser I know, and the pain won't go away. My goal is to regain control of my life. My son has always been a nice kid, but he's always been too good at finding trouble, and even now that he's 25, he just can't seem to get his life together. We tried hard to get him extra help when he was in school, but he never did homework and quit college after a year. We think he drinks too much, but he won't admit it, and the girl he hangs out with has no job, too many rings in her face, and an ex-boyfriend in jail. My husband and I dread the day when she announces she's pregnant with our grandchild. My goal is to finally find out what's the matter with our son so we can empower him to get control of his life. I'm the world's biggest phony. People at work think I've got it together, but they don't know that I'm a nervous wreck who has trouble holding down lunch, can't sleep for 3 days before every presentation, and is always obsessing about the stupid things I just said and wish I could take back. I'm a mental case who just pretends to have it together, which makes me feel even more out of control. My goal is to have a life that doesn't feel like a train wreck. It's hard to believe there are ways to classify chaos, but when it comes to losing control of your life, there are different kinds of feeling fucked. Some people get sucked into a bad luck, no-fault meltdown that, if taken personally, can destroy a good person's belief in his values and motivation. Other people become helpless by proxy, usually by watching a loved one who's unable to get themselves straight, while others feel like they're living on the verge of a meltdown without realizing just how effective they are at staying away from the edge. In any case, just because you feel out of control doesn't mean you should have been able to prevent it. Instead of searching for mistakes or weaknesses, judge yourself realistically in terms of what a good person can actually do in a bad situation. Even if your situation is due to a foolish mistake, learn from it and stop blaming yourself for bad results you don't control, whether they involve your job, kids, or mental condition. If you do blame yourself for the mess you're in simply because it happened on your watch, you'll weaken and distract yourself at a time you need to be stronger. If you dwell on second-guessing yourself and believing you deserve punishment, you'll have more trouble figuring out the smart thing to do, giving strength to others, and tolerating painful feelings without panicking. Once you've separated your overwhelmed feelings from a realistic assessment of your own performance, however, you can build self-respect and get to work on managing life. You'll have more strength for rebuilding your work and relationships, setting limits on out-of-control kids, and tolerating anxious feelings without doubting your capacity to ignore them when necessary. In the end, you'll have more respect for the times you kept trucking through a meltdown than the times you were confidently cruising along because everything was going your way. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have: the praise, salary, or family you deserve; peace, love, and happiness, aka financial security; the knowledge that your present is right on track; confidence in your ability to keep it there. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Create reasonable standards for what you can actually do given your muggle status. Respect yourself for meeting your standards. Survive pain, fear, and distress, and give yourself credit for doing so. Not let pain change your values, basic course, or determination. Here's how you can do it. Look for pre-meltdown red flags that might have warned you in the past and could warn you next time. Ask yourself whether you could reasonably be expected to do anything different. Rate yourself for work effort, honesty, and the value of your priorities. Assuming you deserve better, find a friend or therapist who can remind you that you've lived up to your values and that the helplessness and humiliations have nothing to do with you, regardless of how you feel. Check with a psychiatrist or therapist to see whether there are behavioral techniques and/or medications that might reduce anxiety or depression if they're extreme. Your script. Here's what to tell someone or yourself while you're feeling hopelessly fucked up. Dear me, family member, fuck up I can't help but care about. I know you feel like the royal we, you, our fuck-up son, is on the verge of insert mistake or potential tragic experience, and life feels like an unholy disaster. The truth is, however, that life often sucks, and sometimes I can't expect to feel other than insert classier, more dire synonym for shitty, especially given issues in the past regarding bad luck, anxiety, your many addictions, and world record unemployment. So don't take it personally, and do take credit for whatever good things you were doing, even if they were totally ineffective at fending off this mess. Take pride in doing a good job regardless of bad luck, genes, associates, mental pain. And don't stop. Did you know what is the real secret of The Secret? The Secret by Rhonda Byrne is a self-help tome in which the essential thesis is, if you put your desires out into the universe, which is to say if you think about what you want, then the universe will give you what you want. The Secret says, if you're fat and poor, it's not because you have a crappy job in a terrible economy, or because after another day working a job you hate, you treat yourself to a deluxe cheeseburger with an extra side of Crisco. It's because when you stand on the scale in your efficiency apartment, you're thinking, this sucks, I am fat and poor, and not, hey universe, I am thin, rich, and wonderful. Oprah's a huge fan of The Secret, as are those out there who credit it for doing everything from getting them better jobs to ridding them of cancer. In reality, notions like the one put forth in The Secret have come up over and over through the ages, often claiming to be extensions of spiritual ideas that are exactly the opposite. The real secret, of course, is one that you don't want to hear and would never shell out your money to learn because it doesn't feel good, which is exactly why you're better off hearing it. Whatever good or focused thoughts, wishes, or prayers you put out there, shit happens, and it won't be fair, no matter how many collages you make. The more you project your wishes, the more futile life seems while you continue to wait. The worst thing that can happen is that your wish actually comes true, because that's when you think you've discovered the secret, but haven't. Then, since it's your nature to have more wishes, it's only a matter of time until you run into a brick wall of disappointment, which is now your fault, because you've failed to do the secret properly. No matter how much you deserve it, you can't always get what you want. And that's life, unless you're Oprah. Go ahead and wish, pray, and focus. They help you to know what you want, particularly if it guides you toward keeping your priorities straight and working hard. Just don't take it personally when you don't get your reward. And watch your Crisco intake. Getting to the root of your problem and tearing it out. It's not clear when people started equating solving emotional issues with retracing your steps in order to find your car keys. But if you retrace your steps to uncover the ultimate source of your problems, you won't usually find it. On the plus side, you might find your sunglasses. What people hate to consider, even after root-seeking has been getting them nowhere for some time, is that sometimes it just doesn't work. There are lots of problems we'll never know the answer to. There's nothing wrong with looking for answers that might actually exist, but when the search isn't bearing fruit, there's a strong possibility that answers aren't to be had, and obsessing about finding them is a distraction to figuring out where the real keys are, and what you're going to do next. People prefer to believe that with enough fact-gathering, insight, and the heart-to-heart sharing of honest, heretofore suppressed, and probably embarrassing emotion, any problem can be sourced and solved. In fact, knowing why you've got a bad habit usually gives you no ability to stop it, and the search for deeper knowledge sometimes serves as an excuse for waiting until it's easier to stop, which it never is. So getting to the root of your problem is often anti-therapeutic and, at worst, a giant waste of time. Or if therapy hasn't solved a problem, you wonder whether it's been intense and long-lasting enough, or if you've been sincere enough, or if your therapist is skilled enough. If the problem involves a relationship, you wonder if you've worked hard enough to express painful and negative feelings, which again, surprise, often makes things worse. Here are telltale signs that your quest for a deep solution, or holy grail, must end. The amount of searching you put in is inverse to the amount you have been able to change your problem. Your friends, kids, and pets have made it clear that the subject of your past, problems, bullshit, is closed. Your therapist has been less blunt than your friends, kids, and pets, but is clearly falling asleep. You've revised the past so many times, your déjà vu has déjà vu. Among the wishes people express when they feel there must be an answer to an unsolvable problem are to figure out what happened that caused them to lose the control they once had, to find out why they can't do something when they've always been good at doing something similar, to understand why they can't stop being drawn to doing something bad. Here are 3 examples. I don't understand why I started drinking again after 10 years of sobriety. I had no desire to drink. Going to bars didn't bother me, nor did having liquor in the house or being around friends who were drinking. Then suddenly I was tense over a problem at work, and I figured I should be able to control myself after all these years, so I had a drink. It was fine. I had only one, and kept it to a 1-per-day limit until a week later. And now, 3 months later, I have no control over my drinking, and I'm back to square one. My goal is to figure out what happened to me and why. I don't know why I avoid finishing certain tasks at work. If something involves talking to people and I can get it done quickly, I'll work hard until I'm finished. But if I've got to fill out a lot of forms and no one is looking over my shoulder, I let things slide until I'm really in trouble. I've always been like that, and my desk is piled high with papers that I'm afraid to look at. I don't know whether it's because I'm afraid to succeed or afraid that I'm living out my father's prediction that I'll be a fuck-up, but it's crippling my life. My goal is to figure out whether I'm lazy or have a psychological issue that prevents me from succeeding. I'm always attracted to the wrong kind of guys, and it always ends poorly, mostly with me getting dumped, sometimes with me getting either physically or verbally abused along the way. A therapist told me I choose men who remind me of my father, who was a charismatic sweet-talker who dumped my mother when she was pregnant with me. I think that's a fair assessment, and it's time for me to find a better sort of person. But no matter how hard I try, I keep on dating assholes. My goal is to figure out why I'm so attracted to Mr. Wrong and how to get more attracted to someone nice. Whenever we're perplexed by weaknesses that don't make sense, questioning why is as helpful from the mouth of an adult as it is from a 4-year-old. If you can't understand why you've started drinking again after 10 years, or can't get work done when you've done it before, or can't find a better guy when you know what you're doing wrong, you have a right to wonder why. Asking the question more than once or twice, however, is a Job-like move that may help you express frustration, but will not help you overcome it. What neurobiology has taught us is that every action we take depends on multiple unique subcapacities, and all it takes is for one of those subcapacities to be weak or broken, and our ability to function is compromised. If you resume drinking, it's not because you're a weak person, but because drinking triggers something in your brain that says, "I've got to do that again." If you have trouble with paperwork, it may be because your brain has trouble translating or using written symbols in a specific way. Numbers, maps, English. If you can't change whom you're attracted to, you may be directed by a part of your brain that, whether it was programmed before birth or a few years later, can't be changed now. So the answer you'll get from your maker when you finally meet him or her and get to ask why is the same one you got from your mother when she didn't know the answer or didn't want to waste time. "Because I said so. Now go make yourself useful." Of course, knowing there's no root answer, or that at the very least it's unobtainable, doesn't relieve you of responsibility for dealing with a problem. It just spares you having to take an exam on its origins. Depending on how obsessed you are with a Faustian quest for knowledge, or how avoidant you are of messy, painful tasks, you will or won't like putting the quest aside, accepting the uncertainty of not understanding a problem's roots, and nevertheless dedicating yourself to managing it. Having given up on the false hope that deep understanding would make it possible to solve your problem, gather motivation by reviewing your reasons for imposing change on yourself and your life. Doing it to please someone or to look better are not motivations that tend to last. Instead, decide for yourself whether change is necessary for you to be the kind of person you want to be. Then, if you find good reasons rooted in your values, remind yourself frequently what they are, so that you can ignore pain, frustration, and humiliation while seeking to strengthen your management of yourself. Instead of trying to figure out your problem, use your best tools for managing it, be they finding a rehab program, an organizational coach, or a group of girlfriends whose opinions on jerks you trust. Having given up the quest for a deep solution and the urge to ask questions, find the motivations that matter and learn how to take action. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. A clear understanding of what's wrong. Complete control over your problem. An easier way of dealing with your problem now that you know its origins. A reliable way of treating and preventing it. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Know as much as anyone knows about a problem while accepting your inability to know more. Accept the pain and confusion of having to deal with a problem you don't understand. Find deep motivation for not letting a problem change your priorities or values. Not let confusion or humiliation interfere with your determination to manage it. Here's how you can do it. If you don't figure out the answer after checking the internet plus 2 experts, stop trying. Don't reopen your efforts unless today's headline proclaims new knowledge of your issues specifically. Stop asking why and start asking how. Prepare a plan of action contingent on your knowing nothing but what you know now. Your script. Here's what to tell someone or yourself while you're totally unable to understand the reason for or source of a problem. Dear me, family member, spouse, overly logical friend, I know it's hard to understand why a positive adjectives person like me should have a problem with addiction, politics, attraction to morons, but I do, and to date, treatment with 3 analysts, Kabbalah, Judge Judy, haven't given me an answer that makes a difference. I've decided that ignorance is okay, but my problem isn't, and that from now on I need to do everything I can to improve and manage my behavior, just to be the person I want to be. So I will be open about my problem in meetings, press releases, tweets, welcome observations about my behavior without retaliating, and track my progress over time in my computer, Facebook, a secret journal that you should burn if I die. And I will not give up. Becoming a more positive person. Negative feelings, particularly anger, self-pity, and envy, are painful to feel and also to hold back, since unleashing them makes you a jerk who's a drag to be around. It's like having to hold in a full bladder all the time, except it's your mouth. And if you let it go, it could release things so hurtful, mean, and unjustified that you'd prefer having a wet crotch. So when it comes to becoming more positive and less negative, many people would like to cleanse themselves of negative feelings, remove the temptation to act like a dick, and ease the strain of constant self-monitoring and self-restraint that often makes them tense and cranky and causes them to be dickish despite themselves. Unfortunately, many things that promise relief from negative feelings aren't good for you and won't really make you a better person, even if they make you feel better. You can be justified in attacking someone physically or verbally, but the satisfaction it brings is limited. It often leaves you with a bad feeling in the long run and gets you more involved with someone you'd like to stay away from. You might also try to become more positive by withdrawing from whatever causes you to feel negative. But that's not so hot if it requires you to shed responsibilities, abandon people who need you, or dull down your personality. You may wind up with a serene smile, but you may have betrayed your own standards of behavior. That's why your primary goal is not to get rid of negative feelings and feel better, but to block them from controlling your behavior while you continue to act like a decent person. Don't stigmatize negative feelings. Even pacifists, yogis, and nursery school teachers get road rage under the wrong circumstances. For example, in downtown Boston. Some people have bad tempers or are chronically grouchy, while others are stuck in situations that happen to hit their weak spots and drive them nuts. Either way, if you chastise yourself for having nasty feelings when you really can't help it, you usually make them worse. After kicking yourself, you're that much more likely to kick someone else. Besides, your nasty, demonic side may be part of the spark that makes you creative, funny, and energetic. While that side may not be easy to control or live with, you can try to use that negative energy in good ways. Becoming more positive doesn't mean becoming sweetly angelic, but rather decently demonic, or at least decent enough that your friends don't all tell you to go back to hell. Here are signs that your nasty side is taking over. Instead of driving with your hands at 10 and 2, you've always got one middle finger at 12. The glass isn't half empty or half full. It's just a toilet. You think the stand your ground laws were invented just for you. You often use the phrase, "I'm just being honest," then say something that just makes you sound like an asshole. Among the wishes people express when they want to improve themselves by reducing bad feelings are to stop hating someone, spouse, child, who doesn't deserve it, to be less angry and more kind in general, to stop pining for what's lost and get over it, to stop being controlled by fear. Here are 3 examples. My father-in-law is not the worst person in the world, but I can't get over the feeling that I hate to be in the same room with him, and I have to because my family lives with him right now. We could never afford to live in a nice house otherwise, and it's great for our kids. But in the meantime, he sits in the living room every night watching his TV, bossing his wife around, spouting his hateful political rhetoric, and insulting me at every opportunity, and I want to kill him. Complaining to my wife doesn't do any good, because it just makes her feel helpless, and then she defends her dad's behavior and I feel worse. I wish he were dead. My goal, if you don't know a hitman, is to stop hating him. It's been 2 years, and I haven't been able to get over my divorce. My ex was an asshole who betrayed me terribly, and I know I'm better off without him, but for whatever reason, it still hurts. I really loved him for a while there, and I still can't get over the memories or stop tearing up when I think about him. The kids, who are teens now, are doing better than I am, and ask me when I'm going to start dating again. But I can't imagine a time when I'll ever be interested. My goal is to get over loving him and feel better. I wish I wasn't so insecure. I'm always shy, and I get very nervous before networking events, which are a requirement for my work, and my least favorite part of a job I otherwise love. I shake and break out in hives. My brother has always been more confident, but I can't really blame my parents because they've always encouraged me. It's my own fault. I thought it would go away as I got older, but I'm 30 and it's just as bad as ever, particularly when I get promoted and have to meet new people even more. My goal is to be less nervous and instead have some confidence in myself. If people could control the way they feel, then persistent negative feelings would be a legitimate sign of failure and a target for self-improvement. Also, nobody would cheat on their spouses, enjoy scary movies, or eat their weight in frosting. But that's neither here nor there. Since negative feelings are just a fact of neurology and genetics, it's what you do with them that counts. The people in these examples are more successful than they think, because success here is not measured by whether they feel better, more loving, less angry, etc. It's measured by all the good things they are doing and have done in spite of the negative feelings they can't get out of their heads. There's probably a positive evolutionary reason for having negative feelings you can't get rid of. They may warn you of danger, give an extra bite of sadness to your songs or poetry, or help you stay attached to your tribe. Whatever advantage they provide, it may have been more helpful in a jungle than in the big city, but either way, if it helps the species survive, it tends to persist, regardless of how much pain it causes you as an individual. Assuming you're going to have to live with negative feelings, develop standards for behaving well in spite of them. No, you shouldn't expect yourself to force smiles so much that they break your face and scare children. You should, however, invite feedback about your behavior from those you trust, so you can be confident that your actions and words don't hurt people or interfere with your positive strategic goals, and, most important, make you act like an asshole. If you're self-critical about your negative feelings, you may be tempted to live with people who dislike you as much as you dislike yourself. Naturally, this could set off a vicious cycle that brings out your worst behavior and justifies continuous self-punishment. Instead, seek people who aren't much bothered by your negativity and who appreciate your positive side. You may be frustrated by their lack of understanding and attention to your supposed worthlessness, but the results will be better for everyone in the long run. Whether you are forced to live with hate, yearning, envy, or fear, respect what you do with your feelings, not what they do to you. Don't let them distract you from your usual goals of avoiding unnecessary conflict at home, making a living, and being a good friend. The more you remember your goals and respect your restraint, the less power your negative feelings will have to shape your actions and reduce your self-respect. You can't control your negativity, but you can keep it from controlling you. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. An improved heart, free of hate, envy, fear, and general ugliness. A way of managing relationships that will prevent or resolve bad feelings. A way to love the ugly feelings right out of yourself. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Build standards that are not distorted or compromised by negative feelings. Act decently in spite of the way you really feel. Respect the way you act decently when you feel malicious, bravely when you're frightened, determined when you're tired, etc. Bear the pain of living with ugly feelings rather than attacking yourself for having them or attacking others to escape them. Here's how you can do it. Get to know your inner asshole so as to reduce the likelihood it becomes outer. Every time it gets control, emerge with new lessons about your standards and the triggers that get you to lose control. Avoid those triggers as best you can, even if it means a longer drive to work that avoids the freeway. Find accepting friends and an accepting coach. Your script. Here's what to tell someone, or yourself, when you have ugly, nasty thoughts and feelings. Dear me, family member, guy who cut me off, I can't deny that I have angry, envious, completely vicious feelings for you, my child, my fuckhead boss. But I have other feelings as well, and my feelings don't matter as much as doing the work, taxes, college application, right thing, without insert act of rage. And this I can do. I have doubts about my ability to use yoga, psychoanalysis, watching Too Cute to achieve more positive feelings, and I am not sure I would like to give up my list of hated relatives, celebrities, salsas at Chipotle, or be more blissed out and less wrought up than I am. Let me know if you think I have acted badly. Otherwise, I believe my current method of managing my feelings is best for me. Did you know that trying too hard to control nasty feelings can make you even more nasty? Negative feelings, like the mafia or LinkedIn, only increase their nagging pull the more you try to break free. If you try to eradicate them entirely by punishing yourself, doing penance through good deeds, and influencing others to do the same, you might think you're on the path to salvation, and that good is winning over evil. The problem is that, to those who are truly obsessed with eradicating evil, it's infuriating to meet people who won't join the cause. You wind up filled with so much of that same old familiar hatred that you want to tell them in a most strained, cheerful yet pissed, sing-songy, scoldy manner that you would love to stab their faces with the foot of a bar stool. So beware the excessively virtuous who never raise their voices except in anger at bad people, whose oversized smiles give you the creeps and show too many teeth, and who use the same overly cheerful, sugary sweet tone to speak to adults and children. Helping others is the only thing it's okay for them to talk about, and they're ready to help everyone, especially the unappreciative, disgusting idiots who never appreciate their efforts, never heed their advice, and irritate them so much they have to act even sweeter. So if they offer you help or advice, be a smart idiot and politely decline before running for your life. Stop fucking up. There are few things as frustrating as feeling too disorganized, unmotivated, and/or unfocused to accomplish even the smallest task. You can blame a noisy work environment, the wrong-colored pen, or the need to watch TV in a timely, spoiler-free manner as the source of your distraction for only so long until you start blaming yourself. Procrastination, avoidance, and disorganization cause delays and failures that provoke shame, criticism, and even legal issues. If you're at the point where you're amazed you finished listening to 2 whole paragraphs before watching Game of Thrones, then this section is for you. Some people with these problems may act as if they don't care, or take pleasure in creating expectations they can't meet and then lying about them. But in reality, they usually care deeply, but have become accustomed to cover-ups, apologies, and endless self-defense. They often hate themselves and declare themselves secret self-enemy number one, knowing they're at fault even when they always seem good at blaming others. The brighter and more capable they are, the more certain they are that their bad behaviors represent bad choices and a failure to accept and discharge responsibility, and that they could do better if they were better motivated, more reliable, and more honest. Often their parents, teachers, and supervisors agree that accepting responsibility for their failures seems like the necessary first step toward recovery. While accepting that you have a problem is, in fact, the universal first step, accepting responsibility for having it is not. Brain wiring can cause well-motivated, smart people to procrastinate and drop the ball, and nature gives them no choice. The fact that you're not responsible for having a problem, however, never relieves you of responsibility for working with it and finding ways around it, and often requires you to overcome deeply ingrained bad habits and attitudes. It's impossible to change your instincts or make distractedness, impulsivity, and scattered thinking go away. You can, however, become a good manager of the impulses to procrastinate, avoid, lie, and cover up. Then again, most faulty brain wiring, like that which makes tracking and finishing tasks difficult, is probably helpful in terms of Darwinian survival in situations that don't involve sitting in cubicles or writing term papers. Having a mind that shifts attention quickly or persistently stays off topic may actually help in chaotic situations where you need to spot someone sneaking up on you. It also seems to empower salesmen. In fact, it's hard to find a salesman without ADD. Distractibility is not so hot, however, when you're staring at a monitor, or really anything but in sales, the jungle, politics, the jungle, etc. So don't hold yourself responsible for irresponsibility when it comes to being a slacker, assuming you don't really want to be one. Push aside the shame, assess yourself objectively, and learn what's necessary for good management. You can't change your brain, but with the right tricks, extra time, and determination, you can get stuff done, no matter what's on TV. Here's how you can tell you're not to blame for your brain. There are several to-do lists in your pockets, more than one of which includes organize to-do lists. You're better at saying, "I'm sorry," than a Canadian, and do it more often. A lost schedule probably won't matter, as it was with the to-do lists. The only way to get you to a meeting on time is to tell you it's an hour earlier than it really is, and then you need to be walked there with horse blinders on. Among the wishes people express about improving their disorganization and dysfunction are to be more responsible, to stop forgetting appointments, to stop avoiding work, to appease someone who wants them to stop avoiding work, to figure out how to face the pile of shit on their desks before the boss sees it and shits on them. Here are some examples. I don't know why I've always been a fuck-up, but I'm pretty sure the boss is going to fire me, even though he's my dad. I underachieved in high school, even when teachers went out of their way to encourage me and offer extra help. Now I'm working for my dad, and I don't want people to think I'm there just because I'm his son. But they're right, because I never get tasks done. I hate screwing up and apologizing so much that sometimes I can't bring myself to come to work in the morning, which just makes things worse. My goal is to grow up and make better choices. I hate to admit it. In fact, I never admit it. But I'm a liar and can't stop myself. I started lying about my homework when I was little, even though I always got caught, but I just couldn't control it, even after I was punished and publicly humiliated. In college, I told my parents I was doing fine when I'd stopped going to classes, and it would have saved them a fortune in tuition if I'd just told them the truth and dropped out instead of waiting to get called out on my bullshit and kicked out of school. Now I'm living at home, and I sometimes look for work, but I have no hope for the future. My goal is to be an honest person I wouldn't despise. I have no excuse for how little I've done with my life. Everything I've tried, I'm interested in for a year or two, and then I stop being interested and, before long, find something newer and shinier that I'm sure I'll want to make a better career out of. That, of course, lasts for a short while before something even newer and shinier appears to lure me away from my last job, and the cycle repeats itself. I should be motivated to follow through on one career path because I need the money and I'm not getting any younger. But when an idea gets into my head, there's no room for logic, perspective, or anything else. My goal is to settle on one career path, any path, before I'm so old I should retire. If you had a problem with, say, constant barfing, you wouldn't settle for feeling like a loser while resigning yourself to a life spent within 10 feet of a toilet or in reach of a paper bag. You'd see a specialist, quit gluten if you had to, or at least become a master of puke jokes. That's why the first job as a chronic fuck-up is to put aside shame and blame and find out if part of the trouble is a weakness in your mental equipment. Most people avoid this step because it's painful to know that something about you doesn't work right. But doing so will save energy you're wasting on self-blame and apology and will give you ideas about better things to do than kicking yourself. Incidentally, the line between bad mental equipment and bad behavior is often blurred by the fact that bad mental equipment usually causes people to behave badly. This is either because they're innately more angry and impulsive than they can manage, or because they become bitter about their inability to stop themselves from fucking up, which ups the anger factor even more. So the fact that some fuck-ups act like assholes, Chapter 9, doesn't necessarily mean they've made worse choices than the better-behaved fuck-ups, or that they have more control over their choices. It just means they struggle more, and their behavior may be even harder for them to change or control. If you can tolerate the humiliation and helplessness and admit that you're an out-of-control fuck-up, it frees you from expectations you can't possibly meet, promises you can't keep, and appearances you can't maintain. It liberates you from the ensuing cycle of endless failure. It doesn't free you, of course, from your standards, or your determination to be as least fucked up as possible given your new self-acknowledged fuck-up status. As soon as you accept who you are, think hard about the standards you want to live up to, and less about looking normal, pleasing authorities, or competing with others. Use those standards to manage your inner fuck-up by redoubling your efforts to learn whatever you really care about and manage bad behavior. Rely on your own standards for defining hard work, reliability, and self-reliance, and use your gifts to achieve them in your own way. If your career happens to lack prestige or follows an unconventional, restless path, don't criticize yourself. Respect yourself all the more for having found a way to meet standards using equipment you didn't choose and given habits that are hard to break. Remember, fucking up doesn't mean getting bad results. It means not doing your best with what you've got. As long as you've developed values you believe in and have reason to think you're doing your best to work at living up to them, you'll always be a success, even if learning you've got a wacky brain is hard to swallow. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. On-demand concentration and focus. Not acting stupid. Good results whenever you work hard and deserve them. Not feeling scared shitless before you can start working. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Define for yourself what's necessary to get done. Find your own ways for doing and delegating what's necessary. Know you've done your best regardless of result. Take pride in your ability to work with what you've got. Here's what you can do. Test yourself or get tested by a neuropsychologist on information processing problems, and give yourself a Myers-Briggs test to gain a feel for your permanent personality traits and the strengths and weaknesses that go with them. Get help from whatever teachers and coaches are most positive about you and have the best tricks for helping you perform better. Avoid friends who understand you but nevertheless overreact to your fuck-ups because they're too much like you. And embrace friends who, even if they don't understand your fuck-ups, aren't terribly bothered by them. Try medication if non-medical methods aren't enough. Find a spouse who's good at doing your taxes. Your script. Dear me, family member, guy I've disappointed, let down, or royally screwed. I know you feel I've fucked up, dropped the ball, ignored my deadline, deserve my trial date and possible jail time. Let me assure you, however, that nothing is more important to me than doing a good job, keeping my commitments, not disappointing you, staying off MSNBC's lockup, and that I am now doing my best to figure out what happened, make amends if possible, never screw up this bad again. I know that one reason for the problem is that I cannot insert basic skill like time-telling or direction following. But I'm aware of that weakness and have developed systems for preventing it from interfering with the job. I will learn from this experience and continue to try to fulfill my commitments. Insert long, sincere string of apologetic words, followed by silent prayer. Curing yourself of addiction. No matter how much evidence accumulates that our potential for addictions of all kinds, controlled substances, sex, edible substances, internet, horrible people, owes more to causes we don't control, like our genes, than those we do, we continue to experience addictions as moral failures and respond accordingly. Usually that response means hiding the addiction and condemning others who have it, at least if you're in politics. We don't control the genetic factors that make some people more vulnerable than others to chemical dependence, or the ADD that makes some people more impulsive, or the childhood experiences that make us yearn for bad relationships and avoid the unfamiliarity of good ones. It's just easier to act like we do so when we have someone to blame, instead of admitting we're all helpless specks in the universe. Once you can accept that life, in fact, sucks, and the tons of bad stuff to be borne and or stuck with is distributed unevenly, unfairly, and undeservedly, recovery from addiction becomes much less impossible. In other words, getting unaddicted, or even just less addicted, does not begin with self-criticism, punishment, or hoping that urges to do bad things will ever go away, but with acceptance of the fact that they're there. You need all your strength to deal with them, and you can't waste it on self-blame, false hope, or despair and self-pity. Some people believe your best opportunity for change comes after an addiction causes you to hit bottom and lose everything you value. The trouble is, there's a vicious circle to addiction that increases your dependence on bad things as you lose your hold on what you value. The worse you feel about life and yourself, the more you think of nothing but immediate relief or pleasure. Addiction can be a bottomless pit that sucks you down harder the farther you fall, leaving you with an addiction as bottomless and as appetizing as a salad bowl at Olive Garden. Some people believe that conquering addiction starts with your becoming aware of the anger and pain your addiction causes loved ones. And if you've been unaware, of course, this knowledge helps. Often, however, an intervention doesn't teach anyone anything new, and the best way to get rid of the guilt your addiction causes others is to get even more fucked up. Then you find yourself getting sober for others instead of for yourself, which allows you to hold them responsible for keeping you sober and justifies getting high again when they disappoint you. Trying to make bad impulses go away, or to scare or cry or communicate them into submission, usually doesn't work, and may actually increase your neediness and drive you back to your addictions. Long story short, most of what you've seen on intervention doesn't fly in real life. Instead, improvement begins with acceptance of the permanence of what's wrong, and a realization that there are, nevertheless, good reasons for pushing yourself to manage flaws that will never stop being a painful burden. As everyone in recovery knows, there's no moment of victory and absolute eternal sobriety. Success over addiction means knowing why being unaddicted is worthwhile and trying as hard as you can to stay that way, no matter how harsh the truth of your past, present, or future may be. Here are the signs that you're addicted and stuck. You want to understand the root of your addiction. You feel constant shame from always letting others down. You refuse to see your addiction as a problem, even though it's gotten you fired, dumped, arrested, etc. Among the wishes people express when they need to stop an addictive behavior are to end their substance abuse and/or self-abuse, period. To get others to understand that they don't have a drinking problem, it's everyone else who's got a thinking problem. To figure out whether they're really addicted or just a big fan. To find the elusive middle ground of use between sobriety and addiction. Here are some examples. I've gone through detox 3 times and I just can't stay sober. The only place I can go after treatment is back to my family and a marriage from hell. But my kids need me. I start out with lots of determination and a list of meetings, and I just get absorbed by the stress of conflict with my wife and caring for the kids, and by the end of the day I'm grabbing for the hidden bottles. I don't have time to go to meetings, and there aren't any near where I live. My goal is to find the strength I just don't have, and no one has been able to give me. My husband tells me he doesn't have a problem with addiction because he never has a hangover or misses a day of work, but he's quietly plastered by dinner and useless after, which is when the kids really want to spend time with him. It's true he's a great mellow drunk, but he's just not good for much after the second glass. He says he's better than his own father, he's a good provider, he works hard, and so he has a right to relax at night. So I'm just making trouble by giving him a hard time. My goal is to figure out whether he's addicted and how to get him some help. My wife was angry when she found out that I spend hours every evening looking at porn and playing video games online. But I don't see what's wrong. We have a good sex life, I'm not unfaithful, and there's no harm in it. She says I can't see how much of my life I'm wasting online, how it's taking away from other areas of my life, and that I need help. I think the only thing wrong is that she's mad at me because she's overreacting to my looking at sex on the internet. My goal is to get her to see that there's nothing wrong. Before even attempting to decide whether you're addicted to a substance or destructive behavior, define for yourself what those things mean. You know what your family says, and what AA pamphlets say, and even what your dealer says. But unless you take time to define addiction for yourself, everyone else's opinion is bullshit, especially your dealers. In fact, most people who struggle with addiction don't necessarily have medical withdrawal symptoms, although if you do, that's significant, or get arrested, or become the subject of an investigation. So, aside from the major signs of addiction, your definition should include all the ways a behavior or substance prevents you from doing your job, being a decent person, and avoiding unnecessary risks. What you want to examine then, even by asking friends and family when necessary, is the impact your possible addiction has on just those factors. Quality of work and/or security of employment, your own definition of being a good friend or partner, and your physical health, safe driving, safe sex, safe liver, etc. Most important, consider whether your possible addiction is getting in the way of being a decent person, with decent person defined as someone who does their work, doesn't drive drunk, isn't an insufferable idiot, etc. You can even pull a Hasselhoff and ask for a video recording of what you're like under the influence if you don't remember or doubt the objectivity of feedback. Weigh in the opinions of others, but ignore their feelings, because this isn't about changing their minds, arguing with them, or pleasing them. It's about whether your behavior compromises your ability to live up to your standards. If you remain in doubt, gather more information by trying to stop using whatever substance or behavior you may be addicted to, observing yourself for a month while abstaining, and seeing what the difference is. Don't talk yourself into or out of recognizing an addiction because of the way you or anyone else feels about it. Just gather facts and measure your behavior against your own standards. If you decide you need to change an addictive behavior and can't do it with willpower alone, finding the right AA meeting can connect you with a huge resource. AA tells you that you become stronger the moment you admit you can't overcome addiction on your own, an admission that, among its 12 steps to recovery, is the first. It also encourages you to disown responsibility for what you don't control, so that undeserved guilt won't prevent you from improving your management of what you do control. Refer to the Serenity Prayer. AA isn't a perfect fit for everyone. Some find it too rigid or even cult-like. But because it's free, easily accessible, and pragmatic, it's always worth trying first. If meetings alone don't stop your addictive behavior, seek out a more time and activity-encompassing treatment, like 4 hours per day of therapy with professionals, called an intensive outpatient program, or all-day therapy, called day or partial hospital treatment, or all-day therapy while living at an institution, residential rehabilitation. If you believe that your responsibility for taking care of others prevents you from stopping an addictive behavior, think again. Yes, some people carry huge responsibilities, but what makes it hard for them to help themselves is their helpaholism, or inability to put a boundary on their obligations. They can't help others and think of their own needs at the same time, which means they give too much, get tired and empty, and lose control. As they get better at managing addiction, however, they also get better at managing other needs, including the need to give, so sobriety pays extra dividends for the person who can't stop giving. If you're trying to get help for someone who doesn't yet want it, keep in mind that such help seldom is effective, because it doesn't work when someone is attending treatment for you rather than for themselves. Instead of taking responsibility for another person's recovery, give them tools for auditing themselves and challenge them to use those tools to decide for themselves whether they need sobriety and help. Don't give priority to their happiness or lack of it. Ask them whether they have priorities that are more important than happiness, like safety, health, and the quality of their relationships. If so, then they must ignore happiness and control behaviors that are doing them harm. The spirituality that helps people help one another to manage addiction does not require a belief in God. It requires a belief that there's more value in doing good and being the kind of person you can respect than there is in feeling good. Addictive behaviors make it very hard for you to control all impulsive actions aimed at pleasure and quick relief of pain, and they prevent you from getting strong. Good management helps you build your own values and gives you the strength to ignore pain and do what, after much reflection, you've decided is right. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Happiness and/or relief when you deserve it. freedom from fear about life's dangers and the responsibility to protect yourself, the ability to rescue others from addictions, sometimes the ability to stop your own addictions, at least without tons of struggle. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Judge your sobriety and self-control objectively. Manage behaviors you want to change rather than attack yourself for having them. Ignore shame and respect yourself for what you're trying to achieve. Value a good effort, regardless of results. Here's how you can do it. Define your standards for sober behavior. Decide how much effort, shame, and frustration are worth enduring for the sake of change. Accept the limits of your responsibility for having addictions so you can take more responsibility for managing them. Get help from people who are doing the same thing but are further along, be they friends or fellow addicts at AA or NA meetings. Your script. Dear me, family member, beloved bartender, anyone affected by my addiction. I know you've urged me to get help, lost, out of town, because of the effect my insert addictive behavior from booze to online poker has had on your car insurance, credit rating, reputation. I assure you that, in addition to regretting the effect of my behavior, I'm also sorry about the insert verb related to blatant dishonesty that has worn out your trust. I cannot promise to stop the behavior that has made me act like such a insert synonym for dickhead, but I will try to stop it and also be honest about it. Please let me know if you think I am slipping, sounding sleazy, getting back that old self-absorption, and I will use your input to get stronger, one day at a time. Did you know that your shrink talks about you? By Sarah. Like so many of those born and raised in Brookline, Massachusetts, the home to 2% of the world's psychiatrists, which is a factoid I'm almost positive my mother didn't make up, I am the product of 2 shrink parents. Upon discovering this fact, most people ask me questions I can't answer or take seriously. I can't tell you if my childhood was weird, because I didn't spend time with another set of parents to compare it to. And I won't tell you if it means I'm crazy, just as I wouldn't ask the child of 2 lawyers if that means he's an argumentative asshole stereotype. Nobody seems to ask me the one question I can answer rather definitively, which is, yes, your shrink talks about you. And not just to her shrink, who is Peter Bogdanovich, because The Sopranos isn't universally accurate. If the fact that your shrink shares feels like a violation, it isn't, neither literally nor technically. It's perfectly above board for any medical professional to discuss their patients as long as they don't disclose any identifying specifics, name, address, etc. Your secrets may not be safe with your shrink, but your identity is. That might sound contradictory, but the people my parents would discuss over family-style takeout from Cafe Luna, from the severely mentally ill patients they treated while working in a public hospital, to the anonymous people that would walk up the back stairs to my father's home office, were not discussed simply as people. This is not just because their names were never mentioned, but because my parents would discuss their patients' problems and diseases, not their lives, and there's a world of difference between trying to suss out a diagnosis and dishing juicy gossip. For one, the latter is fun to overhear, and the former is boring, even if you're not a child just waiting for dinner to end so you can get your homework done before must-see TV. Because mental illness is a less tangible disease than diabetes or cancer, people forget that psychiatrists, or at least the ones who raised me, approach your problems the way any other good medical doctor would their patients' ailments, unemotionally, efficiently, and passionately enough to get a second opinion, even if that colleague is also a spouse. People also fail to realize that their problems are like snowflakes, not because theirs are unique, but because, aside from a few nearly imperceptible details, theirs are akin to millions of other ones just like it that, during February in New England at least, are fucking everywhere. If you're lucky, your shrink isn't talking about you as a first-date anecdote, or to make another even crazier patient feel better, but with her spouse, surrounded by her uninterested children, who are patiently waiting for her to clock out, in order to determine what treatment would suit your anonymous self best. The urge to self-improve is universal and always carries a potential for dangerous self-destruction if we promise to change ourselves before taking into account what's fixed in stone and will remain so, regardless of the sincerity of our wishes or what well-intentioned friends, self-help books, and novelty mugs say. If we can learn to limit our responsibilities and hopes to what actually is under our control, then hard work will always pay off, and we will always have a chance to succeed. Use your experience and common sense to define the limits of what you can change, however unhappy that makes you feel. Then, when you define tasks for yourself, you can be confident they'll be realistic and achievable, and that your effort will be meaningful. Put doing good over feeling good, and you will get good results. Chapter 2. Fuck Self-Esteem. People think self-esteem is the hallmark of good mental health. But given the number of people who base their self-worth on having good looks, a positive outlook, money, or just luck, that assessment doesn't mean much. Donald Trump has more than enough self-esteem, but if what's going on top of his head is a reflection of what's going on inside, then his mental health is in trouble. Indeed, people who feel good because of something they really don't control are the first to feel like failures when their luck sours and they lose whatever they thought of as their claim to fame. Add to this the way advertisers encourage you to think their product will make you a winner, sexy, beautiful, fashionable, and you have reason to classify self-esteem, as it's usually experienced, as a dangerous drug that should have a black box warning. Further proof of the risk of overvaluing self-esteem is offered by those people who have too much self-esteem and see themselves as superior and exceptional. They're the ones who have little awareness of their ability to act like jerks and cause unnecessary harm. They are proud of their ability to be honest and speak out about truths that others are too polite or timid to talk about. They believe in themselves to the point of self-worship, and, most important, they're usually assholes. Chapter 9. The gospel of self-esteem would argue that you can't stand up for yourself until you love yourself enough, thus making self-esteem an essential vitamin to take before you can gain control of your life and do what you think is right without being overly influenced or intimidated by others. This gospel can be read in psalms of Oprah, Tony Robbins, and even the most holy RuPaul. If this were true, however, many people who are anxious, shy, or compulsively self-doubting would be doomed to a life of passivity and paralysis. And clearly they aren't. People who have done terrible things wouldn't be able to move forward until they found some way to redeem themselves, which, if you've seen an MSNBC weekend lockup-a-thon, is clearly not true. A lot of people would be stuck in a rut, lacking the self-esteem to do things that would make them like themselves, and thus give them self-esteem. Fortunately, you don't have to have self-esteem to value things in life apart from wealth, good luck, and good feelings. When shy people find the strength to deal with people because they're determined to make a living and support themselves, or when an ugly person socializes because of a wish to be positively involved with others, or when a mean drunk alcoholic tries to get sober, They're acting according to their idea of what's good, and their actions build self-esteem, regardless of how bad they feel about themselves or whether they succeed. Doing what you believe is worthwhile is the only source of real self-esteem, even if doing so makes you feel inferior, exposed, and ashamed in the short run. Loss of self-esteem in the service of good values is no sin. Self-esteem arising from good feeling is no virtue. That's why people who are extremely unlucky, like those in my practice with severe mental illness, need never feel excluded from the supposed healthiness of high self-esteem. They may be chronically disabled, preoccupied with voices in their heads, careless of their appearance, and unable to work. If, however, they find a way to help one another or do something useful with whatever abilities they have, they can and should have as much true confidence as people who are normal or gifted. Indeed, they should have more, because their challenge is greater and their achievement that much more awesome. Fighting the loser's curse. The funny thing about needing to feel better about yourself is that it often starts with feeling that you are worse off than someone else. You can take a look at your accomplishments and feel like you're on top of the world, but it only takes one guy who's doing better to bring you back down to earth and right into the dumps. Like other mammals that live in packs, we note whether our status is more or less than that of our equals, with a default value calculator that bases worth on attributes over which we have limited control, like physical attractiveness, happiness, intelligence, and strength. In other words, we are hardwired to grade ourselves by comparisons and qualities we can't actually do much about. Meanwhile, you can have many other positive qualities, carefulness, loyalty, patience, etc., that you do control and that are less superficial indicators of character and self-worth. Unfortunately, they're qualities that, according to your instinctive internal value calculator, come up as a 0. Calculator aside, many people can't take pride in the qualities they see in themselves because their standards are too high, or their pond is too big and there are too many fish bigger than they are. Sometimes the qualities in their self-inventory, like intelligence, beauty, or strength, are substandard, weak, or obnoxious, and, worst of all, limited. The horror! It's natural, then, to wonder how you can possibly feel better about yourself when you don't like what you see may actually suck, and what you don't like is probably not going to get better. Some people would answer that you should love yourself unconditionally, either directly or by imagining yourself as loved by a deity or by your fellow deity worshippers. Unfortunately, while boosting self-love in this way may make you feel better and act more confidently, it won't stop you from acting like a jerk or over-depending on the support of your congregation and its leader. So this method may lead to Koran burnings, Kool-Aid parties, and other bad behavior that feels good because you've disconnected your sense of value from your own ideas about good, bad, and common sense. Other people argue that you can feel better about yourself by finding what you enjoy and or are best at and devoting yourself to it, which would be perfectly good advice if it was something everyone could do. The sad truth is that some people don't have any talent or interest, and sometimes life circumstances don't allow them to develop whatever life talent they have. So while it's certainly worthwhile to try to develop your talents and seek fulfillment, it's dangerous to say you should be able to make it happen and thus make yourself responsible for producing a solution you don't control. Instead, accept the fact that sometimes you can't and won't feel good about yourself. That's no reason, however, for stopping yourself from doing good things and writing off your feelings of low self-esteem as an unimportant byproduct of a hard life, perfectionism, or subpar personal equipment. As long as you do your best to be independent, be decent, and live up to your values, you'll have more reason to respect yourself and actually feel good than if you were super smart, rich, and the fittest of the herd. Here are telltale signs that feeling better is not an option. You've been doing a good job search every day, but you still can't get an interview or afford to eat food that doesn't come from a can. Plastic surgery is outside your budget, and besides, medical experts say your schnoz is beyond help. Your doctor talks about fibromyalgia and refers you to a pain specialist. RuPaul says you need to love yourself before you love someone else, but at this point, you've given up and just hate RuPaul. Among the wishes people express when they just can't like or respect themselves are to change what they don't like about themselves, to have therapy make them like themselves, to figure out how to get their confidence back, to purge themselves of self-hate. Here are 3 examples. I've never liked myself, or, to tell you the truth, been very likable. I know it just sounds like I'm putting myself down, but the fact is, I'm not especially good-looking, my grades in school were always average, and I'm a klutz who was always chosen last on any team and hates sports. Now I work at a boring job, live with roommates because I can't afford to live alone, and date occasionally. I'd actually become comfortable with my status in life, but as the years go by and nothing changes, I'm starting to get restless. My goal is to figure out how I will ever be a winner when there's nothing about me or my life that seems interesting, attractive, or just plain worthwhile. I'm glad my marriage has ended, but I just can't seem to get over my divorce. I miss having a husband and the greater financial security and support I had when there were the 2 of us. The kids are good and they're doing well, but I can't seem to recover my confidence. I'm over my husband, but I won't feel like I've moved on until I've found someone else and become a wife again, which won't be easy since I'm no longer young and good-looking, and most men my age are no longer single. The only guys who want to date me seem to be creeps who are actually already married or just want to be with an older woman. My goal is to find the confidence I used to have so I don't drive people away and doom myself to a life of mediocrity. In my 20s, I had confidence in myself, and things were really going my way. I got a series of raises and promotions, girls were interested in me, and I was basically considered a hot property and likely to succeed. Then, a few years ago, I got a new boss who really didn't like me. My career stalled, and I wound up having to take a dead-end job just to pay the bills. I know that if I were really competent, I would find my way back to the fast track and get my career started again. But the economy has tanked, and I just can't make it happen. I've gone from star to peon in 2 years, and it's hard not to feel depressed. My goal is to get back my groove. It's hard to feel like a winner if you're poorer or less accomplished than your friends, making less money than you used to, and seeing no prospects for doing better in the near future. By this logic, if others are winning, that means the loser must be you. As a society and as individuals, we buy into these measures of self-worth in spite of knowing that bad luck is measured by being poor or alone or losing whatever you had, and that it happens to people who in no way deserve it. The nasty, vicious circle that threatens us all is that if we let bad luck make us feel like losers, then feeling like a loser generates its own kind of bad luck. Either you protect yourself from taking bad luck personally, or taking it personally will bring you down further. In reality, many people who feel their lives are going nowhere or sliding downhill are actually doing a good job with an unfair mess, trying to do honest work, take care of relatives, and be good friends. They feel like they're failing life's trials, but, in fact, they're not. Nor have they let low self-esteem drive them into addiction, self-absorption, or bitterness. Indeed, soldiering on when you feel diminished, lonely, and outcompeted takes great strengths and is one of life's ultimate accomplishments. Having no hope of finding a partner is a major source of deep feelings of failure, yet it often happens to people who are not making social mistakes, neglecting their actual assets, or suffering from nothing other than a lack of confidence and decent selection procedures. It's great when there's a simple fix, but often there isn't, because life is sometimes a social desert for people whose looks, age, skills, or other burdens put a wall between them and the society they're stuck in and with. Plus, if they blame themselves and tolerate bad dates and non-accepting friends, they wind up worse. If, on the other hand, they maintain a faith in their own capacity to connect despite long periods of isolation and loneliness and stick to their standards, they are more likely to get across the desert eventually and find the socially compatible oasis they deserve. So forget about the goal of feeling good about yourself. Enjoy bursts of confidence when you can and take credit for your hard work. But beware making confidence a goal, because that implies control, responsibility, and blame when you can't make it happen. And it's wrong and cruel to blame yourself when you're stuck with a hard life, crap luck, or some deadly combination of the two. Instead, assume you're stuck with shit and ask yourself what a good person should do in your situation. A good person is not someone who is trying to be happy, because that's not possible, but someone who is trying to do right. Make your plans as concrete, realistic, and businesslike as possible, with numbers and timelines. Then monitor your progress, grading yourself according to how you do, not how you feel. You may seem to do little more in a month than get your work done, feed the kids, and make a few phone calls. If, however, you're doing everything you can reasonably expect yourself to do, in spite of poverty, loss, social isolation, and all the other dispiriting feelings that can drag down your soul, you're right on course for success. It's hard not to compare yourself to others, but try instead to set your own standards, taking into account what you know you're capable of, and refer to them often. You might not always feel like a winner, but you'll never lose. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Some ability that doesn't suck. A friend or lover any time before you die. Just one reason for confidence and optimism. Dreams that might actually happen. The ability to look in the mirror or back on your life without horror. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Do your best to survive. Act as if you like yourself. Keep busy and distracted. Avoid adding to your troubles. Change your underwear in the hope that it will change your luck. Here's how you can do it. Replace should have and could have with just can't and it is what it is. List the daily activities you consider necessary for work, health, survival, and nurturing a personal life. Grade yourself daily, as if you were evaluating a friend. Give extra points every time you treat yourself or do something positive during times when you feel like a loser who deserves nothing. Get a dog. Cats are an acceptable substitute, but it's not exactly confidence-building to have a box of shit in your house. Your script. Here's what to say to someone, yourself, when you feel trapped, stuck, and totally below average. Dear me, beloved pet, the ceiling. I know I lack self-confidence related to my lack of skills, cash, education, good looks, and inability to feel more self-confident after I see my therapist, take antidepressants, read self-help books. However, I haven't let it drive me to insert illegal and/or addictive activity. At least not yet. And I'm still taking care of business. I'm still confident in my ability to ignore how confident I don't feel while I wait for my luck to turn. Did you know about the scourge of ESE, excessive self-esteem. If you've never heard of ESE, you're not alone. This devastating but until recently unrecognized condition afflicts a large number of people who, until now, were thought to suffer from nothing more serious than bad hair and an inability to respond to humor. It was previously thought that LSE, more commonly known as low self-esteem, was the more dangerous condition because it prevented people from developing the confidence required to make friends, influence people, and become a motivational speaker. Or, at the very least, get laid. It turns out, however, that most LSEs learn how to function quite well in spite of persistent self-criticism and self-doubt, whereas those with ESE are unaware of their offensiveness and resulting broken relationships, and so don't seek help. Their overconfidence in everything they do, from their terrible decisions involving relationships to their incomprehensible fashion choices, are, sadly, troubling only to those around them. They can continue in life with intricate facial topiary and numerous, mostly illegitimate children they can't support, thinking they're God's gift and deserving of their own reality TV shows. Meanwhile, healthcare professionals who encounter a flood of clients traumatized by their relationships with ESEs have mistakenly thought the problem was their clients' own low self-esteem. From a treatment standpoint, it helps a little to feel better about yourself, but it would help humanity a lot more if those suffering from ESE adjusted their self-admiration to more reasonable levels. Until this disorder gets the recognition it deserves by the medical and/or Oprah-centric communities, we all have to protect ourselves from this unfortunately not silent killer. Unleashing the power of persuasion. Of the many things you're supposed to feel for yourself before others can follow suit, that is, love, admiration, even lust, confidence is among the most misleading. The idea that if you believe in yourself you can persuade others to follow your command is sold to us near the end of many movies when the unlikely hero finally takes the crown. Sadly, what's true for Luke Skywalker is rarely true for the rest of us. People often believe that with enough training, fitness, or self-hypnosis, they can gain the ability to influence others, sell goods, get clients, get votes, get laid, etc., all of which depends on the strength of their self-belief. If anything interferes with that self-belief, they become obsessed with trying to figure out how to release the magic or undo the damage, a process that can become a self-critical, self-centered spiral into the dark side. In reality, persuasiveness depends on, and can be harmed by, factors that are beyond your control, including anxiety, depression, and other illness. Just because you're successfully persuasive today doesn't mean you will be tomorrow, and believing that recovering or maintaining this ability is all up to you just worsens your feelings of failure. In addition, many people just aren't articulate and never will be. We love to see shy, ugly people transform into great, persuasive performers and politicians. In what other universe would the King's Speech become a movie? But the fact that we have to pay to see it at the movies or get a personal intervention from God tells you that most of us are who we are and have to work with what we've got. Certainly you should work hard, train well, and do what you can to build and rebuild your confidence. If, however, your influence is nevertheless waning or just wan and unimproved, don't self-destruct on self-doubt. Be prepared to admit, after trying all the usual remedies, that maybe there's nothing you can do to get it or get it back, so there's no point in ruminating about what you did wrong. You can still believe in yourself as long as you believe that your flaws and misfortunes are part of the package. Don't blame yourself for an accidental encounter with self-doubt, because there's still much to be done. It may not be as easy or as much fun to win someone over as it would be if you were silver-tongued, But having a silver tongue is not the only way to be effective. In any case, don't try to control your confidence in your power of persuasion as much as you would wish for it. Instead, use whatever other methods you can find, even if they're not interesting or fun, to get the job done. Here are signs that the force of persuasion is not with you. When you try to dress for success, people ask if you're going to a costume party. Your words come out as if you're speaking a foreign language. Your listeners respond as if you're speaking a foreign tongue. The harder you try to project confidence, the more you get treated like poop. Among the wishes people express when they yearn for the power to persuade, to find the confidence to release their inner persuader, to move the world with the strength of their words and beliefs, or at least move a date, key family members, or important clients, to stop overthinking and trying to defeat themselves, to understand where their mojo's gone, to trick themselves into thinking they're great so others will follow. Here are 3 examples. I used to be able to hold my students spellbound, but ever since my stroke, it's hard to keep their attention. My speech is clear and my memory is solid, but my words don't flow, and sometimes I get nervous and blush, which never happened before. Then I doubt myself, which just gets me more off my rhythm, and I start to notice they're fidgeting and bored, and it's even harder to get back on track. My goal is to figure out how to get back my ability to lecture to my standards, or let myself down and retire. If I wasn't her son and only child, I bet I could get my mother to stop drinking. I'm always nervous about how she's going to respond, so I'm always hesitant and apologetic instead of telling her why she needs to quit. It's depressing that I can't get through to her, but with Dad long gone, I don't know anyone else she'll listen to. My goal is to get the confidence to speak to her effectively and get her sober. There are 3 guys at the dealership I work at who know less about the cars than I do, but they sell them better because they really think they're hotshots. I've studied the sales materials carefully and know it cold, and I sell enough cars to keep my job, but I hate getting beat by guys who are just better at bullshitting than I am. My goal is to get the confidence to be a better bullshitter, or get better at bullshit so I'll have more confidence, get the bonuses, and never feel screwed over again. Just because you lack persuasive abilities for one reason or another, or find them unequal to the task at hand, doesn't mean that you should be able to be more persuasive and should keep trying until you are. There's a certain point, let's call it the desperation fulcrum, at which pushing yourself to be more articulate makes you repetitive, boring, and overeager, driving people further away from your point of view. Unfortunately, practice doesn't make perfect. At some point, after you've consulted advisors, tried exercises, and analyzed obstacles, it's time to accept that the problem is what it is. If you keep on looking at improving persuasiveness as the goal of a failed quest, life will seem increasingly negative and hopeless, and the fulcrum point will move ever closer with each new negotiation. If you accept your problem as an unfortunate dysfunction you've done your best to fix, then the failure isn't personal. You've done a good job pushing your limits, even if they pushed right back, and it's time to look for alternatives. Remember, persuasiveness is one of those abilities that can do both good and harm. It can get you sales, votes, and deals, but it also gives you the power to take advantage of others or use negative emotions to get their support. And this may turn into mini Wolf of Wall Street, damaging your reputation and eternal soul in the long run. Even if you get them to do things for you that they wouldn't for someone else, their motivation will disappear if they think they don't have your attention. In any case, there are ways you can achieve your goal even if you don't have the ability to persuade. One is to follow a common-sense procedure for weighing decisions as if you were the person you wish to persuade. Instead of pushing their emotional buttons, pretend you're a coach or advisor responsible for reviewing all the reasons for or against a decision, taking into account consequences and your client's values. Whether you're trying to sell them a car or sobriety, use plain-spoken expertise, not flash, to explain the risks and benefits you believe they face. Know the pros and cons well enough that your confidence in your knowledge shines through, and if you still can't close on the sale, you won't feel the urge to keep nudging or to reproach your own unpersuasiveness, since you'll know you did your best. So don't despair if you can't summon persuasive powers. You may long for the unique pleasure and power of being a wheeler-dealer or orator, but assuming that your main interest is in getting the job done, there are other ways to do it and feel good about your accomplishments instead of desperate about what you just can't do. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. To get people other than your mother to pay attention and take pleasure in listening to you. To get people to do what you want for financial, sexual, or generally selfish benefit. To win people over with the natural charisma you do not have. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Offer people a fair summary of the pros and cons of a possible decision. Persuade people that you're more interested in enhancing their choices than imposing your own opinion. Be a knowledgeable, good listener. Keep your emotions to yourself. Take satisfaction in meeting your own standards rather than moving others. Here's how you can do it. Develop due diligence procedures for listing the risks and rewards of any decision, including purchases, partnerships, and partying. Do your research and gather information about decisions you wish to influence. Present yourself in terms of your interest in finding a good solution rather than forming a close relationship or winning a contest. Learn to present information accurately and concisely, even if you're boring and not funny. Judge yourself on whether you've followed your procedures rather than on whether someone did what you wanted them to do. Your script. Here's what to say to yourself or a skeptical relative, client, or customer when you're trying and failing to sell your point. Dear me, suspicious client, stubborn relative, regardless of my own opinion, I'd like to help you make a decision, spend a lot of money, pass an exam, get your head out of your ass, by giving you a brief rundown of the pros and cons, fact and fiction, details I know backward and forward. If you happen to have strong, insert emotional noun, about this situation, I hope you will weigh them objectively while considering their likelihood and add them into your overall equation. Good versus bad things upon which to base your self-esteem. Good things. Sticking with a job you need even though your boss deserves an ass-kicking you can't provide. Bad things. Quitting and telling your boss to go fuck himself because nobody tells you when you can and can't take a day off to see the new Fast and Furious movie. Good things. Biting your tongue when you'd rather bite someone's head off. Bad things. Getting the last word when that pregnant lady tried to steal your seat on the subway. Good things. Finishing last, knowing you gave all you had. Bad things. Being the thinnest woman in your spin class, especially after finding a bike next to the fattest. Good things. Taking care of business when you feel like a total loser. Bad things. Getting higher than Pluto for an entire weekend shift without getting fired or even pulled over. Good things. Working your hardest and finishing in a day what used to take you an hour. Bad things. Having a gold iPhone. It's so shiny. Standing up to bullies. Another big reason people put confidence on their wish list of missing and much-desired attributes is the wish to face down intimidation and humiliation in personal relationships, whether it's from a boss, parent, or spouse. While calling such intimidators bullies seems like an awkward thing to do once you've graduated beyond the school bus and playground, the title still seems fitting, even if in adulthood the wedgies and swirlies are strictly psychological. No matter how old you are, when someone insults and intimidates you, you think long and hard, over and over, about what you could have said or done in response. Unless you can also think of how to make a time machine, however, this mental exercise just makes you feel more helpless and less prepared for next time. Like any animal under attack, you may respond instinctively and say or do something before you have a chance to think. For instance, you may go out of your way not to show fear because it might expose weakness and encourage further attacks. Or you feel responsible for defending yourself if you're criticized for something you didn't do. In any case, being bullied makes you yearn for strength, verbal ability, and confidence. And probably a gym membership. The fact is, however, that many people get relatively inarticulate when they're anxious, and very few people are good at the art of speaking up in the face of authority without getting into trouble. Nevertheless, they imagine they could stand up for themselves if they had more self-esteem, like the movie hero responding with a condescending smile to the bad guy's sneer and pointed gun. In reality, standing up to intimidation and facing down bullies is a bad goal. It would feel delicious if you could do it, which is why we love to watch such scenes on TV. But retaliation carries all the risks of road rage, losing your original purpose and direction and risking injury, guilt, and punishment for the unintended harm you cause. You've got other goals and obligations to pursue, and fighting battles with people you don't like and aren't going to change seldom makes sense, even if they're smaller than you. The truth is, fighting back isn't the antidote to humiliation and intimidation. It's more often an accelerant. Instead, give thought to values and consequences. Ask yourself whether the fight is worthwhile and winnable by considering risks and worst-case scenarios and keeping your mouth shut to give you time to think. Nobody likes to be bullied or humiliated, but once you're out of the schoolyard, the consequences for standing up to bullies are much worse than detention and a black eye, like, say, fines and prison. So strengthen your resolve, not your muscles, and learn to beat bullies by remembering what's important, and that humiliation isn't. Here are signs that a face down is not a good idea. You're not a black belt, or you are a black belt. He's richer, stronger, better connected, and has better lawyers. You have better things to do, like get through the day and not ruin your life. You know that your confrontation won't change anything in the long run, except you're throwing around terms like send a message, unfair, can't let him think that, etc., and you're not a blood or crip. Among the wishes people express when they want to avoid or end humiliation are to be as amusingly insulting as Dorothy Parker and Winston Churchill, to be as good at verbal self-defense as their bully is at humiliation, to control anxious or deferential feelings that cause helpless paralysis, to get someone to back down. Here are 3 examples. My neighborhood was a happy place for 20 years until a crazy guy moved next door and posted no trespassing signs on the fence between us. He accused me of dumping leaves into his yard and glared at my kids, who are careful not to bother him. He would point a video camera at them and my wife whenever they played in the yard. At first I tried to reassure him, but recently I've told him he has to stop, and he's gotten even weirder. The police tell me they can't do anything unless he physically threatens us. My goal is to get him to back off and not have to worry about him all the time. My boss is often nasty and demeaning, though he thinks he's just being professional. He'll call me out during a meeting because something wasn't done, even though he either didn't tell me he wanted it or didn't give me enough time. If I protest, he treats it like I'm giving him excuses, or he just changes the subject. When I've tried to discuss his leadership style with his boss, I get told that's just his way and I shouldn't be so sensitive. I feel trapped and intimidated. My goal is to stop my boss from being abusive. My husband is a know-it-all who gets overbearing when he's drinking, but never admits it when he's sober. He's a good provider, and I don't want to break up our family, but we all tiptoe around him when he starts to drink, and it's oppressive living with him. My goal is to figure out how to stand up to him so I don't have to feel like a mouse. Sadly, not all protest is effective. And if you've witnessed most recent American political protests, whether they involve hats with attached tea bags or giant puppets, you know that protest can have unintended consequences, like making you look ridiculous. If this were a fair world, a brave protest would expose every bully to appropriate ridicule and/or cause him or her to re-examine and correct bad behavior. In this world, however, protests often strengthen and empower your enemies, especially if somebody takes your picture. Your goal, then, isn't to stand up to trouble, but to determine what, if anything, you can say or do that won't stir up trouble even more. Whether a bully is crazy or just touchy, criticism is more likely to trigger irrational attack rather than thoughtful dialogue. In the case of a crazy bully, you may have no choice but to accept an ongoing risk of being humiliated, intimidated, harmed, and/or fired, and knowing you can't stop it. That said, and your tears wept and chagrin spat out, think of your other options. Knowing that you can't reduce these risks should motivate you to look elsewhere to live, work, etc. If you try too hard to fight a battle you can't win, you'll be too worn out to leave. Instead, if you know the battle is unwinnable, smile politely until you're gone. Of course, every now and then you'll discover that you actually have more power than you think, and the bully's power rests on nothing but hot air and your own fears. Most times this happens, however, you can't celebrate a simple victory by telling the bully to get lost because she or he is stuck in your orbit, close family, neighbor, etc., and both your celebration and new power must be wielded quietly to encourage good behavior. It's not fair, but if you've been alive long enough to own books with fuck in the title, you know that not much is. Besides, if it's any consolation, a truly crazy bully doesn't even know why he's coming after you in the first place, because that's the nature of crazy. You can always move on, but he'll always be stuck in his own insanity. Aside from considering departure options, the other way to protect yourself, especially if a bully is rational, is to wall off your negative, helpless emotions and feel proud of your ability to make the best of tough situations. Whether you're getting zapped by your boss at a job you can't afford to leave, or by a husband under comparable circumstances, stop sharing how you feel and start negotiating, beginning with whatever you're accused of doing wrong. Talk proudly about whatever you've done right, and positively about whatever your bully, if he or she has flashes of reasonableness, does right. Regret disagreement, conflict, or disappointment, and express hope that it will get better, without apology or blame. Look confident and stand proud, regardless of how you feel. Build a boundary that lets the bully know that you value his opinion, but still judge yourself by your own standards, which, in this case, you've met. As long as you haven't let fear and anger compromise your behavior, you can disagree without having to defend, persuade, or continue conversations that you think are destructive. Unfortunately, as you know, many bullies, due to some combination of physical, financial, or psychotic strength, can't be stopped, in which case winning means doing what's necessary to survive until you can get out. To others, it may appear as if you're bowing to intimidation, compromising your principles, and giving in to weakness. What you know, however, is that you have more important priorities than avoiding humiliation, and that you have the strength to tolerate humiliation whenever you think it's necessary. As long as you haven't let fear and anger compromise your behavior, you can disagree without having to defend, persuade, or continue conversations that you think are destructive. Whether or not your protest is heard, you know where you stand, and you've kept your pride intact. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Victory over unfair aggression. A fair outcome. Forgive me for using this horrible F word. Freedom from undeserved criticism. Control over your reputation. RESPECT. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Keep your cool under fire. Learn to choose your battles. Respect yourself regardless of disrespect from others. Find the least humiliating option that's necessary to bear. Take pride in your ability to eat shit when necessary and smile. Here's how you can do it. Shut up until you're ready to speak. Don't yell or act out because you're angry or tired. Gather information about whether you can win. Assess yourself and respect your self-assessment. State everything positive you can about yourself, your persecutor, and whatever has been or could be good about your relationship. Regret disagreement and conflict without expressing responsibility or apology for it. Take action when you've decided it's worthwhile, not because your feelings tell you to. Until you can move on, bear the pain. Your script. Here's what to say to a bully or yourself when you feel falsely accused, mocked, or disrespected. Dear me, relative, boss, assailant, I value our having a... Insert positive adjective to describe kindness and nonviolence, relationship, and am sorry you are unhappy, angry, dissatisfied, threatening legal action, urging me to make painful physical moves. I believe in the values of hard work, good neighborliness, brushing after every meal, and have examined my own behavior to see if, as you've suggested, it needs improvement, cranial anal insertion, self-sexual engagement. I can't agree, but I believe we continue to have much to gain from working together and hope things will go better in the future. Did you know that Prince is an inspiration to all? You don't have to enjoy Prince's music, although you should, or agree with his political or religious views. You probably don't want to know, or even want to quote his words in your own book. Please look up the very apt lyrics to Let's Go Crazy, since we can't afford to have me recite them, in order to appreciate the man who was born Prince Rogers Nelson. That's because Prince is so much more than a Lilliputian juggernaut of talent. He's an icon to anyone who feels different, loser-like, or generally doomed to outsider, failure status. True, he has an outsized and admirable talent, but what's most inspirational about the Purple One is not his musical success, but his determination to make music and pursue other forms of self-expression, dance, wardrobe, articulating the sound of crying doves, simply because that's his artistic mission and in defiance of so much easy ridicule. Despite being mixed race and of decidedly minimal height, 5'2", Prince believed in himself and his own talent so strongly that he began writing and performing his own songs as a teenager and put a shirtless portrait of himself on his first record. Admittedly, he had the talent to culturally dominate the 1980s, managing to do so from not cultural mecca Minneapolis, and while wearing a pirate shirt with a bandmate dressed in surgical scrubs. But he also had the determination to do things his way, regardless of how or whether the public responded. Given that he was a tiny, bare-chested, not a woman, not a man with a quasi-Jerry curl, that response could have been cruel indeed. So if you've ever been tormented by self-doubt and wished you could be better looking, taller, or less inclined toward platform shoes so you could believe in yourself more and maybe accomplish something, look to Prince and trust that you too can be a massive weirdo and stay true to your vision and mission without having to forego your dreams of acceptance. Overcoming the stigma of disability. Given the way we equate poor performance, damage, and abnormality with low self-esteem, it's not surprising that the goal of people with disabilities, be they physical or mental, is to gain confidence by reducing their disabilities, keeping them hidden, and reclaiming normality as soon as possible. Sometimes they seek out special challenges, some positive, like running a marathon, others less positive, like running away from treatment they're sure they no longer need, to prove that they have the strength to overcome all obstacles and get their confidence back. What's dangerous, however, about taking too much responsibility for controlling a disability is that disabilities usually come with an even higher than normal vulnerability to unforeseen shit, and thus prevent the less able from ever having full control. As a result, if your self-esteem depends on the state of your recovery, you will waste energy fearing and then feeling personally responsible for slips, setbacks, and relapses that even the most capable person doesn't have a handle on. You may stop treatment that might otherwise help, or hide symptoms in order to keep up appearances at home or at work. The state of your illness will dictate your self-esteem, which means you will become your illness, rather than a person who happens to have a disability. You won't be someone living with a disability, but someone whose disability is their life. Instead, accept what you've already learned, that your disability will come and go and you'll never control it completely. Educate yourself about it, become an expert manager, and use treatment whenever you think it's necessary and without regard to your yearnings to be normal. Fight the shame that comes with being ill by sharing as much with others as you think is appropriate according to your own standards of privacy, not the culture's stigma. Since you can't rid yourself of your disability, fight to manage it so that it affects your life as little as possible. Don't take pride in looking normal, but in how well you cope with abnormality, tolerate the burden of your illness, and get as much as you can out of life. Living with a disability is in itself a marathon, not a sprint, so take pride in the small accomplishments that make up your every day. Here are signs that your disability is getting the better of you. No one knows you have it, and if you can help it, no one will. You're afraid of what will happen if it gets worse, and you're not prepared. You can't imagine feeling good if you don't look and act normal. You can't imagine telling anyone about your disability unless you're very sure of their support. Among the wishes people express when they feel stigmatized by disability: to be in control and look normal, to not rely on medication and never go in the hospital again, to avoid losing control, to maintain performance in all areas of their lives, to find treatment that will give them peace. Here are 3 examples. I don't want to tell anyone at work that the doctors think I'm bipolar because it would freak them out. I'm not even sure lithium is necessary anymore because it's been a long time since I was sick, and I know that people would think I was crazy if they knew I was on it. I'm not sure I know what bipolar means, and I know the diagnosis spooks people. My goal is to keep quiet about the illness, gradually get off meds, and see if I can be normal. I feel embarrassed about going out after work and always being the designated driver who never drinks. They know I'm sober because I believe I'm an alcoholic, and sometimes they make sly jokes about it. I've been sober for 3 years. I don't feel like drinking, but I know I'd feel a lot more confident if I had an occasional drink. My goal is to get my confidence back and try to be a normal person instead of an alcoholic. I look pretty well put together and I'm attractive, so I get asked out a lot, but I can never feel comfortable with guys. I was abused by my uncle, and it's left me with tons of anxiety about guys and sex. I'm ashamed to talk about it because it makes me cry, and I feel like a head case. My goal is to straighten myself out so I can date and have sex and lead a normal life. Of the many 12-step aphorisms we like to borrow in this book, "You're only as sick as your secrets" seems most apt in this instance, or maybe something more like, "You're only as handicapped as your hidden issues." It's human nature to want to hide your disabilities so you can protect your confidence, pretend you can count on steady performance, and prevent others from knowing or exploiting your weaknesses. Playing pretend, while fun for children and kinky adults, is usually self-destructive in everyday life. Since hiding or undertreating a disability usually makes it worse, your job is to accept it, regardless of embarrassment or self-disappointment. That's the only way to become realistic at assessing its impact on your life, one day at a time, and become expert at managing it. Learn when you need extra rest and when to tolerate the risks of treatment. Then educate your boss and family about your problem so that they know how to help and understand your periods of relative dysfunction. It's true, some people may not accept your disability, especially if you don't, and thus hold you responsible for underperforming. They're the ones who will believe you're lazy, exaggerating, or bothered by mental issues, and they don't mean illness. As much as their opinion may matter to you, don't waste time and energy hiding from their scrutiny or trying to change their opinion. Stand by what you've learned from your own experience, which is that your disability is real, you're doing your best with it, and you don't want to argue or spend too much time with anyone who doesn't agree. The people who matter can forget about your handicap, and the people who don't can go fuck themselves. Yes, you may have to find another job, or limit the acceptable topics you can discuss with a family member. The alternative, however, is worse, which is that you're constantly hiding, explaining, and apologizing, all of which interferes with your ability to manage disability and respect yourself. People can't respect you for how you are managing your disability or help you deal with it until they know what it is. So if you don't tell them, they'll wonder what they're doing wrong or why they can't help you, and your fear and shame will infect them. Letting them know what's wrong is never a confession. It's a proud statement of achievement and intention, and if they care about you, they'll have your back. As usual, the self-respect that comes from believing you're normal and can expect to stay so is a fragile illusion. Instead, build self-respect on accepting your abnormality and knowing you're competent to make good decisions about it, regardless of what others think or how severely it limits you. You may win no competitions, but you should take pride in the tougher task of getting something done when there's lots of pain and no glory. So let go of your secrets, fight shame with 12-step and other aphorisms, and give priority to your spiritual growth, whether you do it by steps, religion, specialized ramp, etc. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. The strength and recovery your hard work entitles you to. Delicious, boring normalcy and averageness. Outstanding accomplishments and reliable performance to offer your friends, family, and employer. Confidence in a future when you can count on being in good shape. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Know how far you can push yourself without causing relapse. Know whom to call and what treatments to try in case of relapse. Take pride in your performance, regardless of how it compares with others. Accept no non-acceptance. Assemble a circle of approving, helpful people. Here's how you can do it. Educate yourself about your disability and the risks and benefits of treatment. Don't let fear or shame stop you from doing what's necessary to treat it and lead your life. Educate people about your disability, your needs, and your standards for dealing with it. Select friends and employers from the accepting. Do not make it your responsibility to convert the non-accepting. Audit your performance regularly in terms of what's possible day by day. Your script. Here's what to say to a non-accepting person who thinks you could do better. Dear me, relative, boss, disability examiner, I value your opinion about my performance, efficiency, seemingly endless sick time, taking into account the pain, unnerving tremor, fatigue, drooling that my disability may impose regularly, unpredictably, every St. Swithin's Day. I take pride in knowing the limits of my disability and using treatment well to keep myself as functional as possible. I've heard your concerns, but I believe I'm doing well considering... Do not insert explanatory details. It's too defensive. Problems I've experienced and discussed with my doctor, but wish to keep private. I expect to be able to do more as my recovery continues. Did you know life is a Special Olympics? Many people believe Olympic competition is particularly meaningful because it draws together the best of the best in the whole world and validates their excellence using the most advanced measurement techniques available. In their minds, there is no achievement equal to being an Olympic champion, at least until that year's games are over and they forget that ice dancing ever existed. The reason we often say and truly believe that life is a Special Olympics isn't because we mean to degrade the achievements of those involved in the actual Special Olympics or those games in any way. It's because the actual Olympic Games aren't really a fair fight. Some countries have more money than others, some athletes get the better performance-enhancing drugs, and everybody cares a lot less about national glory than springboarding a win into a sneaker endorsement. In real life, many losers work harder than winners because there is much about winning or losing that is unfair. The competition that should attract more attention and respect if we thought hard about what it meant is not the Olympics, but the Special Olympics. The person who chooses to compete, knowing their equipment is inferior and unreliable, deserves more respect than the lucky and gifted, and more medals. Saving your kids' self-esteem. If there's one responsibility that parents take seriously, more than making their kids wear helmets just to breathe or considering a full hazmat suit to be the only suitable protection against the sun, it's shielding their children's self-esteem. You may not be able to teach a child math, baseball, or music, but you haven't really failed unless he or she comes out of childhood without good self-esteem. This overvaluation of self-esteem may be responsible for the ESE epidemic, beginning with kids who actually believe they are the most perfectest special snowflakes who can be presidents of the universe and solve all the problems that exist with one smile from their precious angel faces that were crafted by Jesus himself in his heavenly garage/wood shop. Unfortunately, your ability to control your child's self-esteem is even worse than your control over your own. You can provide lots of love, good nutrition, a functional parenting partnership, and reasonable schooling and security, and still not be able to protect her from having a rough time academically or socially, or from just being a very nervous, perfectionistic, self-hating little weirdo. It's scary to have kids, knowing how easily things can go wrong and how little your love can do to protect their self-esteem. We'd much rather watch movies about the redemptive powers of love, be they wielded by a parent or stern inner-city principal, to rescue a kid from misery and self-hate. Measuring your parenting effectiveness by your child's lack of self-esteem can make you feel like a failure, which will probably make you an ineffective parent, even if you were pretty good to begin with. But at least now you and your kid can bond over feeling like shit. The domino theory of good self-esteem would lead you to believe that if you can help your child become competent in math, sports, etc., self-confidence will follow, which will help social skills, which will cause success, wealth, happiness, and amazingly good luck, which will make you feel successful after all. On the other hand, if anything gets in the way of one of these dominoes that happens to lie outside of your control, the last domino will never tip into success, leaving your mission as a parent forever unfulfilled. We know why parents impose this global responsibility on themselves. It hurts to watch your kid feel like a loser and not be able to help. Nevertheless, it's part of the parenting job description for many unlucky parents. Sometimes, no matter how much you adore your kids, your love just doesn't get through, and they don't like themselves. So your job, though it may sound heartless, is to do your best to build them up. Remember you've done your best, and then go do something else. Otherwise, you'll burn out and do your kid and yourself harm instead of surviving to help another day. What makes parents most awesome, however, is not the power of love, as wonderful as that is. It's the power to love when love is doing no good. Not take your kids' suffering personally, survive, and keep on loving. It's the loving parents of self-hating kids who are genuinely the most amazing, specialist snowflake parents of all. Here are signs that you have little power over your kids' self-esteem. Your threats have as little impact as your praise. Finding a punishment or reward that matters is really hard. You have trouble getting an answer, a laugh, or even a grunt to any invitation. You can't find a topic of common interest besides silence. You can't get a good suggestion from the kid's shrink, who hasn't heard so much as a grunt either. Among the wishes people express when they want to protect their kids' self-esteem are to figure out what's wrong, to get through to their kids with their love and admiration, to help her do better and/or get away from bad friends and drugs, to find a treatment or therapist that will help. Here are 3 examples. I know my 15-year-old daughter lies because she never wants to admit she hasn't done her homework, even though it's obvious she hasn't. Still, she lies every goddamn time, even though her lying gets her into tons of trouble, and then she feels awful when teachers who have tried to help her just give up and tell her she's let them down. I've punished her, and I've been understanding. I go to meetings with the teachers and get her tutoring, but nothing works. My goal is to get her out of this cycle of doing poorly, lying, punishment, and feeling like a total failure. My son has been a mess since his girlfriend dumped him a year ago when he was a high school sophomore, and we just can't get him out of it. He's seen a shrink, tried antidepressants, and nothing works. He stopped going to school for a month, but he's been going now. He just isn't able to learn very much, and he won't answer the phone. I check with him to make sure he's not suicidal, but beyond that, I don't know what to do. My goal is to help him recover. Simply put, my daughter is big. My wife and I have tried everything to help her without making it worse. Our house only has healthy food. We have her doing physical activities after school. We've talked to our pediatrician 1,000,000 times. But even at her thinnest, she's still both heavier and taller than the other girls in her class, and the teasing has been terrible from boys and girls alike. She cries all the time, and we're terrified that she's going to hit puberty and start cutting or starving herself. My goal with my wife is to protect her from bullying by helping her become less bullyable. The best way to help your kid with his self-esteem is to help him limit his responsibilities, just as you must limit your own. This seems like anathema to many parents who feel the only way to develop their kids' strengths and gifts is to load them so full of responsibilities and activities that they have to schedule pee breaks. Limiting responsibilities also seems overly permissive to parents and teachers who are trying to help kids manage inner monsters, outer peer pressure, or just hormones. The fact is, however, that kids and adults often have limits to their self-control, and pushing responsibility across this limit breaks, not creates, confidence. If you give yourself unlimited responsibility for your kid's happiness, you can never be successful, and the same applies to him. If he takes full responsibility for finishing his work well, controlling his behavior, being a good kid, being happy, and not being judged or bullied, he may well wind up hating himself for flaws or just situations he can't control, particularly considering how little it takes to mess up something on that list. Your mandate, to him as well as yourself, is to do as well as you can, and certainly to recognize your flaws and work on them, but also to understand that certain problems may not be solvable, and that doesn't make you a failure. For kids in particular, certain problems that may not be solvable this year may be solvable in the future as their brains grow and mature. In any case, acknowledging limits is necessary for restricting the damage of caring too much about flaws and failures that can't be helped. So don't look too hard for bad choices, either yours or his. Be careful to note the things he does well and the things you've done right as a parent. Don't assume he's unhappy or doing poorly because of something you didn't notice or didn't take care of. The only thing you may have done wrong is have unprotected sex with your spouse, wherein the one wonky egg or gas-huffing sperm won the day, thus transmitting some difficult genes that are hard to live with. Just because educators are there to help you on your quest to improve your child's self-esteem doesn't mean they don't share your sense of over-responsibility and thus the need to search for what and who's to blame for whatever's wrong. Meetings start out friendly, but then get tense as everybody finds fault in the other guy's performance. Don't go down that road or react to teachers who are caught up in that negative process. The best way to team up with teachers, instead of being sucked into polarizing discussions about what should or could have happened, is to note what they're doing well for a problem that many people haven't been able to solve. Give them the same protection from blame as you do your child and yourself. Of course, embrace reasonable responsibility for trying to control whatever you think can be controlled. There are rules for bad behavior that you can enforce with incentives, even if no one knows how your child will respond. And there are procedures you can follow to track homework and provide extra help. There are also procedures for setting limits on bad impulses and eating disorders. If they don't work, get advice and try something else. In any case, stop frequently to take pride in your efforts, your child's efforts, and the strengths you take for granted when he's doing well. For instance, notice what your child does well in spite of obesity, not just what goes wrong because of it. By recognizing your efforts as a parent, regardless of results, you can prevent frustration and helplessness from poisoning your parenting and your hope for your child's future. At least until he's 18, when the law says your kid and his self-esteem are no longer your responsibility. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Power to shore up your child's confidence. Confidence in your own ability to protect your child from depression and self-dislike. Access to treatment resources that will be positive for your child. Knowledge that things won't go sour tomorrow. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Get to be a pretty good parent. Know what you can and can't do for most problems. Get reasonable professional help and judge whether it's worthwhile. Know when pretty good parenting and other help just aren't enough. Keep up morale when nothing is working. Here's how you can do it. Through reading, watching others, and/or your experience with your parents, create standards for being a pretty good parent that don't depend on anyone's being happy. Using the same methods, develop reasonable procedures for managing tough problems. Accept the notion that kids can suffer lots of misery, including not liking themselves, even though everyone is doing their best to do their job, including your kid. Always remember the good things you and others are doing, despite a bad situation. Never assume that a lack of progress means that someone has failed to do what they could have and should have done. Never assume that your child's lack of self-esteem is a personal failure, or that it necessarily requires more work and attention on your part. Your script. Here's what to say to yourself or a worried third party who wonders why your kid is so unhappy and lacking in self-esteem. Dear me, relative, teacher, shrink, angry social worker, I share your concern about my child's misery, bad grades, bad behavior, status as a human black cloud, and have for some time. I think my spouse and I and insert list of professional helpers, have come up with some good ideas about how to help him or her, and some have worked, but not enough. Right now we're considering a new psychotherapy, home-based care, change in meds, military school. We see some positive signs, but it's still touch and go. We appreciate the good help we've received. No matter what popular psychology tells you, don't pay too much attention to self-esteem, as nice as it is to have, and as often as the plea for you to like yourself comes with a pitch for a product to help you do just that. Develop your own objective methods for determining whether you or someone you care about is doing a good enough job, and rely on the facts to tell you whether you should hold yourself responsible for whatever is going wrong. In almost every situation you can think of, there are common-sense procedures for defining a good enough effort and seeing how you measure up, given whatever it is you don't control. Then, regardless of whether your self-esteem is too low or too high, you can figure out how to make the best of bad situations, take pride in your effort, and have confidence in your ability to do the right thing. You can like what you do with your choices, even if you don't love yourself. Chapter 3. Fuck Fairness. Seeking justice and valuing fairness are supposed to be ideals worth pursuing, especially if you believe books by politicians, movies starring guys in capes, and shows involving law and/or order, not limited to law and order. Unfortunately, while justice makes for a good motivation in fiction, it's a dangerous goal in real life. Since movies, TV shows, and a politician's ramblings are mostly fantasy, they can get away with depicting a world that is fundamentally just. The world we actually live in, however, is basically unfair. So seeking justice can become an excuse for pursuing unattainable dreams while ignoring important but much less satisfying obligations, like getting to work, making a living, and doing all the boring stuff, like taking out the garbage and paying the cable bill, for which capes are totally unnecessary. Admittedly, experiencing personal injustice leaves lasting scars and a strong desire not just for revenge, but for that better fantasy world where unfair acts aren't allowed. That's why the need for justice and fairness is not just a philosophical notion, but a deep craving that easily blinds us to consequences and the existence of other priorities. We spend our leisure hours watching criminal things happen to innocent people just because it satisfies a deep need to see the bad guys get identified, kicked, and permanently trussed in the end. A willingness to make sacrifices for the sake of justice is what turns you into a crusader and martyr, caped or not. But the fact that most cartoon crusaders often wear masks, uniforms, and generic faces points to another side effect of justice lust. It erases your individuality. Whatever your responsibility to friends, family, parenting, and self-protection, pursuing justice rationalizes self-endangerment and thus imposes a lower priority on all the other things that make you you. Given the amount of evil you can cause by pursuing fairness, you should know better than to trust your instincts when you feel a strong need to right a wrong, nail a villain, or worst of all, get closure. At least force yourself to think of probable and unintended consequences so you don't wind up, say, hurting 2 of your children while punishing whoever hurt your 3rd. Then redefine your goal so that it's not to pursue justice or punish unfairness, but to accept the unfairness of the world, bear the humiliation and helplessness that go with it, and then seek to do the most good. You need to know when to accept the fact that you've been fucked, and know when fighting will get you further fucked, and the only way to make life fair again is to move forward and treat others fairly yourself. Defending your right to live in safety. There's a certain kind of person, usually middle class, sometimes conservative, always in Florida, who feels that they have a right to live in safety, free from fear. This is an illusion not shared by less lucky people, many of whom are the very people who end up shot by the safety entitled, often in Florida. The danger of believing in your right to security, especially when faced with danger and lawlessness, is that it can draw you into either slow, unwinnable conflicts or sudden, regrettable acts of rage. You're safer knowing from the beginning that you can never count on safety, rather than having the illusion that it's something you're obligated to fight for. You'll be much better at knowing when to suck it up, shut up, and/or duck, and live for a better day. The other risk in believing in your right to safety is that you feel you have a right to blame someone if you're threatened or harmed. Sometimes, in the course of seeking help against your perceived threat, the called policeman arrives on time, the authorities place responsibility fairly, and you either wind up protected or compensated. Most times, however, the timing is wrong, the facts get distorted, and the process of pinning responsibility and getting restitution is prolonged, expensive, and possibly futile. Such ordeals also may then stimulate your tendency to ruminate over could-haves and should-haves and blame yourself. You're better to avoid the issue of responsibility, get restitution when it's available, and think of other things. Instead of expecting to be safe, assume that every life can, with sufficient bad luck, turn into a war zone. Your new neighbor could turn out to be a nut. You could park your car on a sinkhole. You could have a perfect bill of health and get hit by a rogue bus. And fighting to restore your safety may attract more danger and ruin your life. If you can accept the fact that you live in a jungle, however, you may not sleep as well at night, but you'll be more alert to danger. Then you'll do what you can to preserve your safety, regardless of whether it requires retreat, humiliation, and victory for your enemies. And you'll avoid blame, regardless of how frustrating it is to keep it inside, unless you're really lucky, or at least have an excellent attorney. You might like yourself better if you could enforce your safety with your own strength, or at least your own firearm. Florida. You deserve more respect, however, when you recognize things are beyond your control and make whatever tough, humiliating, weaponless steps are necessary to minimize the danger. Here's the safety you should have as a right, but don't. No fires, burglars, or dangerous intruders after you turn off the lights and lock the door, and set the alarm and motion sensor lights and landmines. Safety from vengeful, crazy people once the authorities are on the case. Freedom from any or all car accidents as long as you drive carefully, change your oil, and drive the speed limit exactly. Prompt assistance from friendly and professional cops if you've done nothing wrong and talk politely. Among the wishes people express are to figure out why they can't make themselves safe without fleeing or otherwise putting their life at risk. To get through to authorities who are either failing to protect them or siding with the person who is threatening them. To figure out what they did wrong to let themselves be harmed. To figure out how to get closure after an event that leaves them feeling violated and terrified. Here are 3 examples. My husband's ex is mentally ill and really can't help herself. But ever since she had a breakdown after going off her meds a few months ago, she's been determined to kill him because voices in her head tell her he's possessed by devils. The last time she was hospitalized, she was trying to burn down our house when I woke up and smelled smoke. No real damage, but now she's about to get discharged, and she always stops her meds as soon as no one is watching. Right now she sounds perfectly sane, so the police tell me there's nothing they can do. I know she'll be crazy again within 6 months, and no restraining order will stop her then. I have no intention of giving up my job or moving out of our home. My goal is to get someone to stop her and not have to give up the home we've built for ourselves and our kids. My boyfriend is a sweet, loving person, but he gets violent when he's drunk, and sometimes he hits me. I forgive him because I know he's trying to stop, which is especially hard for him since both of his parents are alcoholics and his childhood was pure torture. My friends tell me I could get hurt if I don't leave him, but I know they're just saying that because they're my friends and don't know or understand my boyfriend like I do. My goal is to figure out a way to support him and get him help so we'll both be safe from his violence. After getting mugged by a burglar I interrupted when I came home early, I changed the locks and installed an alarm, all of which should have made me feel strong and empowered and all that shit. Instead, I have nightmares. I'm afraid to answer the doorbell, and every little noise makes me jump and hyperventilate. I've recovered physically, but I can't get over my fear. It's so bad that sometimes I get anxiety attacks in the middle of the day and can barely do my job. My goal is to recover my sense of security and get back my old self. Joan Didion famously said, "We tell ourselves stories in order to live." But people don't just tell their autobiographies. They're prolific in their own fan fiction as well. Such fictions, also known as lies, are also integral to all of our lives, and one of the biggest lies we often tell ourselves is, everything is going to be okay. We nurture this illusion of safety so we don't have to live in a constant state of panic. But sometimes wishful thinking makes us fool ourselves into believing we can reform either someone dangerous or our own dangerous thoughts after a random, overwhelming trauma. The facts are, however, that we can't count on safety, even when we're careful. Neither can we stop feeling fear once it's got hold of us, and sometimes we have to give up all we own and flee. In any case, it takes careful thought to be realistic about safety, avoid exposure to danger for the wrong reasons, and stop blaming ourselves for the harm and losses that occur when safety is impossible. When a relationship is unsafe and you don't know when or how you might be attacked, a lawyer is usually your best therapist, because knowing your actual risks is the best antidote to both unreasonable fears and wishful thinking. Just don't look for a lawyer who will listen, hold your hand, and sympathize with how unfair it is that the police and courts can't really protect you. Lawyers charge too much for you to use them for sympathy alone, and besides, it would be a waste of time for everyone involved. Instead, look for a lawyer who will tell you what will really happen, help you estimate your risk exposure after doing everything you can to preserve your home, relationship, etc., and encourage you to do what's necessary, however unfair it is that you have to do it to protect yourself. Don't make the mistake of looking for a shrink who is well-meaning and foolish enough to try to help you work out your relationship with a dangerous person, because pursuing such a goal can stir up and stimulate a psyche set to explode. If you have a loved one who is dangerous but wants to control it, urge them to find a shrink who won't waste time figuring out why they're so angry, but will just help them put a lid on things and keep it there, regardless of the pain inside, while you stay out of it. Even if you've done the right thing, don't expect to feel good. No one controls their reaction to trauma, which may linger for years. Certainly you should try standard PTSD treatments like medication and cognitive therapies, which sometimes help. Remind yourself, however, that whether or not you continue to have anxiety attacks and phobias, you've done the right thing, and you're not to blame for your current condition. Accepting the fact that you can't protect yourself or your family from crazies or the fear they inspire doesn't ever mean you've been defeated. It just means life is full of crazy dangers, and you're a success as long as you get the message and act accordingly, even if you have to cut off your right arm in doing so. Indeed, every day that you venture out of your house, do your usual job, and endure fears and symptoms, you're a hero, and in a non-fiction way. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Safety, security, and control over same. Guaranteed preservation of your closest relationships, job, home, etc. Exorcism of demons in those you love. Restoration of your peace of mind. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Find the best compromise between safety and your other priorities in an unsafe world. Reduce the risk of violence by walling yourself off from dangerous people, even those close to you. Strengthen your survival skills and help your family survive. Become strong enough to pursue your usual life in spite of humiliation, loss, anxiety, and fears that won't go away. Here's how you can do it. Judge your risk by what is likely to happen, not by what you wish will change. Gather information from experts about what you can actually do to reduce your risk. Discard wishful thinking and do what's necessary. Manage the pain of loss and persistent fear without feeling like a failure. Take pride in your survival efforts and what they require. Your script. Here's what to tell someone, or yourself, when you're feeling endangered. Dear me, family member, dangerous family member, ex, nut job who's forced his way into your orbit. I hate to think that the danger of violence means we can't find a way to work things out, avoid legal action, prevent an explosion. But that's something you or I can't control regardless of what we do. I'm therefore going to take whatever action is necessary, leave town, go into witness protection, to put an end to the risk and allow both of us to move on. I believe we should stop communicating and will not accept, insert any type of communication here, including carrier pigeon. Did you know that Judge Judy is an American hero? Retired family court judge Judith Sheindlin, a.k.a. Judge Judy, makes tens of millions of dollars every year for doing one of the least appreciated jobs in the world. Going on television and telling foolish people that they are wrong, that they can't get what they want just because they feel it's owed to them, and that adult men cannot wear ripped dungarees. Judge Judy has been broadcast in syndication for years, and even though her message and delivery haven't changed much during her run, her worth and popularity only seem to increase. It might seem unclear why viewers can't get enough of being reminded not to play house and sign a lease with someone if you're not married, or that an oral contract is bullshit, or not to cross your arms because you're in court, dummy. But the fact is, as humans, there is a part of us deep down that refuses to acknowledge how unfair life is. That means every time Judy tells someone she can't get back all the money she lent her baby daddy, or tells someone she doesn't care how he feels because this is court, not therapy, it's always a mini revelation. She does more than settle small claims cases. She is the oracle of the big truth. When you see the happenings in the courtroom of Judge Judith Sheindlin, you see a true hero at work. This book was completed before the release of Amy Poehler's excellent memoir, Call to Arms, Yes, Please, in which she also uses the phrase, Judge Judy, American Hero. As such, the similar phrasing is due to a genuine shared admiration for a legal heroine, not a theft, intentional or otherwise. And we hope Ms. Poehler understands. Or just listens to this book. She's great. Getting closure after childhood abuse. Child abuse is a particularly heinous crime because kids are helpless and defenseless against it. The effects stretch on forever, and if you really care about helping kids grow and become strong, then watching them harmed is truly heartbreaking. Not only is it instinctive for us to punish child abuse, we want to eliminate abusers from our world, and in the most painful manner. But sometimes punishing an abuser may harm a victim more than it helps, while making it harder to reduce abuse in the world. For those abusers who are easy to manage, the drunken parent who never does it again once he's outed, jail does no good while destroying the family's financial security and, most important, making it more difficult for victims to recover. The prospect of punishment may also deter reporting by family members who fear its effect on the family. Some would argue that it helps recovery to have victims confront their abuser, or at least see their abuser confronted by authority. In fact, a kid's feelings of responsibility for the condition of his or her parents and other adults aren't easily erased, even by validating the much greater responsibility of parents for kids. Unfortunately, recovery from abuse usually requires long-term retraining rather than catharsis, and guilty feelings of responsibility and the destructive urges that go with them tend to linger long after kids have grown up and escaped the coercion of their past. So don't expect to overcome child abuse by gathering courage to confront your abuser. Feeling validated and knowing that he's exposed and punished may not improve depression, despair, and loneliness. What does help, however, is to learn how to value yourself and fight self-destructive urges. So the long-term symptoms that arise from child abuse, depression, anxiety, PTSD, may or may not be helped by confrontation, direct or indirect. Indeed, they may not be curable by any treatment. What is most important, however, is that the abuse victim understands that he is not responsible for causing or clearing up symptoms, but for living a meaningful life in spite of them. That's the only sure way to stand up to child abuse, by living a full life in spite of it, not defined by it, as a healthy adult. Here's what should happen to the victims of child abuse, but often doesn't. Healing from anxiety, depression, and self-hate. Reduction in feeling overly sensitive to and responsible for the feelings of others. Comfort with close relationships, sexual and otherwise. Confidence in the ability to protect oneself. Among the wishes people express are to stop anxiety, depression, and self-harmful urges. To break the pattern and stop choosing friends and partners who are abusive. To feel happy, confident, or normal. To get closure on their experience. Here are 3 examples. My father stopped abusing me after I told the school social worker, and now I'm seeing a therapist who is trying to help me with depression. The therapist thinks I don't want to see my father punished because I'm trying to protect him, but I'm also worried about what will happen to the family if he's in jail and we're broke. My mother can't work, and I have older siblings who were never hit and will have to drop out of school if my parents can't help pay. My goal is to figure out what will be best for my recovery and how to find treatment that will help. It turns out my daughter was abused by her stepfather when he was drinking, and I didn't know, and now I feel terrible. She was seeing a therapist because she was cutting herself, skipping curfew, and hanging out with a much older drug user who was clearly taking advantage of her. I've told her I'm sorry, and that I was so busy trying to keep things going that I was blind to what was really going on. But she's as angry and depressed as ever, and I just don't know what to do. My goal is to help her recover from this horrible trauma for which I feel responsible. I was molested by a family friend whenever the two families spent a lot of time together when I was a child, and now, 10 years later, treatment has helped me realize how inappropriate it was and how much I hated him for it. When I told my parents, they were shocked and very supportive, but they're close to this man's entire family, and they don't want to say anything, particularly now that he's old and unwell. I've told them if they won't, I will. My goal is to make sure this can't happen again, strike a blow for honesty and openness, and help my own recovery. There's an all-or-nothing quality to the anger experienced by survivors of abuse that, while perfectly understandable, is very hard to change and manage. Whether you turn it on others or yourself, it leaves little room for trust, hope, or compromise, and is pure poison for relationships with others and your desire to live. The anger is as powerful, destructive, and erratic as a natural disaster, except the cause is anything but. Focusing that anger on the abuser seems like the obvious choice. He certainly deserves it. But doing so doesn't make the pain go away. It may also hold false promise for relief and healing that, when broken, could make the pain worse. You may feel comforted by a therapist who joins you in your anger against your abuser and other people in your life who treat you badly. As time goes by, however, you have to ask yourself whether it's really helping. Your feelings may be validated, but your long-term goal is not to hate your enemies, regardless of how hateful they are, but to find friends who are basically trustworthy and learn how to manage extreme feelings, whether you're trying too hard to be liked or getting too angry when you're hurt. Make sure your therapy can provide you with tools and good coaching for that difficult task. A good way to educate yourself about remedies that help you manage extreme feelings is to read the curriculum for a cognitive behavioral treatment called DBT, Dialectical Behavior Therapy. It provides ideas, exercises, and values for training yourself to respond constructively when you feel hate and despair. It doesn't make those feelings go away, unfortunately, and frustrating them can temporarily make them worse. The fact that you've prevented yourself from doing something destructive, however, like hurting yourself or blowing off a friendship, can protect you from re-traumatizing yourself and, in the end, give you a better life. If you're the parent or friend of someone who happens to have the extremely negative feelings that result from abuse, advising her on how to manage feelings is much more helpful than trying to ease or take responsibility for her pain. If you feel responsible, think carefully about what you actually controlled and apologize. But don't let guilt get you to blindly encourage and tolerate venting, accusations, and mean behavior. Instead, remind yourself that neither you nor she deserves pain, and that she has to learn to manage it, or it will cause more pain. Familiarize yourself with DBT or some other cognitive behavioral approach to managing negativity, and encourage her to do likewise. Then remove yourself from negative conversations and try to focus her in a positive direction. If you wonder whether disclosure to family will help, don't do it for catharsis. Instead, add up the positive and negative consequences. Of course, disclosure is necessary if it's the only way to prevent further abuse, or if you're a legally mandated reporter. Otherwise, it may stir up a hornet's nest among friends and family who can't tolerate the truth and can thus cause further isolation and conflict for the victim. What's important is not airing the truth and punishing the criminal, especially if she or he can no longer hurt anyone else, but getting as much support and understanding as you can from those who have it to give. Not all abuse victims are troubled by negative feelings, but most must carry some burden of pain, anxiety, and mistrust that doesn't disappear even with good therapy and loving friends. When they can endure those feelings and nevertheless find a reason to live, love, and restrain negative impulses, they've truly overcome their trauma. The negative emotions may still be powerful enough to linger, but positive actions are what matter. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. A world in which abuse doesn't occur. Freedom from pain, trauma, doubt, self-hate, and yearnings for bad people and bad substances. Reliable healing through catharsis, intense support, or anything quick. Healing through punishment and a slow and painful revenge. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Improve safety. Get better at controlling self-destructive behavior. Gain perspective that is less distorted by negative feelings and close relationships. Gain hope in a better future. Here's how you can do it. Report and stop child abuse whenever you encounter it. Discuss methods for evaluating how you're doing and what's important for you that are not reactive to intense negative feelings or the opinion of others. Practice methods for staying in touch with your goals and values when you're flooded with negative feelings. Find coaches and supporters who can reinforce your progress. Take pride in what you've accomplished, despite continuing pressure to despair and hurt yourself and your relationships. Your script. Here's what to tell someone, or yourself, when you're feeling abuse-related fear and despair. Dear me, abuser, person who has disappointed me but may not be abusive, indifferent jerk. I feel as if life is, insert synonym for bullshit. And the people I care most about don't really respect what I have to give, me, since they've used me like a wet nap at a clam bake. But I know my childhood left me with horrible feelings and even more horrible taste in friends. I will continue to avoid drinking, drugging, hanging out with assholes, attend meetings with like-minded people, keep on working if I can, and review the exercises that remind me about what I value in life and myself. Getting a square deal. Getting your due, in spite of most people's inflated expectations of what they deserve, is a reasonable goal only if you're under the age of 7. Children often use fairness as the main argument for both getting what they want and avoiding what they don't want. And it's also why their arguments often end in tears. It would certainly be a better world if you could count on getting what you deserve if you stand up for yourself and appeal to the right authorities. But facts are often impossible to confirm, and authorities have the same weaknesses as everyone else, so it's no wonder that fights about fairness escalate fast. When parents are the authority, they can just tell kids that life isn't fair. When adults accuse other adults of unfair behavior, it implies they're bad, and the nastiness that results is usually much worse than a timeout. A righteous strike for fair wages may push your job overseas, or getting your spouse to understand your point may win you a cold shoulder and weeks of couples therapy. The amount of passion you feel for getting what you deserve, however, should tell you it's a dangerous wish and force you to think twice before adopting it as a goal and making it a cause. Instead, if you haven't gotten anywhere after you've done your best to push your case, check out the attitudes and past actions of the people who stand in your way. Almost always, you'll find their words and actions reflect values that are not likely to change and will not allow them to agree with you about what you believe is fair. If you argue that your ideas about fairness have greater moral weight than theirs, you can expect them to respond similarly. Ultimately, the more you're right, the more they'll hate you. So instead of having a tantrum, stop damaging your case and discover whether it's possible to make a deal using different incentives than guilt and fairness, or whether no deal is possible and you have to accept the pain of feeling screwed. Sure, the latter choice feels supremely unfair, but as grown-ups, we accept that that's just the way life can be. Life never guarantees you a square deal, but you can be a good, realistic dealer in an unfairly chaotic marketplace if you assume that no one necessarily sees things the way you do, no matter how obvious the truth appears, and that getting what you deserve is a lucky event, not a right. You might have good reason to feel badly treated, but you can't be stopped from giving yourself a time out to regroup, then making the best of a bad deal. Here's what should happen to you if you deserve a square deal but don't get it. Eventual victory if you know your rights and express them with confidence. Protection by higher authorities, human resources, courts, Jeebus, from fuck-ups by lower authorities. Satisfaction of wearing out your opponents by being persistent and right. Confidence that comes from getting what you deserve, especially when it's from the clenched fists of the undeserving. Among the wishes people express are to get a system they believe in to work for them, to get no more than what they deserve, and no less, to make the system work better for everyone, to get the boss to see what's fair. Here are 3 examples. I was promised a promotion 18 months ago, but it clearly hasn't happened. Meanwhile, a guy who's old buddies with the boss has moved ahead instead. I've had terrific performance reviews, though I think my boss was bothered when I raised an ethics concern that he didn't think we should worry about. Now I'm wondering whether I should speak to HR or share my concerns first with my boss. My goal is just to get ahead and get the promotion he knows I deserve. My husband says he needs to spend time with the guys every night because he works hard to support his family and will go crazy if he can't blow off steam. But I work too, and he leaves me alone with the kids every night. When I tell him it isn't fair, he tells me I'm nagging, and that's another reason he's not coming home in the evening, because he doesn't like my nagging or the pressure I put on him to be super dad. My goal is to get him to see that he's not doing his share as a husband or parent. My parents treat my brother like he can do no wrong, and they're always urging me to spend time with him and try to build him up. In truth, he's an alcoholic and fuck-up. But I love him and would like to see him get ahead. What drives me crazy, though, is the way my parents take my success for granted and give me a hard time whenever they think I've made my brother unhappy. Sometimes I'd really like to tell them all off. My goal is to have a relationship with my parents that isn't unfairly distorted by my brother's needs. Unfair treatment is often paid forward. Many times when you feel someone is treating you unfairly, that person feels she's under unfair pressure herself, making tough decisions, asking you for something you should provide, and getting less than the understanding and respect she deserves. It should be a Chinese proverb that he who dishes out the most shit feels the most like the toilet of the world. You may be right and have good reason to feel the way you do, but as long as the other person sees it her way, her feeling of moral entitlement is always bigger than yours, you're not going to win. Plus, arguing about fairness will probably trigger bad feelings and a vicious cycle of nastiness that hurts everyone around, the weak more than the strong. Indeed, the more you're right and the more she doubts herself, the nastier her response will be. That's why expressing yourself about unfairness is a dangerous goal. Once you know you're not going to get someone else, your boss, wife, colleague, to go along with your idea about what's fair, shut up and think. Stop lining up new arguments for why you're right, even if you think of better punchlines. Instead, Mend fences by finding legitimate ways to acknowledge the other person's right to see things the way they do. Regardless of how you really feel, don't imply that her views reflect selfishness, laziness, or other bad values. Cite good values that, at least theoretically, may be driving her, so she no longer has to prove that she's right and you're wrong. You simply have different ways of adding things up. At that point, there may or may not be other incentives you can use to make a deal. For instance, the boss who would ignore your dedication and find fault with your work might think twice if you told him how much you liked the job, appreciated his mentorship, and subtly pointed out how much you wanted to stay despite the rising market value for your services, as evidenced by a current job offer elsewhere. When there's no way to get a square deal, disengage from argument and decide whether you believe enough in your own point of view that you don't need validation. If so, ask yourself what you wish to do about it. That's when, without argument, you're likely to look for a better job, tell a partner he can shape up or ship out, or decline pressure from friends or family by saying simply, "You'll have to agree to disagree and let the subject drop." Believing in your standards for a square deal, even when there's no way to get it, is what allows you to create boundaries and take independent action. Knowing you can't get what's fair and then shutting up about it feels frustrating and demeaning and may make you feel defeated. In reality, you're simply butting up against the chaotic way good and bad people, using differently structured brains and coming from different cultures, come up with different ideas about fairness. If you continue to believe in your values, sidestep conflict and shit, and decide what you can do with the choices you have, then you'll always get the fairest deal possible from yourself. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. A square deal for everyone who deserves it. A fair system of authority for correcting unfair actions by those who don't know better. Faith in the power of justice to do more good than harm. The satisfaction of eventual vindication. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Build your strength and market value through hard work, if you're lucky. Find people who share your vision of fairness and have the ability to make decisions. Treat yourself fairly, apart from what your feelings tell you. Know when to keep your mouth shut. Here's how you can do it. Recognize when your idea of fairness has become threatening to others. Ease the threat by spreading honest, if limited, moral approval like manure. Make deals with whatever you've got to offer other than a common understanding of what's fair. Never feel personally defeated by your inability to make things work fairly for yourself or others. Never stop trying to make things work fairly in the tiny part of the world you control. Your script. Here's what to say when you're feeling unfairly screwed. Dear me, ingrate, promise breaker, manipulative user. I feel as if I'm being screwed over by a best friend, boss, parent, partner's idea of what's fair, and it makes me want to insert synonym for have a tantrum here. I know now, however, that they actually believe in the fairness of what they say, which shouldn't surprise me, but I didn't think it was going to happen to me. If our relationship needs to continue for reasons of love, kids, being unable to afford to leave town or hire a hitman or lawyer, I will mend fences, define fairness for myself, and do what's necessary. That's not fair. Quote from a politician or from Jacob, the elder Bennett daughter's 4-year-old son. 1. Providing fairness to the American people is all we're asking for. My goodness. 2. It's not fair that my brothers get to go and I don't, and also you said I could have a grilled cheese. 3. I want what I want when I want it. 4. I'm presenting a fair deal. The fact that they don't take it means that I should somehow do a Jedi mind meld with these folks and convince them to do what's right. 5. That does not sound like a good plan. That's not fair. That sounds like no plan. 1. Politician. John Boehner, This Week with George Stephanopoulos, October 6, 2013. 2. Jacob. 3. Politician. Eric Cantor's High School Yearbook. 4. Politician. Barack Obama, March 1, 2013. 5. Jacob. Clearing your name. If you're at all familiar with science fiction or fantasy novels, or maybe blues ballads, or even just the autobiography I, Tina, then you know that names hold a special power. Mostly names are a target for mortal attack, presumably because they stand for identity and reputation, and once someone knows your true identity, you're exposed. There's little that can make you feel as helpless and violated as an attack on your name. Even though there are no laws to protect you, it often takes a long time before you can defend yourself, and, meanwhile, you're very vulnerable, at least in this galaxy. Just ask Tina Turner. Frequently, the person who has slandered you really believes what they say, even if facts have been distorted or don't exist. If you haven't checked in with your local anti-vaxxer lately, you might have forgotten that people believe something is true just because they believe it strongly. It's often impossible to prove something didn't happen after someone says, sincerely, that it did. Unless you're lucky enough to have an all-seeing video cam at the right place, you can't prove a negative, and arguing about it just increases the impression that you did something wrong. If you protest your innocence with sincere anger, you sound like an angry person who might actually have done something scary. Meanwhile, false accusations may trigger investigation, charges, and legal actions that drag on for months or years. Or they may prevent you from seeing your kids, or require you to pay for guardians, monitors, and other costly services. The more you make it your goal to clear your name, the higher your risk of widening the hurt. Sometimes false accusations can cause you to doubt yourself. Even though you know you didn't do wrong, it's hard not to feel you did something to make someone mad at you and to wonder what you could have done better, especially when the accuser is family or someone trusted. You wind up focusing on the accuser's feelings and your continued interactions rather than reassuring yourself that the distortions are his, not yours, and you have no reason to hold yourself accountable for wrongs you didn't commit. Knowing how helpless you are to feel better and control slander is not comforting, but it can help protect you from making things worse and direct you toward realistic hope, which depends on patience and a willingness to gather information. Most lies unravel in time if you survive long enough, keep good records, and believe in your own standards of right and wrong. To survive, however, you must accept the unfairness of what you're up against and believe that it can happen to good people. Enduring severe slander is like having cancer. It takes over a large part of your life for a long time and causes you great pain and weakness. Even so, that doesn't mean you've made a mistake or failed to fight a good fight, because whether you have the illness or die from it says nothing about you as a person. Your having the strength and will to fight, in spite of pain and humiliation, is what says something significant about who you are. And who you are goes far beyond your name and all that it entails. Here's what should happen to the victims of slander, but often doesn't. Vindication after a quick investigation, followed by a forgiveness sacrifice. No devastating costs, literally or emotionally. An opportunity to tell your side of things and be believed by parties other than your dog and therapist. A chance to preserve your basic rights to have privacy and your business not minded by others. Among the wishes people express are to get through to their accuser, the police, the press, the judge, other relatives, tabloids, and everyone else whose opinion matters. To prove their innocence without having to wait a long, long time for procedures to unfold and vindication to be achieved. To not feel horribly punished when they feel they were the ones wronged in the first place. To protect their kids from a total family meltdown / shit-flinging contest. Here are 3 examples. I've always known my wife saw nothing good about me when she was in a bad mood, but I hung in there because I loved the kids. Besides, everyone knows she's vicious sometimes, but gets over it, and I never thought she meant what she said. So I was shocked a month ago when she kicked me out, changed the locks, and got a restraining order after telling the judge I hit her. The fact is, she hit me, and I never hit her. But I was so angry when I marched to the police station to get them to help me that I think they took her side. She won't let me have my tools. I can't work, and I don't know how I'll afford a lawyer. I can't believe how fucked I am. My goal is to get out from under this mountain of lies and get to see my kids again. My mother says she won't talk to me because I lied to her and wouldn't help her when she had cancer. But that's just not true. She's the kind of person who makes things up and then believes them, and my family should know that. Even so, no one will stand up to her, so she avoids me at family parties, if I'm invited at all, and the years go by. I'm worried that she'll die before we ever have a chance to make up or say goodbye, and the estrangement hurts. I wish I could be sure my family knows that what she says isn't true. My goal is to put an end to this crazy conflict before she dies. I know my ex was bitter and our divorce dramatic. Restraining orders were involved. But I thought he was out of my hair since our finances were settled by the court, and he's even remarried. Then I noticed someone was writing anonymous negative comments about me as a realtor on every website imaginable. Yelp, various listing sites, etc. Now I've got prospective clients referred by other clients who seem to drop me once they Google my name. And I know he's doing it to me. My goal is to protect myself from a vicious attack that is destroying my professional reputation. When you're wounded by false allegations and unable to retaliate or set the record straight, the biggest mistake you can make is to decide that because what's happened to you is insane, undeserved, and agonizing, fighting back with truth and sanity is the right thing to do. Unfortunately, that's like violating the laws of physics and creating order out of a nuclear meltdown. And it's not going to work. You'll double the amount of disorder given how explosive the situation is to begin with. Unfortunately, no one can really protect themselves from this kind of trauma. Expressing your outrage will add to the chaos by giving comfort, pleasure, and excitement to your enemy. As the Bennett's first law of insanity/energy dictates, attempting to force sanity on an insane situation just adds to insanity's power and momentum. So if possible, starch your upper lip and prepare to communicate calmly and only when necessary. Instead of pretending you don't care, just show self-control and an ability to stay focused on business. Begin the process of documenting your transactions with whoever wants to take your words out of context or get you to say things you regret, so as to create a record of reality. Stay calm, act constructively, and demonstrate that you're the opposite of who you're alleged to be. Be prepared to state your differences if the opportunity arises, but not to argue, defend, or persuade. Those who are against you won't listen. And when the need to argue arises, your lawyer understands the ground rules better than you do. Yes, keeping it all inside is hard, but it will be harder if you don't. If your relationship with your kids is at stake, don't panic. Nothing could be more important, but you've got lots of time to put things back together, and you'll do it better later on, when the big loyalty battle gets old and the usual divorce issues get settled. If nothing is on your side in the short run, your opportunities may get stronger as time goes by. Your goal isn't to prove your enemy wrong, but to avoid centering your life on your enemy and his allegations, no matter how aggravated you get or how much time and money you're required to spend on a struggle. Fight to keep your focus on your usual values and to move past whoever is trying hard to hold on to you. It's easy for them to get a grip on you in the beginning, and much harder later on. Remember, the nastiness of a slanderous attack proves how right you were to mistrust the character of someone you may have once been close to, and how healthy it is for you to distance yourself. You used to think there was something screwy about him, and now you know he's even worse than you thought. If a persistently strong attachment continues to make the relationship painful, accept the pain and take comfort in knowing that distancing is the right thing to do. You can't protect yourself from the immediate pain and helplessness of slander, but you can always win in the end by staying focused on your own goals, controlling what you do with your feelings, and working to restore the balance of your life, energy, and universe. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Quick validation and vindication. Protection from loss and damage to your finances, reputation, and family relationships. Control over the damage by persuasion, negotiation, or retaliation. Relief from outrage and general unbelievable bullshit. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Avoid making things worse. Limit damage, gather allies, and fight if necessary. Stay focused on your life as opposed to your defense. Strengthen your self-control. Learn from your mistakes. Here's how you can do it. Don't let your outrage take over. Learn how to assert yourself in measured, careful speech. Identify what's worth fighting for and what you can win. Don't get panicked by outrage and fear. Educate yourself about relevant laws and legal procedures and get the best help you can afford. Take heart in your long-term goals and in your gradual ability to move beyond the reach of the assholes who are out to get you. Your script. Here's what to say when you're slandered. Dear me, unjust accuser, those who believe said accuser's shit. I am aware of allegations stating that I fool around, am a criminally bad parent, don't bathe, and can assure you they aren't true. I don't intend to discuss them unless it's necessary to protect my livelihood, time with my kids, now fragile sense of sanity and reality, and even that only with my lawyer. Other than to deny them, I hope to avoid wasting time on old grievances and instead focus on the insert positive noun describing anything but the rumors. Instant catharsis. Unfair scenarios with some fictional justice, so you don't try to find it on your own. Frustrating situation. After a few blissful months, the man of your dreams suddenly declares that it's not you, it's him, and dumps you like a sack of dirty towels. You never hear from him again. Imagined justice. Soon after his heartless dumping, he contracts a rare virus that attacks his genitals and gives him the first known case of chronic penis farts. He dies not long after, alone and exhausted, kept awake for days by his constant frontal flatulence. Best case scenario. You spend a couple of weeks sulking in front of Nora Ephron movies, then figure out better criteria for dating, like focusing less on dream guys and more on real-life decent men. Frustrating situation. You have an interview for your dream job, kill it, leave totally satisfied and/or high-fiving all of your interviewers, but then never hear back. You find out later that they gave the job to a guy who's less qualified, who's buddies with the boss's son. Imagined justice. Turns out the boss's kid and this new hire are more than buddies, and when they reveal their secret affair to the closed-minded daddy/CEO, he banishes both from the company, which leads to a boycott, which puts the company out of business. The couple marries anyway and opens a successful spa for small dogs in Jersey. Best case scenario. You remember that even though life is unfair and the job should have been yours, the reason you didn't get the job had nothing to do with your skills, which are still kick-ass. You go on to work somewhere else less exciting, but with fewer dickheads. Frustrating situation. You and your sister have had a tumultuous relationship for as long as you can remember. But after she dies suddenly in a car accident, you realize how much you wish you'd made peace, and how much you'll suffer knowing you'll never have the chance. Imagined justice. While helping to clean up her things, you find a letter from her that says how much she actually loves you, even if she can't stop bickering, and that letter is wrapped around several $100,000. You build a large statue in her honor, after buying a big house and a pony. Best case scenario. You remind yourself that your sister wasn't a bad person, and if she had the chance, she'd certainly want the same thing. Instead of focusing on what can't be, you remember the good times you had, and the good sister she could sometimes be. Getting justice and/or closure. Sometimes it's hard to get over a great disappointment or loss because of the longing not just for what's been lost, but for what could or should have been. That's when the pain of mourning isn't just hard to bear, but is prolonged by shock over the unfairness of life and the need to seek closure, that great emotional unicorn. You've been counting on the power of a shared set of moral beliefs, together with your record of good actions, to keep your life and the life of your family and community moving forward. The yearning for closure happens when your heart and your faith in the way society is supposed to work are both broken. So when someone betrays you or something bad happens and no one sets it straight, it feels like your world is undone and can't be put back together. It feels like an open wound, which closure would protect from infection by restoring your world to its natural order. In reality, of course, even people with the same beliefs often see the world differently, interpret the rules differently, and thus wind up betraying one another while feeling it's the other guy's fault. And bystanders and authorities, confused about the facts and having to listen to multiple arguments, can't act decisively and often do more harm than good. So it's neither surprising nor unusual for things to fall apart in a way that undermines your faith in hard work, sacrifice, justice, and a fair society. What you want is for something to restore your faith, but what you need is a different kind of faith to begin with. You're the one who forged the connection between doing good and getting good back from others, and you're the one who has to knock that crazy, dangerous idea out of your head, not keep pushing for relief and vindication that will never come. It's not just the lingering malaise that's a problem. Having faith in the commitment of others to your values is also dangerous because it blinds you to reality and makes you too reactive when something goes wrong. Feeling oppressed by whatever went wrong makes you seek out similar situations, looking for a do-over and a chance to make things right. You look for ways to get even, or just to straighten things out instead of accepting what's broken and moving ahead. Instead, accept life's painful lesson that some people you trust will betray you because, from their frame of reference, it's the right thing to do, or just the only thing they feel they can do. Some people will let bad things happen without doing much to stop or punish them because it's just so complicated. If anyone promised you otherwise, they were wrong and were just speaking for themselves, not the true powers that be. So if you want to do good, make commitments and be part of a community, but don't expect it to be easy. In fact, given how often your efforts will be undone or treated badly by life, how often your good deeds will get punished, you deserve all the more credit, assuming you do them knowing the shit you're getting into. And when you do get into shit that you can't help but feel shouldn't have occurred, focus less on what could and should have been and more on what can happen from here on out. Remember, unfairness is very real, and closure is not. Here's what should happen to people who can't get over something bad. Intervention by an angel. Transformation into a superhero, or Superman using his powers to turn back time and make things right. Confession on the part of the wrongdoer, followed by a dramatic making of amends for all unfair actions. Among the wishes people express are to get some official acknowledgement of what really happened in order to achieve catharsis, to see some benefit instead of endless harm, to make sense of what went wrong so they can feel peace, to see something bad happen to bad people so justice is done. Here are 3 examples. My last job was almost ideal until the new boss came in. Before that, I was a happy member of the team. We all respected one another, the work suited me, and everyone knew I was doing a good job. I loved it. Then came the new boss, and it was subtle and unintentional, but he was buddies with the guys and was vaguely creepy with the girls, so he and I had 0 chemistry. It was hell, but not in any way I could protest, so I let my contract run out and left. It bothers me, though, that I had it so good and lost it, and while my current job is okay but boring, I'm haunted by wondering what I could have done differently to hold on to something that was so right for me. My goal is to get over this feeling of not being able to stop thinking about what I had now that it's gone. After almost 20 years of marriage, my husband left me for his gold-digging secretary. It turned my life upside down because I thought we had a good marriage and were getting along well. I felt I worked hard and made big sacrifices for our family, which included both him and the kids, and to get rewarded by having him leave me for that tramp made the shock just too hard to bear. Now that my husband and I have been apart for longer than we were married, I want to hate him less, but can't figure out how. The kids are fine with families of their own, and I found a career that I really enjoy. But I've barely dated since the divorce, and still find it painful when my kids mention going to spend time with their dad and his trashy wife. I don't care about remarrying, but I hate that my ex still has this hold on me after all these years. My goal is to find the closure I need to finally let go. It took 5 years before the guy who killed my brother while driving drunk finally got a trial, but I know they got the right man. Unfortunately, this guy is from a rich family, so he's got a good lawyer who, as it turns out, has gotten him off the hook several times over the years for everything from DUIs to assaults. I go to the trial every day and glare at this spoiled asshole because I want the jury to know there won't be any closure for me or the family until he's convicted and put away. And there can't be separate laws for rich people and working people like my brother. My goal is to get peace and know that justice was done for my brother. After a loss that you feel shouldn't have happened, you may well find yourself unable to move beyond grief until you find something to balance out its unfairness or give it positive meaning. What you actually need, however, is to attack the ingrained assumption that unfair shit doesn't happen. Rationally, you know lots of bad things happen for no reason. On a subconscious level, your mind will tell you the opposite, and it's your job to talk back instead of getting hung up on closure, which is about as likely as cold fusion or a Cubs World Series win. Instead of mourning unfairness, improve your ability to do good in an unfair world. You may have lost a relationship that should have lasted, but you did a good job with your part of it, other than perhaps choosing the wrong person. You may have lost a great job, but you did well with it when you had the opportunity and learned something about the kind of boss you should never work for. Challenge yourself to blot should have and could have from your vocabulary. Whatever was good about what you lost, think about your contribution to that goodness, rather than trying to figure out what you did wrong to lose it. Whether it was a good job, a good relationship, or just a very happy time, focus on the good things you did to appreciate it while you had it, like making the most of a summer's day, knowing you probably had little to do with the way it ended other than, perhaps, not bringing an umbrella. If someone dumped you when things seemed to be going well, it probably had much more to do with their character than anything you did wrong or had any influence over. Death can be particularly meaningless and unfair, but don't make it your job to give it significance. For most of us, death is what we have the least control over, and it's not what we want to be remembered for. What gives our lives meaning is what we do with our living days, not how they end. So attend to what was good about the life of someone you lost and your relationship with him, not to what was horrible about his death and the relationship's finish. If you never stop feeling regret and a yearning for closure, consider it the price of experiencing something wonderful and having the kind of temperament that doesn't let go. Your brain may hit you with should-haves whenever you have too much time to think. So keep busy and build a philosophy for fighting regrets and yearnings for fairness in a world that just doesn't have it. Some people will always feel the need for closure, like an itch on a phantom limb. And if you're one of them, learn how to live with the feeling without paying attention to what it tells you. It will have less power over your life if you remind yourself that even if you can't have what it wants, other things are more important. You haven't lost your ability to do good things with life, even if it never loses its ability to do bad things to you. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Restoration of your belief that things will eventually work out. Faith that everything happens for a reason. Justice, fairness, vindication, world peace, etc. Closure, or relief from its opposite, aka waiting for the other bad luck shoe to drop. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. To accept the loss of what you thought was yours. To accept your lack of control over staying happy and keeping the good times rolling. To develop tools for confronting false assumptions about a good person's right to a good life. To live with regret without considering it important. Here's how you can do it. Confront negative should-have and could-have thoughts. Think about how you demonstrated your ability to do good things and enjoy good times. Learn to tolerate regret and need without giving it value or allowing it to control what you do. Confront yourself with the inevitability of unfair loss. Reassure yourself of your lack of responsibility for losing what's gone. Your script. Here's what to say to yourself and others when you yearn for closure. Dear me, fellow closure seeker, I know I can't get it out of my mind that I once had a respectable job, spouse, nice car, unshakable sense of safety, and now I need some way to restore my faith in life and myself. I also know that life, insert extremely negative verb here, and I've done nothing to deserve this. If I can't move to a better universe, get plastic surgery, find a mystic guru, I will try to accept that I can't protect myself from major shit and learn to live with whatever bad feeling that leaves in my head, gut, bones. If I need closure, I'll get a zip tie. Some people extol the human yearning for a just and fair society. It's certainly something everyone wishes for, and many people adopt as a goal, without stopping to accept the many, many situations in which fairness, justice, etc. are impossible. Ironically, defying that reality is the surest way to increase pain, frustration, and injustice. Accept unfairness and injustice without ever giving up on trying to be a fair and just human being. Even if your acceptance may require you to face your vulnerability and that of your family to the chaotic nature of our world. On the other hand, it will also give you more power to deal with that chaos and impose your own, very small measure of order and justice. Chapter 4. Fuck Helpfulness. Helpfulness is supposed to be a higher form of goodness, but you should know by now that if it feels good, and helpfulness can feel wonderful, it can be dangerous, like that other source of wonderful feelings, heroin. In fact, altruistic feeling efforts almost always carry a high risk of making things worse. Yet most religious leaders, therapists, politicians, and professional do-gooders talk as if you can never do enough to help your fellow man. Meanwhile, history has too many examples of people with the best intentions, from missionaries to armies to the developers of OxyContin, who end up helping people to death. The truth is that helpful feelings are what drive us to try to change others, whether it's possible or not, and regardless of unintended consequences. The most strongly motivated and dedicated would-be helpers have been known to kill people in order to protect them from spiritual harm. And if you're taking a life to save a soul, you're probably doing it wrong. Yes, other people need and deserve our help, and we have a special responsibility to help our families. The fact is, however, that many of us have an off-on switch in our brains when it comes to helpfulness. If it's on, we feel responsible for whatever happens to our helpees and guilty if we neglect to do something that might help. If it's off, too bad, they're on their own, and there's no guilt to worry about. We avoid in-between commitments because they make us feel more uncertain about what we're supposed to do and whether we've done enough. Unfortunately, most of life isn't in the convenient on-off or black-white decision areas. It's in the in-between gray area where you have to do less and think more, also known as the place most humans hate the most. Helping indiscriminately, reacting reflexively instead of thoughtfully, does harm when it's misdirected, a misappropriation of resources and a raiser of risks. Yes, it's noble to make sacrifices for the sake of others, but not when the chances of benefit are low and the cost and risk are high. Many helpers, by nature, are not interested in doing cost-benefit analyses. They live to help and despise risk-benefit managers as cold-hearted, selfish, and timid. They would readily sacrifice their entire family resources for an incurably sick child, regardless of the impact on the health and welfare of the other kids, whose chances of growing up healthy and safe are diminished with each noble act. Resist the call to helpfulness and the rush that comes with it, unless you're willing to acknowledge its potential to do harm and evil. There are methods for managing this powerful emotion and the dangers it creates. So if you want to be helped to be a better helper, listen on. Easing others' sorrow. If one end of the giving scale is donating a kidney, the other is that old standby, making someone smile. After all, if you can't help people in a material way, at least you can try to ease their pain and sorrow. The trouble starts, however, when it's just not possible, and instead of making someone feel better, you make a bigger mess. Many of us feel compelled to accept responsibility for the happiness of our loved ones without question or limit, either because we're the responsible type or we instinctively feel guilty if we fail. Which means that when they aren't smiling, you're in tears. Or we may need to help people feel happy to make ourselves happy, meet a professional goal, give in to a guilt trip, or simply to satisfy altruistic urges. The sad fact of life, however, is that we're often unable to help others feel better, regardless of our motivation, intimacy, and commitment. There are, for example, people who can't help but always be in pain, whether from grief, physical or mental illness, or even self-destructive actions they can't perceive or stop. If they, other loved ones, and professional helpers can't improve their suffering, there's little chance you will. The fact that you have accepted responsibility, even when it's for a very good reason, does not mean you have more power to be helpful. It just means you might be making things tougher for everyone, since failing to help will hurt you as much or more than anyone else. We take on that blame because it's human nature to find someone to blame for our unhappiness, beginning with loved ones, an uncaring mother and painful childhood, or a vengeful ex, and ending with the president or a local sports team. A major reason for marriage, of course, is having someone to blame. But that doesn't actually mean there's a person, be it a parent, political figure, or pitcher, who's responsible for our unhappiness. More often, the real source may be our personalities, our genes, or a lot of shit luck. Knowing when you can't make other people happy, even when you want to with your whole heart, is essential to changing your goal to one that's constructive and achievable instead of dangerous and exhausting. Accept that, and you'll end up doing less harm and feeling better, even if nobody else does. Here are some powers you'd like to have to ease suffering, but lack. An ability to make people feel better about themselves, or at least look like they don't want to die all the time. A list of therapists who are guaranteed to take everyone's insurance and who never allow patients to leave their first session until they're feeling better. The name of an antidepressant, psychotherapy, or inspirational video with a money-back guarantee. A knack for making people feel it's someone else's job to make them happy, and that someone isn't you. Among the wishes people express are to find the right words, action, or therapy to make someone feel better after everything has failed. To get an unhappy person to understand that they've done their best to help her and can't do more, but that she needs to help herself. To get an unhappy person to change behavior that is causing her unhappiness. To feel less guilty and powerless about their inability to help. Here are 3 examples. I hate how much my 17-year-old son is suffering from depression and how there's nothing I can do to help him. Helping him to feel better is the top priority for me and my wife, but nothing we've done has worked. His doctor says he's depressed, but can't seem to find a medication that will help him, and the therapist he sees says they can't seem to get at the cause. My son weakly jokes that I look so miserable that he's very, very sorry for making me depressed with his depression. But the fact is, I'm just endlessly worried. My goal is to do something, anything, to help my son. I had a wonderful relationship with my mother for many years, but she's developing dementia, and now being around her makes me feel totally helpless. She's convinced that people are breaking into her apartment and stealing from her, and she complains that I'm unwilling to do anything to help her. Meanwhile, she's had a couple bad falls, but refuses to use a cane. She feels scared and abandoned, and there's nothing I can do. Her lawyer tells me I can't force her to accept treatment or move into assisted living until she's more obviously impaired. My goal is to ease my mother's suffering and protect her from danger. I'm scared to death that my ex-boyfriend will kill himself and it will be my fault. I know he had periods of depression before we dated, but after I decided to end our relationship, he told me he was suicidal and couldn't stop drinking every evening. I urged him to get help, but he says the only thing that makes him feel better is talking to me. I hate to see him suffer, but I don't want to resume our relationship. I hoped I could use our phone calls to persuade him to stop drinking and get help, but he says they're the only thing keeping him alive. My goal is not to be responsible for his suicide. If you can't stop feeling responsible for making someone feel better, it can make him feel guilty for not getting better, make you feel guilty for not making it happen, and drain everyone's resources until you and the sufferer are each other's pain slaves in a misery death spiral. At this point, assuming you aren't in therapy, the only person you've helped is probably your local bartender. You'll also wind up angry at the one you want to help, at yourself for being angry, and at everyone else for not being helpful enough. If you don't know when to give up on your happiness-bringing goal, you can get locked into a vicious cycle of anger, guilt, and therapy, either the real or liquid kind. Whereupon you'll find yourself the subject of an intervention as all of your friends try to help you, and then the world will implode. Before allowing yourself to take responsibility for other people's painful feelings, ask yourself whether there's something you can do that will actually help, that you can afford to do given your other commitments, and that isn't better done by someone else, including the person you're trying to help. Using these standards, you'll decide whether the person you want to help is doing a good job bearing chronic, incurable pain for which there may be no cure. Instead of feeling like a failure because you can't help, or wondering why he can't do better for himself, respect your joint efforts and the success of living a full life together in spite of chronic pain. Then you can focus more on enjoying your small victories than your greater defeat. Give yourself even more respect if the person you're trying to help is needy, demanding, and impossible to satisfy. Even when you know that person can't avoid it, you can't help but want therapy yourself after being around them for any period of time. Once you decide on and meet your own standards for providing necessary care, you can protect yourself and your own needs, go about your other business, and then give yourself a medal. The biggest medal you can win is for trying to help a desperately unhappy person who tells you that you're the only reason they're still alive. Whether you're his ex-lover, child, or therapist, accepting responsibility for saving someone from despair can enslave you if you let it. Unfortunately, the only person who can save the life of a desperately needy person is that person. And releasing his death grip on the ones he loves is the first step toward recovery. As long as you don't take or give responsibility for life's incurable misery, you're free to evaluate and respect what's more important. Whether everyone is doing what they can actually do about it, assuming unhappiness really is unavoidable. Don't be surprised that unhappiness continually promotes negative thinking and self-blame in all involved. If, however, you remember how much you respect what this person does despite his unhappiness, you can show him how to fight negative thinking and urge him to seek coaches who can build pride by focusing on what he does with his pain rather than on whether or not he has it. You may not be able to make him happy, but you can show him powerful tools for preserving his pride and save yourself and them from the dark, powerful forces that can turn helplessness into pure, sometimes boozy, hell. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. A happy smile on the face of the one you love, like, or are otherwise related to. Confidence in your ability to make someone feel better. Belief in the power of the right treatment to solve any problem. Faith in everyone's ability to feel good as long as they take care of themselves and practice meditation, yoga, a gluten-free life, etc. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Know that you've done what you can to make someone happy. Tolerate unhappiness without flinching or blaming. Respect how well people pursue their values in spite of unhappiness. Here's how you can do it. Find out what can be done to help and do your proper share. If behavior change is necessary, be objective about whether it's possible. Urge treatment only if you think it has something to offer. Stop treatments that haven't proven useful. Encourage suffering people to do what matters in life to the extent that symptoms will allow. Coach people on methods for fighting negative thinking using the previously mentioned values. Your script. Here's what to tell someone or yourself when you're seized by urges to help the unhappy. Dear me, family member, poor miserable son of a bitch. I can't watch someone I care about suffering, weeping, flunking out, drown in hurt, without feeling there's always something that can help and I should be able to find by trying harder, visiting Lourdes, finding money for a psychoanalysis. But I know that's not true. I will try to ease your suffering if possible by being a friend, wearing a rainbow afro wig, farting repeatedly. But if my efforts don't work, I will not judge you or me as failures. I will respect you for continuing to shower, take out the garbage, face another day. Dumb things we say to try to cheer up the depressed and their more helpful alternatives. Dumb. Come on, pull yourself together. Where's your willpower? Why, it's dumb. Depression is a disease, like cancer, and nobody'd assume you should will away a tumor. Offer sympathy, not blame. Helpful. How bad is it today? Dumb. How come we don't know what's causing this? Why, it's dumb. Trying to find the source of the pain won't reveal the cure, just create more blame. Focus on the burdens of enduring pain, not the source. Helpful. Are you safe? Dumb. It kills me to see you like this. Why, it's dumb. Making a depressed person feel guilty for your suffering is about as helpful as a punch in the dick. Don't point fingers. Offer a hand. Helpful. Is there anything you want me to do? Dumb. Are you sure you're getting the right help? Why, it's dumb. Again, this makes their suffering their fault somehow, like they can't even choose doctors right. Helpful. Is anything helping much? Dumb. You shouldn't have to live with so much suffering. Why, it's dumb. A really depressed person finishes this sentence with, so I should kill myself. Be positive by accepting, not highlighting, the unfairness of suffering. Helpful. It's a big deal to get through a bad day. Rescuing the addicted. We all want what's best for those we love, which is why our first instinct when we see signs of alcoholism or drug addiction is to express worry, argue about whether or not a problem exists, and push for treatment. Rehab is not just, as the interventionists call it, a gift, but the gift. It's the Tickle Me Elmo on every addict's Christmas list. If we argue too much, or if the addict tends to behave badly while under the influence, we get angry and then feel guilty about that. Everyone can agree that the one thing that can cure both her addiction and our discomfort is the aforementioned treatment, which, like that ointment for the rash you got from a regrettable sexual encounter, will clear everything up right quick. Unfortunately, however, given the way people usually react to other people's advice, and the fact that treatment often doesn't work, especially when agreed to only to placate others, urging addicts into treatment often backfires. For one thing, intense urgings usually wind up making the addict and non-addicts feel the problem isn't addiction, it's your feelings, and her goal isn't to evaluate or improve herself, but to make you happy or change your mind. She feels responsible for your feelings. You feel responsible for her rescue, and her responsibility for her own well-being and self-control gets lost in between. If she agrees to get treatment in order to make you happy, not only is treatment less likely to help, but blame for failure of said treatment is more likely to land on your doorstep, leaving you angrier and more helpless than before. In other words, you can start a dangerous, vicious cycle by intervening the addict into treatment that often promotes more conflict and drug use than sobriety. Fortunately, however, there is a better way to discuss sobriety with an addict, or to determine whether someone's drug use is dangerous, than by creating an emotional or any other mandate for treatment. It begins with accepting your inability to rescue someone from addiction, an acceptance that is as hard as an addict's accepting his or her inability to control addiction. It requires you to keep intense feelings, including fear and anger, to yourself. It allows you to be potentially helpful with less risk of doing harm or being harmed. So if you're called on by love or bad luck to rescue an addict, slap yourself and get help right away. Enroll in Al-Anon or get a good counselor to coach you on how to manage your rescue instincts. Yes, there are probably some good, helpful things you can do, but not until you've learned how to protect yourself from being drained, over or underdiagnosing addiction, and inadvertently encouraging addictive behavior. Then you can put aside accusations and fears and instead use the dispassionate language of business to describe the problems that need to be improved and what will happen if they aren't. Control your urge to help, and you'll be better able to help someone control their urge to use and give them a truly useful gift, the power to help themselves. Here are the rescuing powers you wish you had, but don't. Denial-busting insight that will show the blindest, dumbest addict the extent of his or her poisonous bullshit. Love that will draw the addict into trusting your vision and getting help for the sake of your future legendary relationship. The name of the ultimate intervention clinician with the ultimate power of denial-busting insight. That is, the bald guy from Intervention, although Candy Finnegan would also do. The name of a clinic, guru, or spell that, given enough time and money, can guarantee good results. Among the wishes would-be rescuers express are to fill whatever need causes the addict's addiction, but in a healthy way. To help the addict understand feelings that cause addiction and thus improve control. To get the addict effective treatment. To get the addict to see the need for treatment. To figure out where everyone went wrong. Here are 3 examples. My boyfriend is a great guy and would do anything for me, but I can't get him to stop drinking. I know he had a miserable childhood, and I respect the way he basically raised himself. But he gets tipsy every night to get to sleep, has a glass in his hand after 3 p.m. on weekends, and doesn't realize how angry and scary he can sometimes get when he's had one too many. He's never hurt me, and he never misses work, as he points out to me over and over again whenever I bring up the issue. But I see trouble ahead. I don't think he's ever had a serious relationship before, and I have confidence he'll listen to me if I can get him to see it's important and I love him. My goal is to help him get into treatment. My brother was always my best friend, but he's been different since he got back from Iraq. He was discharged for using drugs and alcohol, which made him bitter because he's got PTSD and was probably self-medicating in the first place. Since then, he's been in and out of rehab, but it's always a revolving door, and he never really gets the help he needs. I'd do anything to see him get better, so I'd like to spend my savings on getting him into a private 30-day program and then maybe have him come to live with me and my husband, who, as you might imagine, is not crazy about the idea, particularly since my brother stole from us the last time he was here. My goal is to help the big brother who always helped me, no matter what it takes. My wife nags me to stop drinking, and I know I like to have a couple glasses of wine with dinner, but I'm confident that I never go over my limit, and there hasn't been a time in the last 10 years when I had a hangover or put myself over the limit when I had to drive. She's pretty sensitive about drinking because she grew up with alcoholic parents, and I don't like to make her unhappy, but I work hard. I love good wine at the end of the day, and it's not something I want to give up just to make her happy. My goal is to get her to see that I'm not an alcoholic, so she can feel better and I can keep enjoying the finer things. Using love or any strong emotion to push an addict toward rehab usually causes nothing but false promises and/or a nasty argument. For example, quoth Amy Winehouse, "No, no, no." So when it comes to trying to help an addict, it's best to manage your emotions carefully. Trying to nurture a tortured, misunderstood, drunk Shrek who loves you into a confident prince is appealing as a fairy tale, but dangerous as an actual game plan. Of the many things that cannot cure addiction, love is one of them, even if it's unconditional and mutual. Believing otherwise and banking on beauty's curative love actually prevents beasts from realizing they need to learn to manage themselves. Sheltering a needy drunk when no other place will is another sweet gesture that backfires. Addicts don't deserve the horrible dangers they encounter, but if you don't make shelter conditional on sobriety or ensure your safety in some other way, they won't get better, and you and your marriage, health, and credit score will suffer even more than they will. Rescue makes addiction worse until you gain control of your own addiction to being a rescuer and spell out what's acceptable and safe. Borrow a page from the intervention playbook by figuring out what will oblige you to leave, evict, or divorce an addict if they don't give recovery a try. Spell out addiction-related behaviors that must stop, whether it's stealing, nodding off, neglecting your kids, and all the other shades of the fuck-uppery rainbow. Decide what you need to do with your feet, wallet, and brand new alarm codes, then let the addict know where you stand with regret and be prepared to follow through. Don't skimp on your love, but know what needs to be done to protect it from addiction, including yours to helping. Let your caring motivate sobriety, not stimulate emotional reactivity. If addiction is just a possibility and not a well-established disaster, don't overdiagnose or overreact. Instead of asking a beloved suspect to get sober because you care and you're worried, ask him to figure out his own standards for defining problematic drug use and apply it to himself. Avoid debate over how often he has to experience cravings, hangovers, or withdrawal to be in trouble. Instead, ask him whether drug use has interfered at work or caused him to do things he regrets. If he's unsure, ask him to try a few months of sobriety just to compare. Educate yourself about treatment and AA. If you think it might help, invest in a big intervention, but keep in mind that, like bar mitzvahs and magic shows, interventions are only for the young, impressionable, and green, at least in terms of usefulness. Even then, treatment's power is limited and depends a great deal on an individual's motivation, so don't assume that more is better. If treatment fails, urge him to keep thinking about his own reasons for getting sober, not to make you happy, but because he wants to keep living with you, and to use whatever he's found helpful. Even so, don't regard relapse as failure. Every day of trying to stay sober, as long as one is trying one's hardest, is a success. If you can't get an addict help, respect the strength it takes to continue to love someone who is always in trouble, always requires careful management, and may or may not get sober, recover, and grow. If you can control your urge to save an addict while not giving up, however, you may help people recover from addiction and possibly get a yes, yes, yes. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. An ability to get through to someone about addiction with or without professional assistance. Faith in treatment. Progress through spontaneous sharing of feelings. Freedom from fear of relapse. Freedom from addiction worst-case scenarios. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Accept addictive behavior as possibly unavoidable and uncontrollable. Limit responsibility and blame. Manage anger and false hope. Do your best to help addiction without taking responsibility for rescue. Know when you have to go and know that you've done your best. Here's how you can do it. Discuss tools for thinking rationally about addiction. Define what has to change for both you and the addict to live under the same roof or under current conditions. Offer input about ongoing addiction-related behaviors and stand by what you think about their dangerousness or other potential for harm without expressing negative emotion. Urge an addicted person to check out potential sources of therapy, guaranteeing that a patient's search will be rewarded, but that he or she may first find many duds. Rescue yourself if you can, knowing that you can't rescue anyone else. Your script. Here's what to tell someone or yourself when you're tempted to rescue him from addiction. Dear self, beloved drunk or junkie, person I once trusted who pawned my TV to buy pills. I would have given my life, TV, fortune to save you, but that approach seems likely to cost me my life, TV, fortune, and make me pissed, broken, broke, very obsessed with the one relationship in my life that makes me most unhappy and which I can do nothing about. So instead I will check your health insurance, put aside money, change the locks, and let you know that living with me requires sobriety, doing your share, no unreasonable shit. Of course, various treatments may help you get there, but that's up to you. Good luck. What they say on intervention versus what's more likely to be helpful. The late long-running A&E series Intervention made a few things very clear. 1. Even the gnarliest addict has cute baby pictures. 2. Huffing keyboard cleaner is a thing. And 3, most important, speaking to an addict from the heart is the best way to break addiction's spell. While 2 out of 3 ain't bad, that last intervention lesson is actually false, since heartfelt pleas often make someone else's addiction your problem when you want to make it his or hers. Instead, bypass hiring a former drunk named Jeff and a hotel conference room, talk to the addict one-on-one, strip away the drama from the content of your concern, and ask him whether or not he's ready to make it his. In the meantime, find old episodes of Hoarders, because the therapists on that show may be worse than the interventionists, but at least you'll get motivated to clean your house. Intervention. Your addiction has affected me in the following ways. Helpful. Your addiction has affected you in the following ways. The question is, which of those matter to you? Intervention. I can't keep watching you kill yourself. Helpful. You've lost the ability to protect yourself, or even wash your hair. Intervention. I love you so much, and your addiction is destroying me. Helpful. Your addiction will drive away the people who love and depend on you and leave you with a new group of friendly fellow addicts who might rape you when you're unconscious. Intervention. Listen to your mother. You owe her that much. Helpful. Try listening to your own values and experience, and stop calling your mother when you're broke. Intervention. Will you accept this gift of rehab, or else, we are offering you today? Helpful. If you haven't tried rehab before, there's a lot you can get out of it, but it depends on you. If it didn't work for you last time, then ask yourself whether you're ready to try harder. Either way, if you can't examine your addiction seriously, then I have to withdraw from this relationship. Protecting victims of injustice. Everybody loves an underdog, mostly because, at one time or another, everyone's been one. If you're lucky enough to have never felt powerless or mistreated, you probably feel an extra obligation to help the underdog, because helping the wronged is a way for the undeserving lucky to feel less guilty and even the score. That's why coming to the rescue of the unfairly disadvantaged is one of those equally selfless and self-serving acts. Helping a badly treated good guy feels like you're both avenging a personal injustice and making the world a better place. You're helping him, helping yourself, and helping the universe. Unfortunately, it's often hard to tell a sob story from the real thing, and not all mistreated underdogs are necessarily good people. Even when you're sure he's a good guy and his mistreatment is real, defending him may do nothing but draw further fire and endanger other good people, including you and yours. In other words, even if you're not taken for a sucker, rescuing good people from injustice may suck you into an impossible situation that can create more injustice and victims, namely, you. Fortunately, you can protect yourself from your instincts for helping victims of injustice while actually helping them when it's possible. It requires strength and patience and is often emotionally frustrating. If what you're committed to, however, is protecting victims of injustice when it's actually possible to do so, rather than satisfying your desire to feel like a victim protector, then you can do good while staying out of the doghouse. Here are some magical powers you'd like to have to protect victims of injustice, but lack. A truth amulet that distinguishes noble victims from conniving liars. An enchanted canary that tells you how many new victims will be created, if any, by your protective efforts. A sword of justice that defends true victims without causing unintended cuts, sprains, or amputations to its wielder and innocent bystanders. A Pegasus that flies you away to your next assignment, putting an end to your responsibilities to the victims you've just helped by making you impossible to trace. Among the wishes injustice menders express are to find a method for protecting victims that will be effective and not provoke any counterattack, to get others to understand that a victim deserves support and respect, to spread the truth about who hurt whom and why their reasons were bad and the results were devastating and unfair, to feel like they did the right thing. Here are 3 examples. Our new boss is trying to fire one of the best members of our team. He was loyal and helpful to me when I was starting out and deserves better. The boss seems to like me for some reason, but she doesn't like it when I defend this guy and seems to think that by defending this coworker, I'm trying to undermine her authority, and I don't want to get myself into trouble. My goal is to find a way to protect a hard-working colleague from getting unfairly targeted with criticism and maybe losing his job. My family hates my girlfriend, not because she has 3 kids from previous relationships, but because all the kids have different dads, and she never married any of them. I tried to explain to them that each of those men were abusive, and that, like me, my family should instead see her as someone who has been treated badly and is now flowering because she's finally with someone who loves her and treats her right. She no longer feels like cutting herself and says she's stopped taking pain pills altogether, and I'm so proud of her. My goal is to stop my family from being mean and undermining her confidence. It's my job as a high school counselor to help troubled kids, whether or not they've had run-ins with the law. And I think the positive relationship I've formed with this one particular kid has been good for him, since he needs the extra attention. My colleagues tell me to watch out, because foster kids are always trouble, plus he's had a specific history of getting violent with a series of foster parents, and he broke into his last counselor's house while she was away on vacation. I've gotten to know this kid, and I think he just gets blamed for everything because he's had such a tough upbringing that everyone expects the worst. My goal is to give him the trust and confidence he deserves. The risks of protecting victims of injustice are numerous, including possible violence that can turn you from protector to one of the persecuted. That's why it's your job to assess your risks before getting on your white horse and possibly galloping off a cliff. First, find out what happened to the white knights who preceded you into battle. Often they ran into bad guys who had the big boss and HR behind them, or a damsel in distress who went back to her wicked thug boyfriend, or a counselee who filed complaints. You can try to talk to your predecessors, but it might be hard, as they're likely in hiding, prison, or the grave. Do your best to check out facts because, as much as it can give you a headache and absolutely no catharsis to hear 3 contradictory but sincere versions of the same story, information is the key to knowing how much help is deserved and what it's likely to trigger. If you know that your coworker has a clean record with HR and that your efforts have a remote chance of saving his job and, most important, won't cost you yours, then rescue away. The odds of those things being true, however, let alone knowable, are as good as a successful quest for the Holy Grail. Second, do background checks on all innocent victims, no matter how clear their innocence may seem. Without blaming them for their bad luck, explore the possibility that they encounter more of it than most because of weaknesses they can't help, including mental illness and addiction. If that's true, your intervention won't do much to protect them in the long run unless they change their bad habits. Be suspicious of stories that are too bad to be true, especially when they concern serial victims and their tales of woe. Your innocent single mother may be the kind of unstable person who falls in love as quickly and arbitrarily as she falls into hate. Finally, remember your other priorities. You have obligations to others as well as yourself for your independence, safety, and stability, even if those commitments lack the emotional pull of the good fight. Don't enlist until you're sure your protective mission doesn't endanger your other missions at home, because, like the distressed damsel, your misunderstood teen may turn out to be a jerk who steals your laptop. Since, by definition, assholes, Chapter 9, always see themselves as victims, some victims of injustice will turn out to be assholes, and it's your job to protect yourself. Real opportunities to help victims of injustice are limited, but you'll be most effective when you're selective and careful. Respect yourself for doing careful screening, which requires hard work, is often painful, and seldom gives you the thrill of righting a wrong. Even when you can't protect someone from unfairness and harm, however, show respect for how hard it is to endure injustice and still remain a good, determined person. Given the facts of life's injustice, you do good by honoring victims of injustice who refuse to alter positive moral values and priorities, despite knowing that a rescue party isn't on the way. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Knowledge of who really deserves protection and will really benefit from it. Power to protect those who really deserve it. Resources to protect yourself from retaliation. The ability to protect people from weaknesses that expose them to repeat victimization. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Care appropriately about helping people who have been mistreated. Develop the skills to assess a complex, righteousness-drenched situation. Tolerate the fact that you may be able to help no one. Retain your personal priorities regardless of protective urges and pressures. Respect people who endure injustice regardless of what happens. Here's how you can do it. Develop effective methods for fact-gathering. Do careful risk assessments, including risks caused by a victim's bad habits. Perform careful political evaluations that include the risk of escalation and retaliation. Offer respect to those who endure injustice, whether or not you can correct it. Your script. Here's what to say when you're tempted to rescue a victim of injustice. Dear self, unfairness refugee, victim of nastiness, helping you after you've been unfairly damaged by your boss, your ex, the town gossip, the IRS, Fox News, would give me great pleasure, but I can't forget that I've got to make a living, am vulnerable to the same kind of crap attack. You have a history of making enemies. I will find out more about what happened and whether it's likely to happen again while trying to figure out whether I can help and, lying low, changing my name, winning a Nobel Prize for unassailable virtue, making it look like it's coming from someone else. Even if I can't help, I respect your ability to stay focused on the goals and values of your life without being distracted by bad luck, bad choices, being born under a bad sign. Brokering peace at home. Of all the making professions, from cheese to dress, peacemakers are the only ones to be blessed, and with good reason. A good cheese can be heavenly, but peacemaking has more potential benefit, given that conflict often hurts and tends to escalate in ways that bring out the worst in everyone. If the warring enemies are sufficiently powerful, for example, India and Pakistan, Godzilla and Mothra, Red Sox and Yankees, successful peacemaking can be exciting, but can also be dangerous and sometimes prolong conflict. So don't assume every peacemaker is or should be blessed, and therefore able to work without a bulletproof vest. Taking too much responsibility for other people's wars means you wind up feeling responsible for everything they say and do. So before long, you've got their headaches and they've got someone to complain to who feels obligated to listen. Yes, you may have every good reason in the world to wish for peace, but your peacemaking may actually make it easier for hostilities to continue, especially now that their conflict has one convenient human representative who can neatly receive all grievances and blame. Peacemaking a long-standing conflict also tends to devalue old grievances that some people feel are worth endless sacrifice. So if they think you're succeeding, they'll go out of their way to make those old arguments seem fresh again with timely discoveries, new evidence, restraining orders, or even another round of violence. In the end, the one thing on which warring parties may come to agree is that they both hate you. Of course, as long as you're not too sensitive and survive, you may regard this as a mission accomplished. So don't try to broker peace because you're good-hearted and want to help people just get along. Before stepping into the combat zone, get your peacemaking urges under control and learn the techniques you need to know before deciding which conflicts are worth peacemaking and which ones you should stay away from. Learn how to keep responsibility where it belongs, which is never, ever in your vicinity. And if the conflict resembles a pool of quicksand, learn how to make a nice fresh mozzarella instead. Here are some peacemaking powers you'd like, but probably lack. A calming, charismatic presence that makes everyone eager to win your approval when you ask them to do it for you. A strong empathy for grievances that relieves combatants of the need for any other satisfaction, so you can feel the pain right out of them. An ability to interest angry opponents in the mutual advantages of peace, despite their shared interest in pummeling each other. Arm strength sufficient to knock heads together. Among the wishes people express are to protect combatants and their family members from the pain of their conflict, to end rifts that divide and weaken groups and families so they can function more effectively, to solve a problem they feel responsible for but can't see their way out of without help, to get groups to sit down and find an answer to their dispute, no matter how difficult. Here are 3 examples. Unlike most kids, I was thrilled when my parents got divorced, because living in a house with the two of them constantly fighting was pure hell. Since their miraculously peaceful divorce, I've enjoyed my time with each of them, because separately they're very nice and loving people. To this day, however, they still can't be within 100 feet of each other without a battle, which means I have the impossible task of trying to equally divvy up any holidays, events, birthdays, etc. that involve their grandkids. Both insist that they're getting the short end of the stick, and I'm favoring the other parent. But neither will even consider just shutting the fuck up and putting up with each other at the same event for the sake of my kids. Maybe I should ask them to get couples therapy. My goal is to get them to sit down, make peace, and put aside their anger so they can enjoy family events without being excluded. I've got 2 smart people working for me who do a great job, but they're always snapping at each other. They've got personality styles that just don't mesh, so each one thinks the other's questions and requests are stupid or exploitative. And then they complain to me. I've asked HR for help, but mediation didn't work. I like to have an open-door management style, but each of them takes advantage of every opportunity to give me an earful about everything the other guy is doing wrong. My goal is to get them to be happy members of my team. My best friend is nasty and overbearing with her teenage son, and I can't get her to see it. She sees him as a disrespectful liar because he often doesn't do his homework when he tells her he has. But I see him as a nice, bright kid with some ADD who lies because he's afraid of her reaction. If I suggest she's overdoing her criticism, she tells me it's none of my business and I'm trying to undermine her as a parent. My goal is to help her avoid making obvious mistakes and traumatizing her son and ruining their relationship. After giving careful thought to the risks of peacemaking in general, and paying homage to the prematurely deceased blue-helmeted peacekeepers who have gone before you, define goals for your warring parties that are entirely positive, professional, and designed to enhance the happiness and well-being of both sides. At the same time as you define these goals, be extremely careful not to make yourself a shared target, which is what happens if you screw up and make yourself responsible for easing the terrible, unfair wrongdoing they blame on each other. Ask each combatant to assess, with your input, whether the cost of conflict outweighs its advantages, taking into account the impact of long-term penalties, retaliation, and unintended consequences. Yes, expressing anger feels more satisfying, sends a tough message to your enemy, and may eventually bring about desired change. But urge people to get real, remember what has actually happened, and anticipate the bad things that will keep happening. Then offer them your help in making peace if and when they decide it's in their best interest. While it doesn't fit with the positive spirit of your mission, don't exclude the possibility of imposing self-protective limits and penalties if fighting continues. If the United States can impose sanctions on Iran, you can impose sanctions on grandparental visitation and worker performance ratings. That way you send a clear message that you're sorry they're unhappy and you're willing to penalize their bad behavior if they can't just suck it up already. Be clear, however, that whatever limits and penalties you impose are an unfortunate necessity and are not meant to express criticism, superior power, or pressure to change. Should the conflict come to a resolution with grandparents and employees who find the strength to keep their feelings to themselves, you will be delighted that sanctions can be lifted. If one party is clearly more aggressive, don't protect the underdog, because it will negatively impact the peace process. Instead, point out to the oppressor the many ways that attacking a perceived underdog can backfire, including passive resistance and counterattacks by others who also feel threatened. For example, instead of questioning whether the critical mother in the previous case loves and supports her underperforming son, express concern that her vehement way of expressing herself may lead to a stalemate with him and possibly the school. If she comes to agree, you have suggestions. Spell out methods for reducing hostilities without asking people to give up grievances. You're not asking them to stop hating or mistrusting one another, simply to stop expressing their feelings verbally or in the form of offensive actions. Spell out the behaviors that will allow them to escape penalties, whether imposed by you or others. If they comply, they're not abandoning their cause, just determining that it is not advanced by conflict. Don't expand your responsibilities beyond your stated offer, regardless of how fervently you wish for peace, because it doesn't help to take sides or appear to be doing so, and it's exhausting to listen to complaints. You've done your job by offering objective thoughts about the cost of conflict and making it easy to reduce hostilities. To do more is likely to cause harm. Don't blame yourself or others if you get nowhere. Good ideas sometimes take time to sink in, and some people may have reasons for fighting that you can't understand. Don't expect to make peace happen, but respect yourself for doing what you can to give it a chance, and trying to do better than the troops that came before. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. An ability to ease grievances, power to enforce a just solution or stop bad behavior, an ability to reason with people so they'll do what's good for them, enough patience to not be upset and annoyed by other people's feuds. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Keep your own negative feelings from adding to hostilities. Find reasons that peace would be less costly than war. Add to those reasons with your own sanctions and limits if it's in your power. Don't take responsibility for the grievances or hostilities of others. Take care to protect yourself. Here's how you can do it. Talk politely regardless of how you really feel. Stay positive and concerned, but not enough to listen to complaints. Sell the specifics of peace, including the painful, tough penalties you and others won't have to inflict. If people don't want peace, stay out of the way of bullets. As usual, respect your efforts, not your results. Your script. Here's what to say when you wish to broker peace between parties in conflict. Dear self, repeatedly wronged, unfairly traumatized, folks who hate each other. I'd like to help you feel better, but experience has taught me that listening doesn't help you for more than 5 minutes, gives me a headache that lasts an hour, is for music, not opinions. And besides, it's more important that you stop trash-talking, cold-shouldering, rumor-mongering, Facebook flaming. I've put together a proposal, PowerPoint presentation, 1-page memo detailing the pros and cons of peace and where you can reach me if peace is what you want. Otherwise, don't call, and know that I continue to wish you well. Raising the downtrodden. No matter how much sacrifice charity requires, be it of personal needs, finances, or just hygiene, there's usually enough pleasure involved in giving to blur the lines between selfishness and selflessness. Even when people sacrifice their health and well-being, those who literally give until it hurts find that the pain is its own kind of reward. Humans have a long history of using pain to purge guilt, from self-whipping medieval monks to self-harming modern teens. So while most people are content to be rewarded for their good deeds with thanks, warm feelings, and/or the occasional tote bag, others find that if getting sick while tending to the sick cures the shame they feel for being born healthy, then they'll take tetanus over a tote bag any day. Unbridled giving may feel good, but good people need to make tough, less satisfying decisions about giving that take into account their own needs, resources, other obligations, and the risk of doing harm with their gifts. Good giving is equally selfish and selfless, and is measured by not sacrifice or the pleasure it brings, but by the objective effectiveness of your gift. That's why when it comes to giving, you need to put together a plan that reflects your values, including those that unavoidably compete with one another because your resources are limited. This doesn't mean it's not good to give to the downtrodden, but it may be bad if giving compromises your safety, diverts resources away from those who could benefit more, or sacrifices the welfare of people for whom you have more immediate responsibility. Fortunately, if you can put aside the great buzz that comes from helping the truly wretched and examine the particulars of each case, you'll see that the risks of giving are not infinite and can be assessed and managed. Ultimately, it's not the amount you give or the amount of pleasure you get out of it, but the amount of care you put into giving that matters. Here are powers that you'd like, but probably lack. A major fucking Gates Buffett bankroll. An invulnerable immune system, and colon. A genius for doing simultaneous child care and world saving. Magic hindsight to assure you that the gratitude and admiration people feel for your efforts is not undermining their respect for their own culture or fueling a backlash of envy and destruction. Among the wishes people express are to dedicate their lives to something worthwhile, to help people who need it the most, to help life's worst rejects, to avoid the meaninglessness of a life of self-indulgence. Here are 3 examples. As a Christian, I make charity and volunteer work a huge part of my life. Helping people who are poor, mentally ill, and neglected by society isn't just God's work, but work I can feel good about. Recently, though, my faith received a blow when I decided to hire one of the regulars at the church soup kitchen to do a painting job in my house. He's always been friendly, if a little off, but after he left, I found the door to my locked closet had been forced open, and some of my wife's jewels were gone. There's a part of me that wants to show him love by forgiving him, hoping that will restore his faith in mankind. And there's a part of me that agrees with my wife that this guy just takes things and I should call the police. My goal is to do good for people who really need it without losing the jewelry that represents my love for my wife. There's nothing about animals I don't like. They're much nicer and more loving than people. So I regularly foster animals for the local no-kill shelter, and I'm always willing to take in and adopt strays or abused pets. My friends have started to complain that they can't come over because dogs and cats have taken over the furniture, and neighbors have complained to the authorities that they can't stand the smell. But I think they're all overreacting because I have multiple cats and a couple of my dogs are pit bulls. My goal is to be helpful and heal the damage caused by human cruelty. I feel selfish living in a rich country with my middle-class comforts and all the luxuries I could ever want. So it's always been meaningful for me to spend a couple weeks every year doing something helpful in developing countries. I had such a good time the last time I did it, I began thinking of making it a full-time job by finding an NGO I could work with. My boyfriend points out that such a move wouldn't help our relationship. He's happy with his job and thinks giving a bit to charity is enough, or my retirement. My goal is to figure out a way to do something good and important in this world without losing what's important in my life. The great Boston philanthropist Daniel Rothenberg famously judged the effectiveness of charitable organizations by interviewing their janitors, reasoning that janitors, as the canaries in the coal mine of a business, best reflect an organization's ability to enact its values and keep its priorities straight. In other words, shit flows downhill, so if the guy who cleans up shit feels fairly treated, then the organization probably knows how to do its work. Ask yourself what you owe yourself and those who depend on you, including safety, before you pal around with the terribly ill and potentially dangerous. Otherwise, if you give for sentimental reasons and without considering those issues, you can expose you and yours to danger with little chance of benefit, leaving your metaphorical janitors up shit creek. Before assuming that you're not giving enough in life, figure out how many you can afford to help in a way that's bound to be beneficial. If you give to all comers, whether they be people or pets, without first measuring your resources, the only true benefactor will be you, as you'll inherit a shitstorm from everyone around you. Before becoming a full-time giver, also rate the value of your relationships, since you'll have to take time from them to dedicate your energies to your new full-time cause. Most close relationships require a certain level of involvement and attendance, and if you're off on a giving crusade, your relationships may fall apart as well. The due diligence list for checking out uplifting opportunities isn't endless or complicated, but it does make it hard to maintain your enthusiasm and virtuous feelings if it leads you to discover that many programs don't measure up or will cost you too much. When it comes to giving, it pays to give a shit about the details. Being a good person doesn't mean you have to be charitable as an occupation or lifestyle. Being a good person means doing right by friends and family and working hard and honestly to support yourself. If you can keep those standards in mind while also trying to do good in the larger world, you'll come up with rules for giving that allow you to do some beneficial things without becoming a jerk to those who know you or even those who do your shit work. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. Enough resources to prevent a deserving group from being deprived of benefits you happened to give another group. Advance assurance that people won't misuse what you've given them. Confidence that giving to people from a much less affluent culture won't cause envy or otherwise hurt that culture. Assurance that you won't give or receive undesirable new bacteria. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Prevent harmful or ineffective giving by doing a thorough assessment. Avoid repeating previous unsuccessful attempts to help. Make a huge difference to a large number of people. Learn how to maximize your impact without wasting resources. Minimize harm and unintended consequences. Here's how you can do it. Decide what's needed most. Identify those who don't have it and can't get it. Define an amount that's necessary and enough rather than what's best. Maximize the number who get it. Measure the bang per buck. Look for unintended harm. Your script. Here's what to say when you or a loved one wishes to donate services to reduce human misery. Dear self, spouse, desperate beggar, huddled masses yearning to breathe free, I am willing to sacrifice lots of time, money, my DVD collection, to making the world a better place, but I won't be satisfied by intense gratitude from a small group of people who maybe didn't need my or your help in the first place, deserve help but offer repayment in the form of rare amoeba, weren't worth losing a marriage or bank account or foot over. I will take time to assess need and will not be distracted by loud begging, sob stories, disheveled appearances. I will learn how to ration resources, assess impact, and take pride in providing what's necessary and otherwise unavailable to the greatest number for the least negative impact. Did you know about the dark side of social work? There's an old country song called "Mamas, Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys." And while it's arguable that mamas should be more worried about their children becoming performance artists or senators than cattle rustlers, one occupation that parents should also be quite wary of is social worker. Believe it or not, your money's better spent underwriting your child's MFA in performance studies than an MSW of doom. Social work school will train your kids to be the ultimate helpers, and you might think that would make them really, really good kids. After all, they'll listen carefully to what you have to say and show great interest in your feelings, and you'll never have to ask them to take out the garbage, make curfew, or not mess around with drugs. Then again, they'll give the same kind of care to people who are all kinds of messed up with drugs, since they'll also feel obliged to help them, in addition to hustlers, criminals, the garbage man, etc. That's because what social work school doesn't do is prepare them to say no to bad people, be sensitive to bad instincts in good people, discipline their own giving instincts, and stand up for their own needs. Mostly it encourages some of the worst habits that counselors of any kind, shrinks included, can have. Listening non-judgmentally, being empathetic, and caring deeply about those in your care. All skills that will set anyone up to get taken advantage of, feed others bad habits, and fall short of achieving the goals that sent them into social work in the first place. The sad irony is that social work often takes good people with the best of intentions, pairs them with bad people with terrible intentions, and, best case scenario, robs the good people of their faith in humanity as they realize they've been working very hard to help bad people do worse. The worst case scenario is they don't realize when they're being suckered and feel angry at the world on behalf of their victim clients. At least until they get laid off due to budget cuts, as the social workers are always the first to go. There are, of course, many counselors and social workers who are good at their jobs because they developed smart instincts through experience, not school. Even so, their jobs are often thankless, poorly paid, and grim. Being a social worker, like being a nun or a Walmart greeter, rewards sacrifice with more sacrifice. All three face poverty, crappy clothes, and periods of uncomfortable celibacy. Most of those who don't quit end up with so much contempt for the people they were trying to help that they let off steam by beating children with rulers. Helping others is a noble pursuit that, without a strong set of independent and protective values, can do much more harm than good, and social work school rarely provides the preparation one needs. You may want your kid to help people, but not this way. Teach them to be cowboys instead, and at least you'll get free steak. The wish to help others is a powerful motivator and source of self-esteem that can be realized on many different levels of human interaction, from helping a relative be happy to ending conflict between those we love to improving the world. At each level, the desire to help can easily backfire if what we wish isn't realistic and if we don't think carefully about risks and consequences. If you accept the fact that helping others is sometimes impossible, you'll become more helpful, even if the most helpful thing you let yourself do at times is nothing. True helpfulness often isn't satisfying, but if you've taken the time to evaluate what you're doing and your values put a higher premium on being helpful than feeling helpful, then you have a right to feel you're living up to your ideals and doing the correct thing. Chapter 5. Fuck Serenity. For those not in the medical field, knowledge of what's good and bad for our health can usually be found in the center of a Venn diagram involving factual scientific knowledge, pop culture, and total bullshit. That's where you'll find such statements as, "Kale is God's personal salad," "Deodorant gives you Alzheimer's," or something, and in bold letters, "Stress kills." Therefore, many people feel they should be able to reduce or eliminate stress, along with anger and fear, and achieve more serenity in their lives, both as an end in itself and to promote physical and mental wellness. They regard anger and fear as feelings that can be cleansed through meditation, or the practice of peaceful, giving philosophies, or sweaty yoga, or drinking vegetables, etc. Unfortunately, like all of life's unpleasantries, stress, fear, and anger are unavoidable, at least sometimes. In some ways, they're beneficial. Fear and aggression are basic primal defenses, but whether stress is a force for good or bad in your life, or even both, trying to do away with it is futile, harmful, and a way to set yourself against your basic nature. If you really want to dedicate yourself to a serene existence, then accept a life absorbed in therapeutic and religious exercises while you either succeed in self-lobotomy or feel like a failure because you can't. The model of such laid-back living is probably Jeffrey the Dude Lebowski, the fictional character from the Coen brothers' 1998 film, whose keys to a carefree lifestyle appear to be lots of weed, no self-awareness, and not bathing with marmots. Certainly you can and should avoid stress if you're not also avoiding your responsibilities. It's good to avoid conflict when you can and hang out with people you get along with, rather than with those who set you on edge. We assume, however, that there are lots of conflicts and relationships that life dumps on you or in your bathtub without giving you a choice. Likewise, your temperament dumps feelings on you like anger and anxiety without asking your permission or necessarily responding to meditation, exercises, medication, and intensive psychotherapy. Remember that the actual serenity prayer, which is central to 12-step methodology, isn't a prayer to end stress and anger, but for the clarity of mind and the humility to deal with whatever life inevitably throws at you. You can usually tell when conflict, fear, and negative feelings are unavoidable. That's when you've honestly tried everything, asked for advice, and still feel stuck. And when you start looking for your second therapy and third medication. Self Magazine may tell you that stress is deadly, but dedicating yourself to eliminating it will make you feel like you're not really living at all. Accept that peace of mind is rare, and that without learning proper management of stress and fear, you can lose your mind entirely. Stop hating the ones you love. It's easier than most people think not to fall in love with the wrong person. Woody Allen's excuse was, "The heart wants what it wants." But so do toddlers, and you don't give every 4-year-old a pony. On the other hand, it's almost impossible to stop loving someone, no matter how awful they are, when that someone is family, practically family, or a fellow survivor of hard times. They're not just friends or partners. They're part of your life. Certain connections and experiences bond you to a person, so your love isn't a matter of choice and you can't turn it off. Unfortunately, you may also find yourself hating them, or hating yourself for the way you respond to them. That, too, is seldom deliberate or easy to stop. If you're lucky, your reasons for hate are temporary, or hinge on a grudge you can give up or neutralize by lowering your expectations. For example, you may hate your parents until you're old enough to see their side of things or realize they couldn't help many of their faults and mistakes. Occasionally, other realizations can also put an end to hatred, like seeing that you have the right to decline an impossible responsibility and thus no longer have to hate the person you formerly felt responsible for or to. These are the kind of hate-to-love transformations we celebrate and relive in stories because it feels so good to stop hating someone you love and stop feeling like a hateful person. Unfortunately, we also love to relive such moments because they are far too rare. Most often, it's not in your power to stop hating someone you love, and your efforts to stop hating are likely to make hatred worse. You'll try to talk out issues that can't be resolved, or change character traits, yours and/or theirs, which is the best way to start a fight. You'll feel like a failure, which will make your hatred more acute and harder to keep inside where it belongs. If after much effort to resolve your negative feelings, you come to the conclusion that you can't stop hating someone you love, don't despair. Because if it's really not in your power to stop hating, there's no point in blaming or hating yourself. Once you accept that anger is there to stay, and only bound to get worse the more you rage against it, you're now ready to think of ways to manage your perma-hate. Please note, however, that accepting hate is not the same as accepting hateful behavior. It's a sad fact of life that many people can't help loving people they're also bound to hate. But if you can live with hate without acting hateful, you're doing a good job. Living with hate will never feel good, but anyone who knows how much combustible anger you're currently storing in your brain recognizes how much respect you deserve for your decent behavior. The heart wants what it wants, but the hate wants everything. And if you hate someone you also care about, you need our advice. Here are some powers you'd like to have to take the hate out of love-hate, but lack. A Jesus-like ability to love shitheads and bathe the feet of assholes. A sweet temperament like your beloved kindergarten teacher, who never, ever got angry at anyone, but in retrospect was probably high. The ability to just ignore people who should definitely shut the fuck up. Access to a family therapist whose judgment and direction are accepted by all as gospel. Among the wishes people express are to feel less angry, to get loved ones to stop the behavior they hate, to figure out why they're so angry, to discover the secret that allows them to love everyone, even the ones they love-hate. Here are 3 examples. My 17-year-old kid is a fuck-up, a liar, and generally an asshole. So even though I know it's my job to support him, I can't help but become infuriated by his bullshit, and then my anger helps no one. He's gotten expelled from school, and he's not working, so you can guess where the money comes from when he buys drugs, which he's obviously using. Not that he always uses the money I have to give him, because every now and then something disappears from the house. Of course, he admits to nothing and lies about everything. I yell at him, and he either looks defiant or scared, but it obviously does no good. And then my wife tells me it's all my fault. My goal is to help my son grow up and get off drugs, but I can't help him if I'm so angry. My wife is right about that. And that's what I need to stop first. I hate the way my husband gets bossy with our kids. He's not abusive, but he's overbearing, and it reminds me of what I disliked most about my father. He's usually a reasonable, responsible guy, and we get along fine when the kids aren't around. But alone time is rare, and they won't be leaving home for at least 5 years. I've tried getting him to change his style, but it doesn't work, and the kids don't like to see us argue. So I sit there feeling resentful with a sour look on my face, always angry at the partner I have to live with. My goal is not to be so pissed at him all the time. I believe in honoring my parents, and I certainly love my mother, but she often gets very mean and is really nasty to my father, who is too old and hard of hearing to defend himself. He just gets on her nerves, partially understandable since he can't hear a word she says, and she lets him have it when he doesn't even know what he did wrong. She is wonderful at justifying her actions to herself. I believe in accepting her, but I can't stop being angry whenever I see her, and that's not who I want to be. My goal is to be able to be around her and my father without always feeling nervous or enraged. Since the last thing anyone wants to do is hate someone they really care about, it's important to recognize hate is often acquired only after a clusterfuck of bad behavior. If someone's inability to stop doing wrong makes you furious, then feeling less angry may only be possible when she improves her behavior, which is to say, never. Even after analyzing the reasons for your anger, lowering your expectations, and trying to forgive, you'll probably find your feelings unchanged. It's a clusterfuck 22. So if your goal is to stop hating and feeling guilty about your emotions, then you know where that leaves you. Your first job in these situations is to try to understand, forget, and forgive. But once that proves impossible, accept your feelings as unavoidable facts and use your common sense to limit the damage. Speak softly, but use your big, Roosevelt, not phallic, stick, if you have one, to limit hateful behavior. Addicts are always selfish assholes. Chapter 9. But if your son ever gets clean, he might return to his old, not unbearable self. Until then, declare a list of bad behaviors, like stealing the TV or failing a store-bought drug test, that will require a young adult to spend a night or more elsewhere. You have to accept him as he is, without anger, but if he can't accept your rules, then it's his turn to be angry, not yours. If parenting leaves you angry with your spouse's style, split up your responsibilities, maximize the tasks you do separately, and schedule regular, childless time together. If you express your anger, you will probably find it harder to set limits. If you set limits, you'll often find yourself feeling less angry. If you can't protect one of your parents from the other's meanness, find ways to see them separately. For example, lunch with mom and hog racing with dad. Whether you're all together or one-on-one, keep the conversation light and steer away from contentious subjects. Withdraw from offensive conversation if you have a nearby locked bathroom you can retreat to and think it will help protect you and/or reduce the nastiness. Don't discuss your feelings. Let your actions reflect your most constructive response to bad behavior. Never lament hateful behavior or hate-filled chemistry as unnecessary or evidence of a dysfunctional family. Instead, celebrate the success of your ability to manage difficult relationships while avoiding open conflict. You can't help having hate in your close relationships, but you should respect your ability to make them work, even if it's in a difficult, entirely fucked up way. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. A heart untainted by hate. A family with no assholes. A new temperament. A spouse with no traits you dislike. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Control your mouth. Be confident in penalizing bad behavior. Live with hate without hating yourself. Here's how you can do it. Use standard methods for chilling your anger. Accept managing love-hate as part of a good person's job. Use all opportunities to stop bad behavior and/or reduce your exposure to it. Never get discouraged by having hateful people in your life or hate in your heart. Respect good hate management. Your script. Here's what to tell someone or yourself when you're tortured by hate for those you love. Dear me, family member, intimate enemy, I wish I wasn't so angry at my parent, spouse, kid, but I've tried family therapy, exorcism, high colonics, and I can't get rid of the anger, filth, evil thoughts, inner tension. I will not take responsibility for the insert synonym of excruciating psychic pain or those who cause it. But I will become amazingly good at managing difficult people and keeping them working together. Accepting the inescapably annoying. Unless you find yourself in Guantanamo or a North Korean labor camp, the worst kind of torture you can expect is being obliged to spend time with someone, due to family, work, or just geography, whom you hate enough to murder with your bare hands. Even Dick Cheney would admit that the experience is more painful than an enhanced interrogation technique. It's one thing if the person you're stuck with is an asshole. Chapter 9. But it's even worse if you find yourself annoyed by someone's harmless habits and wanting to do violent things to the perfectly innocent. That's when you'll feel like you're locked in an interrogation room with Dick Cheney himself. You want to feel like a nice person who wishes people well, not a stressed, irritable, and hypertensive jerk. But when you're around that special someone, and alas, you often have to be, darkness fills your soul. You can't change him, but you feel there should be a way to change yourself. It's true, some kinds of intolerance and irritability may be resolved with insight or self-acceptance. If you find yourself irritable about everything, you may be depressed, and treatment can help you get the symptoms under control. At some point, however, you'll have exposed yourself to all the insight your psyche can bear and found that most focused annoyances are both part of who you are and whom you're forced to sit next to for long periods of your life. Trying to find a way to immunize yourself against petty or even grand annoyance is just one more way to force yourself into being someone you're not. Asking people to be less annoying, of course, usually backfires, because they don't believe they're doing anything wrong. Asking people to change isn't always futile, but if their annoying habits are part of their personality, it can be one of the best ways to start a bad fight and cause hurt feelings. Improving communication is good for cellular companies, not for people looking for a good technique for reducing irritation. Figuring out why someone gets to you is supposed to make you more tolerant, but what you'll find is that the reason you dislike some of their traits so much is because they're the same ones you hate in yourself, which, no surprise, is not a valuable insight. It will just make you more irritated with that person, since they now serve the dual purpose of annoying you and making you annoy yourself. Instead, prepare to live with pent-up irritation, regardless of the number of people who tell you it isn't good for you, your blood pressure, and your soul, and accept that you can't let it out or snuff it out. You won't be out of the woods, but you will be out of the depths of the emotional waterboarding you're in now. Here are the self-calming abilities you wish you had, but don't. A yoga routine that puts you into such a deep state of relaxation you can practically float. The money to build your own soundproof room, house, or estate with guards to keep your annoyer out. A hypnotist who tricks you into finding all the annoying crap this person does to be Clooney-level charming. The plans and means to execute the perfect murder. Among the wishes would-be nice guys express are to feel like a good person, not a petty jerk, to harbor no animosity, to get through the day or night with less internal turmoil, to make troubled relationships better or find a way to change them. Here are 3 examples. I never liked my mother-in-law, but ever since I lost my job, we had to move in with her. She has an opinion about everything, and since it's her house, we've got to listen. She's not much help with our kids, and she expects my wife to cook for her. I hate coming home and thinking of her sitting in the big chair, watching her shows with the volume blasting away because she's deaf, knowing there's nothing I can say. But oh, so much she has to say about so many topics I couldn't give a shit about. If I complain to my wife, even though she's the one who bears the brunt of it, she defends her mother, which, while understandable, just makes me madder. My goal is to be less angry every time I come into this house that isn't my home. My boss is a nice guy, but he was never cut out to be a boss, because he'll do anything to avoid making a decision or taking a stand. He lets the worst jerks in the office walk all over him, and he gives much more to the squeaky wheels who complain to him than he does to people who shut up and work hard. In other words, he's a giant wuss who rewards dickheads, so no matter how nice he acts, I want to strangle him. I can't quit, because the job pays too well and the benefits are too good. But the problem isn't so much that I hate him, but that I hate hating him, and my wife hates hearing about it. My goal is to go to work without having nasty thoughts all day. Not long after I moved into my new apartment, I met one of my neighbors in the elevator and thought we had just a pleasant, harmless conversation. Little did I know that I had just signed on to become the best friend/unlicensed therapist to a 60-something guy with no boundaries, other friends, or ability to take a hint. He comes by at all times of the day and night to tell me about how nobody loves him, how he'll never find anyone as great as his late partner, what he saw that day on TV. It's exhausting, and I work from home, so I can't escape. I've talked to other people in the building, and they say the only way to get him to leave you alone is to pretend to be dying or not speak English. But that seems so evil. My goal is to get this guy to leave me alone without having to do something hurtful. Or move. Irritating qualities are a lot like dog whistles. Some qualities are universally perceived, and others strike a frequency only certain individuals hear. That is, one person's idea of a maddeningly annoying laugh is another person's charming chuckle. Once you tune into the frequency, however, it's nearly impossible to turn it off. And if you can accept that there's no resolution or way to tune it out, it's time to embrace your pain and develop a management plan. The first step, of course, is not to blame yourself for murderous urges and snotty thoughts. Make a list of the statements or situations that really light your fire, and develop scripts for responding briefly and politely, such as, "That's interesting," or "Huh, weird," or "Sorry, I'm not responding. I've got to concentrate because I'm memorizing pi." A loud mother-in-law who never gets out of the way is going to drive most sons-in-law crazy, even if she has a perfect right to sound off in her own home. It's important, then, to develop not just a series of scripts, but some mental rules of necessary disengagement. Find a hidey hole, bathroom, car, Starbucks, to cut you off from having to hear or see your annoyer or annoyeuse. Develop a script for using it. For example, that old chestnut, "Gotta go." It's necessary to be polite, respond to medical emergencies, do your share of chores, and provide paid-for services. But this way you never, ever prolong contact because of guilty feelings or forceful demands. A wussy boss will aggravate hard-working employees who resent the way their whiny, manipulative colleagues always come out ahead. But remember, it's only a job, and you're there to make a living, not make the workplace better or fairer. While some may work to please the boss, your goal is to meet your own standards for a good day's work while staying employed. List your own reasons for being there, then think of the never-ending irritation as a form of industrial pollutant that's worth putting up with, if the money is right. Don't force yourself to be extra nice to the obnoxiously needy to prove you're not as mean as your urge to avoid him makes you feel. Maybe he can't help being obnoxious, needy, or lonely, but his problems are not your responsibility. If you don't limit your exposure, politely and without evident guilt, your irritation will grow as you open yourself to his passive-aggressive home invasion. Your job is to take credit for politeness, ignore nasty feelings, and give yourself the right to spend time with people whose company you actually enjoy. No matter who the source of your annoyance is, don't require validation from like-minded people before telling yourself you're not a bad person. Maybe you have a bad person inside, or everyone around you is nicer or just tuned out. You're basically nice if you don't let the nastiness out. If you overcompensate or try too hard to find support, you'll only make things worse. You can't change irritation or the irritating, but you can stop taking undue blame for being mean and start taking deserved praise for your restraint. You might not feel like a good person, but it's a much bigger achievement to act like a good person when the inner evil is ringing in your ears. Remember, very few people are naturally, effortlessly good. We leave that up to dogs. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. An ability to change others or get them to see why they should change themselves. A life with better people or more options. Escape from the tension. A less touchy personality. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Tolerate long periods of wishing you were with other people while going about your business. Control your mouth even if you can't control your feelings. Be proud of what you've accomplished even if you're irritated and unhappy most of the time. Not let the lack of escape make you despair. Here's how you can do it. Remind yourself regularly of your reasons for putting up with unending annoyance. Develop practical ways to block annoying people from your perception. Develop your own rules for doing so and polite ways of defending those rules against objections. Keep track of and give yourself credit for things left unsaid. Your script. Here's what to tell someone or yourself when you're tempted to let an irritating person know exactly what's on your mind. Dear self, person who always ruins my day for most of the day, I've tried to like, understand, ignore, accept the things you do that drive me, insert synonym of apeshit, and have discovered it's not going to happen. Therefore, I want you to know I appreciate our good, working, living, unintentional relationship. If I sometimes leave the room, read the paper and refuse to look up, remain in the bathroom for an hour, don't feel insulted or ignored. I simply like my alone time. I look forward to many years of collaboration, cohabitation, gritting my teeth, possibly to nubs. Did you know how to deal with a crazy person? Being forced to spend time around people you can't stand is difficult, but being confronted by someone who's insane is downright scary. Your stereotypical crazy and confrontational person is some variation of that guy on the subway who always appears to be arguing with the ghost of a burrito, at least until someone accidentally and foolishly makes eye contact. Unfortunately, you don't need to go underground to find somebody that crazy. You can share an office or even a bloodline with someone just as unstable. In-laws, especially older ones, are frequently missing marbles, and there's always that one coworker who smells like socks dipped in milk and looks like he cuts his own hair with safety scissors. You can be trapped on a subway car with an angry, crazy person just as easily as you can be trapped at a Thanksgiving dinner, so it's important to know how to react if such an encounter presents itself. Just as we're told to ease the task of public speaking by imagining the audience in their underwear, it helps to put the behavior of an aggressive, crazy person into perspective by just imagining you're being attacked by a bear. That way you won't find yourself tempted to reason with your attacker or assume that kindness or friendly, calm words will tame the crazy beast. As with a charging grizzly, they do no more than catch his attention and make you a target. Then, as you would with a bear, get as close as you can to playing dead. And if need be, get help. Call a cop if you think someone is too crazy to stay out of trouble or might attack someone. And meanwhile, keep your distance, eyes down, and stay close to an exit. If your Good Samaritan instinct kicks in, remember, Good Samaritans are good bear food. You are not failing your fellow man, because your fellow man is not currently in control of his or her words and actions, and you have an obligation to protect yourself. The basic rule of thumb when being threatened by a crazy person is to accept your lack of control. Your best option, as with bears, is to make yourself invisible and survive so you can ride the subway and/or eat Thanksgiving turkey another day. Facing fear. A little bit of fear in small, controlled doses can be enjoyable. That's why people pay money to see scary movies and ride roller coasters instead of just screaming and puking at home for free. Then there's the opposite kind of fear. Random, sometimes inexplicable, debilitating, which isn't enjoyable and can cost you your peace of mind. The unfun kind of fear is the common denominator of anxiety disorders, and those who suffer from them often share and run into the same bullshit attitude that depressives have. Their emotions must be understandable, like normal anxiety and sadness, so if they just figure out what's bothering them, confront it, and move on, they'll be anxious no more. In the same way most people confuse depression with passing sadness or sulking, anxiety is often mistaken for plain old horror movie-style fear. In reality, anxiety can get much worse and appear in many forms. Some people feel anxious all the time and just can't shake it, even when they're wrapped in love and security. Other people experience sudden bursts of fear called panic attacks that can come out of nowhere, last hours, and drive strong, sane people into thinking they're dying, even when they know they aren't. And some people can't stop feeling jumpy and spooked long after they've experienced trauma, be it a car accident or time in combat. Depression and anxiety are basically step-siblings. One can cause or feed on the other in the same person. They sometimes respond to the same medications, and both can keep coming back off and on throughout a person's lifetime. People expect to cure those disorders by getting to the root cause or undergoing some kind of corrective experience, from exposing themselves over and over to whatever scares them, to finding religion, to just willing their minds into health. As with all severe illnesses, mental or otherwise, there is no cure. See cancer, the common cold, that clammy feeling you suffer through after eating a big steak. Therapy sometimes works to some extent, but generally these syndromes tend to persist and even worsen during one's middle years, and treatment is no cure. If you believe in the curability of anxiety or depression, persistent systems just mean you haven't found the right treatment or done it properly, faced your fears, found Jeebus, grown a pair, or let yourself be loved. The more things you try and the longer your symptoms last, the more your sense of failure grows. What you should do instead, if you've made reasonable attempts to cure persistent fear to no avail, is accept that life has simply given you a burden you must learn how to bear. Many good people live with fear, and there's nothing wrong with having a powerful imagination, a scary past or future, or an anxious brain, other than the pain. You're not immature, weak-willed, or lacking in courage. You're just stuck with a particular kind of chronic pain. You'll never enjoy it or a scary movie ever again, but you can learn to bear it. So no matter how much fear you're experiencing, you won't be afraid to face each day as it comes. Here's how you'd like to fight fear but can't. Remember the wise, calming words of your guru. Breathe, which you're doing all the time, by the way. Take a non-addictive pill that acts like Drano on fear and clears it right out. Undergo a tribal initiation ceremony, boot camp, TSA screening, so scary it leaves you with no fear for anything else. Among the wishes fear-ridden people express are to grow up and stop being scared, to find the deeper cause of their anxieties, which has so far eluded them, to stop being afraid of things they simply shouldn't be afraid of, to finally find treatment that works. Here are 3 examples. I was violently mugged 6 months ago, and ever since I get the jitters every time I'm out after dark. I've gotten therapy, learned meditation, taken meds, and I'm still on edge. Sometimes I catch myself avoiding plans and choosing to stay home because I just don't want to face that anxious feeling that comes with being on the streets alone at night. My goal is to stop living in fear. I used to take my health for granted, but since I got diagnosed with multiple sclerosis last year, I can't stop thinking about dying. My symptoms aren't that bad, and they're pretty stable so far, but I feel like death is around the corner. I've gone to support groups and talked to counselors, and I've become a lot more serious about my health, dedicating a lot of time and energy to researching my disease and changing my diet and exercise. But the fear won't go away. I know there's no cure, and I can't get over feeling helpless, like I've got a terminal illness and it's only a matter of time. My goal is to stop being afraid of death. Everyone else seems comfortable with the boss, but he gives me the willies. I don't think he likes me, and he's not the sort of person who pats you on the back or jokes with you, so I just don't know where I stand. I dread having a one-on-one meeting with him, partly because I'm afraid my fear shows, and partly because every time he wants to talk to me, I'm convinced I'm about to get fired. I need this job very much. I've put in quite a few years at this company, and I think I'm too old at this point to get hired for the same work anywhere else. So the thought of getting fired is terrifying. My goal is to figure out a way to get over it, be myself, and not let anyone terrify me. If people who suffer from anxiety are guilty of anything, it's being born at the wrong time. There was a time when being hyper-alert and quick to fear was the best way to keep from being eaten by a prehistoric megabear, or stay prepared for an attack by a rival warlord. Alas, in today's world where megabears are long gone and rivals post all their moves in advance on Twitter, such hyper-alertness is more of a burden than a gift. That said, it's not a burden that's impossible to bear, pun intended. After all, the reason you have PTSD after being mugged and hate to walk alone on dark streets is that your brain is trying to protect you from ever being in that situation again. It's the megabear reflex, not just because that's where its roots are, but because, like a megabear, it's incredibly powerful. More powerful than your efforts to persuade your brain that you need to go out and the street is safe. While you may never be able to erase that reflex, there are many treatments to try. Check out cognitive treatments, for example, talking about the details of the traumatic experience in a controlled, calm manner, biofeedback, and self-hypnosis. Given the fact that fear usually prompts helpless, negative, irrational thoughts, for example, this is going nowhere, I'm wasting my money, and I'm going downhill, cognitive treatment that gets you to recognize and challenge these thoughts is of first importance. There are non-addictive medications that help all kinds of anxiety, as well as some addictive medications that pose very little risk if they aren't taken daily. Many people who suffer from anxiety attacks find that just carrying medication around and knowing it's there, just in case, provides some relief. It also helps to meet people with PTSD or whatever anxiety syndrome you experience who live full lives in spite of their symptoms. If facing a life-threatening illness triggers obsessive ruminations about death, you may find yourself stuck with them for a long time, like with PTSD. Once an external event triggers repeated symptoms, they tend to last. It's as if fear has worn a path in a brain that was a bit soggy to begin with. Yes, it's tough to be terrified of dying and having people trying to comfort you by reminding you that we're all going to die, because they don't have the burden of knowing exactly how and feeling like they should be able to do something about it. That said, talking about your fear repeatedly and thinking about medical solutions will only make you worse. So stop focusing on the importance of a clean or not so clean bill of health, and instead block behaviors that make fear stronger, like oversharing and giving up regular life activities that might otherwise distract you. Look at a fear of death as a bizarre brain symptom, not evidence that you're a deep admirer of Woody Allen and Ingmar Bergman. It may help you to hang out with other people living with MS who share your fears and nevertheless live fully, much as it helps an alcoholic to spend time with those who are in recovery but still feel vulnerable. The need for reassurance, like the need for alcohol, however, is simply a drive for unhealthy behavior that you're not responsible for having, just for blocking. If you get terrified in anticipation of a social or work situation or performance, your anxiety will get better to some degree if you do the same scary thing over and over. But it won't necessarily disappear. It's amplified by thoughts about being afraid for no good reason and wondering if fear will cause you to stutter, blush, fart, and thus embarrass yourself further. Fear is amazingly good at causing fear. It's the mind's best perpetual motion machine. A cognitive technique that helps with fear of embarrassment is to spend time every day defining your own goal for pushing yourself into the danger zone. Keep reminding yourself that you're at work because you're there to make a living, and you have your own definition of a good presentation. Then define goals that derive from your own standards and needs, not the response of others, and applaud yourself for pursuing those goals in spite of persistent fears. What's most important, assuming you accept the unfairness of having to live with fear, is respecting what you do every day to limit its reach. Challenge fear-driven thoughts about what you should have done to avoid anxiety, or about the horrible effect it will have on your life and relationships. Every time you stop yourself from seeking relief in avoidance, substances, or other behavior that interferes with your goals, give yourself a cheer. Although relaxation may be good for your blood pressure, remember, it's that good old fear reflex that makes your life possible, since it kept your ancestors alive long enough to have kids. Like your pelt-wearing forebears, you're never going to relax for very long, so take pride in what you do with your fear. If you can tolerate it without letting it take over your life entirely, use it for self-protection so you, too, can stay alive. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. A cure for attacks of irrational fear. Total, quick control of fear without risk, side effects, or possible relapse. Elimination of the stupid, irrational, fear-inducing thoughts you get when you're afraid. Freedom from urges to do unhealthy things when you're afraid. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Develop an ability to assess realistic risk. Form habits and procedures for doing what you intended to do in spite of persistent symptoms. Find treatments that provide partial relief some of the time. Control fear-driven behaviors. Respect what it requires to live with fear. Here's how you can do it. When common methods for fear relief fail, accept that you're fucked. Learn how to tell when a negative thought is lying to you and how to challenge it. Survey the many treatments for fear management and try out any that seem helpful. Don't avoid treatments that carry risks if your risk of not doing them is greater. Remember, alcohol is a treatment with high risk and brief benefit that breeds dependency and could make you into an asshole. Learn to talk calmly and humorously about fearful things so that other people won't get spooked by your fear. Respect yourself as a fear manager. Your script. Here's what to say when you're fed up with being afraid. Dear self, quivering wimp, fragile phobic, I hate living in fear, dread, retreat, but so far I haven't been able to figure out why I'm scared of nothing, can't get the help I need, have these weird moments where I'm fine one second and the next can't breathe and feel like my heart's going to explode. Having failed to find happiness, I will now give up the chase, learn meditation, get back to business, and ignore thoughts about getting relief from insert illegal controlled substance here, or avoiding people, discussing my anxiety constantly so that people avoid me, seeking a magic cure. I will run my life as if I wasn't scared, no matter how much work it takes. Realistic mantras to try if you feel an anxiety attack coming on. This too shall pass, and shall pass quicker if I take the special pill I always carry in my pocket. Life is a journey, not a destination, and anxiety isn't fatal according to the internet. Remember to breathe. Although if breathing didn't come naturally, I'd be in deep trouble since I often don't remember where my keys are. I can find my center and endure this day, or I can find my boss, tell him I have diarrhea, and deal with this at home. I am a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar, listening to anything but my brain. Healing heartache. It's hard to discuss heartache without sounding sappy or using purple prose. But the fact is, if your heart gets attached to something or someone, and you take that something away, the heart responds to the loss of the loved person with pain. If you want to know what depression feels like, or even what being an actual zombie feels like, have your heart broken. It's the same rare, poisonous cocktail of grief and sadness accompanied by hopelessness, anger, self-reproach, and an inability to experience pleasure or feel engaged in life. With grief, though, you know why you're sad, can expect an eventual full recovery, and don't crave brains. In most cases, people recover by accepting support from friends, keeping busy with work and friendships, and taking good care of themselves. Like depression, however, the grief of heartbreak can be destructive, even fatally so. If you believe that healing from loss is always possible, as do many therapists, most owners of scented candles, and all screenwriters, then you're sure to feel like a loser if your grieving doesn't end. It means you didn't succeed in moving on, letting go, getting help, facing your feelings, or whatever. Unfortunately, some people don't recover from loss, even when they get lots of support and work hard to move on. It may be that loss triggers an innate vulnerability to depression. Their personalities are unusually loss-sensitive, or they lack the ability to control destructive impulses. Again, it sounds sappy, but not every broken bone or heart is guaranteed to mend. If you are living with a broken heart, your pain doesn't go away, and neither does your hopelessness about life's ever having meaning again, or your anger at anyone whose behavior might have prevented the loss, including yourself. If you recognize the sad truth that some people never stop hurting from a loss, then you're ready to find ways to live a meaningful life, even when grieving seems like it's never going away and perhaps never will. Since getting over loss is not always within our power, living with grief is a failure only if you let it prevent you from living a good, productive life. Living with a broken heart is hard, but it can never doom you to be a broken person. Here are some heart-healing abilities you'd like to have, but don't. The gift to weep so intensely that you purge yourself of grief, even if you become dangerously dehydrated. The kind of faith that allows you to believe that every loss, betrayal, and disappointment is part of God's and/or Xenu's and/or Satan's greater plan. A surgery that removes the grief-affected part of your brain while leaving the part that knows song lyrics and how to walk. An insight into persistent grieving that actually makes a difference, like time heals all wounds, but helpful. Among the wishes people express are to stop hurting and feel like living again, to stop obsessing about why they weren't there and what they didn't do to help, to get back to where they were before, to find something to care about again. Here are 3 examples. I loved my wife and family, so when she said it was over, I hadn't seen the divorce coming. She said I hadn't done anything wrong, she just stopped loving me. We've remained friendly and we co-parent well, but I felt like home was where we lived, and now I'm in exile, getting a glimpse of the woman I loved as she's moved on to her next husband, who, of course, my son really likes. I can't stop pining for someone who is no longer attached to me. When I see her and we chat briefly every 2 weeks when I pick him up, my heart still breaks. My goal is to get over her. My mother died after a long illness, so I'm glad she's no longer in pain and that I got so many wonderful years with her. But she was the best friend I had, and I still miss her so much. Every day I miss talking to her on the phone, and every time I see a good movie or hear a funny joke, I can't enjoy it because I realize I can't tell her about it. There's almost nothing that doesn't remind me of her or something we used to talk about. It's been 2 years and I can't seem to stop crying. She would never want me to be unhappy, but I can't help myself. My goal is to get over my grief. After so many years of putting up with my wife's drinking and untreated depression, I'd had enough and couldn't put the kids through anymore, so I filed for divorce. As I feared, she went downhill after that and unfortunately never really recovered. A few months after the divorce was final, she started calling me when she was drunk and suicidal to tell me the divorce had killed her and there was no point in living. After I stopped answering her calls, she overdosed and was taken to the hospital. After that, I got full custody of the kids, so I still hear from her regularly because of them, and she always sounds reproachful. My goal is to stop having to worry about her and feel tortured by guilt over this unending misery. When grief seems to go on forever, you want to ask your friends, your cat, and your God why the suffering won't end. Instead, ask yourself, and maybe a therapist, whether you're doing something to prevent yourself from recovering. When it comes to endless heartache, there's a good chance you're not doomed, just doing it wrong. Pain-driven behaviors like drug using, stalking, or immersing yourself in the past may all set you back. If you're not doing anything wrong, however, the bad news is that persistent grieving is not under your control, recovery is not a sure thing, and your cat has no healing powers. The good news is that there are lots of ways to help yourself once you stop looking everywhere for a cure and start looking at how to live life under new, less than ideal circumstances. Continuing to stay in contact with someone you've loved and actually lost while necessary in a co-parenting or workplace situation, may be misused to prolong the pain of grief. The more you seek a connection, the more powerful it gets. You may even fool yourself into thinking there's nothing wrong with being friendly, chatting, and making lots of eye contact when you drop by your exes for visitation. What you need to do to break the connection is avoid direct contact and instead communicate by any of the cold 21st century methods: email, text, emoji, whatever. Like an alcoholic, you may think you don't need to stop reaching out until the pain's lessened enough that it no longer requires drowning. But in truth, the pain will stop only when you dry out. Test this assumption by breaking off face-to-face contact and see what happens. If you find yourself jonesing for some eye contact, you know you're on the right track. Then perhaps you'll find the strength to examine and control your grief-stalling behavior. When sorrow doesn't stop and you're sure you've done nothing to hang on to the past and everything to live in the present, then get the kinds of treatment that help chronic depression, such as cognitive therapy, exercise, and medication. Get help from friends and therapists who can tolerate your pain, not be overly affected by it, and continue to give positive encouragement. Don't tell yourself that time heals all wounds, or that all things pass, because somebody has to be the exception to those truths, and alas, it's you. Instead, continue to look for positive meanings in your loss, using ideas you glean from books, religion, therapists, and friends. Avoid therapists who are interested in talking about your feelings of loss if you've already gone that route and it hasn't worked. Instead, look for a positive coach who honors your relationship with your late parent, regardless of how empty its loss has left you, and respects your efforts to keep moving in spite of feelings of emptiness. Sometimes you can get as paralyzed by someone else's grief as by your own. If your ex can't get over you and tells you she'll die if you don't take her back, don't feel guilty until you've decided for yourself whether you tried hard to make the relationship work and whether you can ever accept responsibility for the life of someone else who isn't a minor, a soldier in your platoon, or a patient on whom you're doing open-heart surgery. Certain people are very vulnerable to rejection, and if you didn't know it before you got together, you sure know it now. You probably know that this isn't her first rejection, and if you don't, 10 seconds of Googling will make it clear. Don't bend over backward and offer support, or you may find yourself intensifying contact that needs to stop. Get advice from a therapist or moral advisor for your right to end the relationship and do what will cause the least pain in the long run. Then declare your intentions without showing guilt or fear, keep your distance, and hope that your ex can find a way to survive. Just because loss precedes a long period of misery doesn't mean that you or another person or pet have it in their power to stop the pain. And even when your behavior is part of the problem, you may not have the vision or strength to control it. What you can do in the face of endless grief is to accept that fact and respect whatever efforts you make to go on with life instead of waiting for heartache to end. Quick diagnosis. Here's what you wish for and can't have. An end to heartache, daily sadness, and negative thoughts. An ability to control your heart. A time machine. Certainty that you'll feel better. Here's what you can aim for and actually achieve. Stop grief-prolonging behaviors. Challenge despairing thoughts. Don't link grief and responsibility without careful thought. Live a meaningful life. Here's how you can do it. Don't hurt yourself to flee grief. Seek ideas, friends, and advisors that fight despair. Try treatments for symptoms. Don't hold others responsible for your grief or accept responsibility for theirs. Continue to do what's meaningful regardless of how you feel. Your script. Here's what to say about grief that doesn't heal. Dear grieving self, frustrated friend, long aggrieved other, I don't know why I can't seem to get over this loss, death, divorce, playoff defeat. But I'm proud I've stopped insert bad health-endangering money-losing habit and have started keeping busy, working hard to think positively, compulsively checking Pet Finder for a high-maintenance animal to adopt and take over my life. I'm ready to accept that I may never feel insert adjective for not shitty, but that won't change my approach to life or belief in what's important. Accepting enmity. There are people who seem to thrive on being hated. But besides assorted YouTube commenters, professional wrestlers, and one Donald Trump, most people in the world hate being hated, especially when the person who's angrily cut you off is somebody you were once close to. Usually the hate is not active and violent, but more silent and passive-aggressive. Still, it's hard to find inner peace when someone you care about is shunning you, as happens in families and small communities. It's harder still when there's nothing you can do about it, including apologizing, humbling yourself, accepting doctrine, or kissing the ring, or something else. If you're an introspective self-doubter, you keep wondering what you could have done differently to head off or mend trouble. You're not afraid of admitting you did something wrong. You either can't figure out what it was or what's wrong with your apology. It doesn't help to be assertive, silver-tongued, or sorry. You can be a great defense lawyer who makes juries weep, and you've got no one to plead your case to. You get the feeling that the louder your protests, the more satisfaction you may be giving to your enemies. When you hear false rumors about your alleged wrongdoing, you can protest sincerely, but the more time you give it, the more attention it gets. It's often impossible to prove that you didn't do something negative. As was famously asserted at the 15th International Conference on Agile Software Development, the amount of energy necessary to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it. You may miss your shunner and want to reconcile, or you may be afraid of them and want to move behind a security fence. In any case, you never know, day to day, whether you're going to run into them and be reminded of enmity you just can't stop. If you expect eventually to find a solution, you won't stop trying to find an effective answer, and everything you do will make things worse. If you accept the fact that life sometimes imposes indefinite enmity on you, then you're ready to learn how to endure it for as long as necessary without breaking, feeling you've failed, or becoming a heel/Trump and learning to love it too much. Here are telltale signs that reconciliation is highly improbable. A call to ask what you did wrong leads you to discover that the number's been changed, as has their address and legal name. An attempt to just talk it all out leads to an attempt on your life. An apology bought you 5 weeks of peace. Better than the last one, which only bought 5 days. The declaration that you don't want to pick sides has landed you outside, and the door is locked. Among the wishes people express are to get their ex-best friend to see they did nothing wrong, to get someone they love to listen, to stop a personal war they have no interest in continuing, to stop the pain of being hated by someone they love. Here are 3 examples. When my brother stopped talking to me, it felt like I lost my best friend. His decision was unexpected, and I think it was because his wife decided she hated me. I can't think of him without wanting to pick up the phone and find some way to resolve the problem, even if I don't know what I'd be apologizing for, and we can probably never be close friends again. I wish he'd just tell me what this is about, but he never explained, and he won't answer my calls. My goal is to find a way to restore contact since I've got absolutely no hostility and every wish to get my brother back. I know I had to divorce my husband because he was a mean drug addict, but that didn't stop the trouble. Periodically, he tells the police I've violated our divorce agreement and sounds so convincing that I have to answer in court. And even though the cases get thrown out again and again, he won't stop trying. Every time I've just about stopped thinking about him, he does something to make me hate him again, which is the opposite of what I need in my life. My goal is to get him to stop picking fights with me, because until he does, I can't get on with my life. For 10 years, I had a book club with a group of my closest friends from college, since we all ended up in the same city. I always looked forward to our meetings, which were basically just excuses to drink wine, gossip, and laugh. Then, a few months ago, I don't know what happened or who offended whom, but suddenly there were two groups who hated one another, and I had to take sides. I want war with no one. These women are all friends with me, even if some of them aren't friends with each other anymore. But the group won't allow neutrality. My goal is to stay at peace and not lose one or both groups of my closest friends. Most people know that if you find out you're the object of someone's romantic interest, it's important to stop and consider whether the feelings of your newfound sweetie are worth taking seriously. After all, it's nice if somebody is into you, but not if they're really just interested in your car, tush, or bank account. What fewer people realize, however, is that you have to stop and apply the same level of skepticism to angry overtures as you do to affectionate ones. Whether someone has the hots for you or has it out for you, an initial assessment is required. So before you leap to react to somebody's grudge, judge your behavior by your own standards. Form your own opinion about whether you really did something wrong before you decide whether you deserve his anger and what response he deserves in kind, whether it be a slew of apology bouquets or a silent shrug. Then, regardless of what others say, or don't say if they freeze you out, you know whether somebody's anger is something you can or should do anything about, without needing to argue, change a mind, or feel validated. If you've failed to live up to your values, make amends. If, however, you know you haven't done anything wrong, then make peace with the fact you're screwed. If somebody decides seemingly arbitrarily to dislike you, even if that person is your brother, then you just have to wait for them to arbitrarily decide not to dislike you anymore. In other words, if you had no direct influence on changing his mind in the first place, then don't expect to have any influence on changing it back. Sure, your brother's silence may be due to pressure from his wife, but it also may be due to a head injury or his zodiac sign. What's important is that you know his decision isn't really personal or deserved, so accept his behavior and decide whether you wish to leave open the far distant possibility of a relationship. If so, keep texting him when your team wins, or forward him occasional funny emails, as long as there's no expectation of a reply, no mention of strong feelings, and no political humor emails, because that's asking for trouble. If it's not him but his wife who hates you, and you're careful to stop addressing issues or expressing pain, distress, or anguish, he may be glad eventually to say hello at neutral gatherings. Sometime down the line, events and positive feelings will push you back into casual contact. But be aware that hatred could return just as randomly as it went away. Then there are enemies, usually exes who are often into harmful substances, who feel they have very good reasons for punishing you and yearn to know how much their hatred hurts you, so they know you care. They don't want to get even with you so much as they want a response, because their new addiction is your strong emotion. If you fight back and let them have it with all guns blazing, they're getting what they need. Before spending money on a therapist to help you deal with your rage or trying to have a heart-to-heart with your ex to resolve things, get a lawyer, preferably one who will tell you to get your head out of your ass or get a restraining order. Once you change your perspective, Then change your locks and stop answering your phone. Know what challenges you're legally obliged to respond to, for example, about kids and alimony, and respond only when necessary, briefly and politely, using both email and restraint when it comes to sharing anything but basic information. Then, if you have money left over, ask a therapist to help you develop scripted responses to your ex so you can fulfill the basic requirements for communication, but not his need to feed on your emotional blood. If it's a group of friends who are freezing you out, you've got the bad luck to have friends who are part of a close, mutually connected group. Whether it's at a club or workplace, you're in big trouble if the politics go nuclear. Nobody wants to hurt you, but everyone will cut you out and hurt you if you don't take their side for seemingly no reason. That's when you find out who your true friends are. They're the ones who still speak to you, because the bar gets set pretty low. In any case, you need new friends, because unless you're living in a full-time adult summer camp, this behavior is not okay. Since neutrality is your only option, again, if you didn't directly cause the rift, you can't do anything to repair it. Be prepared for your Swiss status to leave you isolated and unannexed as the war continues. However sad your loss is, it teaches you why it's good to move on from high school cliques, even if it takes a while, and make friends one at a time. When you realize a relationship can't be repaired, don't torture yourself by trying to figure out why or finding a new approach. Make sure you're clear with your own conscience, and then learn to live with a broken bond. Don't expect to end the pain of not being at peace with those who've become your enemies. If you can accept rejection, however, and wait for those who love you for the right reasons and don't hate you for the wrong ones, you can be at peace with yourself.